He was just a warehouse guy. Who would have thought that this would become his shelter in the apocalypse? He awakened the power of subspace, and now he's not just surviving, he's supplying an entire city while living rent-free in a pocket universe. Infinite storage, instant access, apocalypse broken. The new currency? Supplies. And guess who owns the vault? Let's find out. The story begins with Kim Jong-yum saying that jerk Kim Sol forced him to enter the boxing ring with him. That's how his personal hell began. He's probably wondering why he didn't leave. He just didn't have much of an option. He had to choose the lesser of two evils. Of course, he later explained why he forced him to do it. He just had no one else to train with from the entire division except him. Isn't that funny? The robot apologized and said that he didn't quite understand. Could he please explain it again? He was about to say something else, but the robot said that an unregistered item had been detected. The item would be removed. He called him Pax and said that he had to do his job. Another worker approached him and said that they were transporting for further assembly. Could he please step aside? He stepped aside and the robot drove past him. The protagonist sighed in displeasure and said that there was no warmth of the human soul here at all. How can there be so few people in a logistics center? It doesn't matter, because it's probably just not his place. He thought that it had happened about 2 months ago, right after he finished serving in the military. The joy of returning was short-lived. His mom called him and said that she and his dad had moved to Uijeongbu. They found a bigger and better house. That's good news, right? As a gift for his return, they paid half a year's rent in advance, so he shouldn't be upset. He asked her with a slightly confused look, why is she only saying that now? He thought that his parents had suddenly moved to the main house in Uijeongbu, leaving him alone in a one-room apartment next to the school, and that's how he had to live alone. That was the beginning of his job search. Finances weren't that tight, not only because his parents paid the rent, but he had also been contributing to his savings account while he was serving. Because of the social support from the state for large families, he was in no hurry. But the problem was that he had hoped in vain. He looked at the phone screen, laughed and asked, "A bright romance that starts with a part-time job in a cafe?" He was excited. However, the world turned out to be not as rosy as in the novels. He came to the cafe to ask about a job, and the employee said that she apologized, but they needed people with experience. MC thought that he had to forget about romance, because he was turned away without even a chance. The reality turned out to be much harsher. After a month of looking for a job, he began to go crazy from unbearable boredom. After that, he lay in bed and asked, "Is there any point in this at all? You can't even get a job as a waiter. It's terrible." He wrote in a chat with his sisters that he was the most useless person in the world. They wrote, "Who made him rent an apartment so early? He's just an idiot. Mom must have wanted to leave it to him anyway. This is so stupid. He couldn't even find a part-time job. She has to go to the gym. If he has nothing to do, then he should go to the gym too." He wrote that she wasn't serious. His sister wrote that even delivery is done by artificial intelligence now. He wrote that he didn't think it was worth it. She wrote that she heard that many people his age do it. It didn't seem difficult at the moment. He looked up and said that he never thought that he would talk to a robot. He didn't want it to be that easy. The manager Shin came up to him and called his name. He said that they were out of tuna cans in the warehouse, but Pax was sending notifications that they still had some left. Could he please check if there was any left? Jeongyum agreed and started to leave, and he said that he would take care of the rest then. He smiled, but in reality, he was unhappy with the new manager and thought that even a robot treated him better than he did. He entered the warehouse and started looking around to find those cans. He found what he needed and said that the box should have been on the second shelf. That's why it took him so long to find it. He looked to the side and suddenly the door to the warehouse closed. He tried to open the door, took out his phone and asked, what kind of stupid joke was this? Were they really going to leave him like this? He tried to call the manager, but the answering machine said that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable, forwarding to voicemail. He asked, was he seriously not answering when he was needed so much? Maybe he should call 911? It was still a stupid idea. After all, he wasn't locked in the freezer. Nothing serious had happened, and if he called the police here, he could embarrass manager Shin. He would wait a little. If they didn't open the door, he would have to call anyway. He sent a photo of himself and wrote that he was locked in a warehouse. His sister laughed and wrote, but they said that he went out to work part-time, and he himself is sitting in the break room? She just heard a building collapse next to her house. His sister called him, and he answered the call right away. He was about to say something, but suddenly an earthquake started. A siren was activated with a loud sound, which surprised him very much, and he asked, what the hell is going on? The loudspeaker said that the employees should pay attention. It is necessary to immediately leave the premises and find shelter. The main character began to hit the door hard with his fist and loudly said that he is here. There is a person locked here. He called 109, the emergency number in Korea, looked at the screen and loudly asked, why is there no signal? Why did all this start so suddenly? Suddenly, from the other side, something began to hit the door very hard, leaving large dents. He got worried about it and thought that at that moment he felt in his gut that if he made even one sound, he would die. He heard a very loud, ominous roar and thought that it was definitely not a person. He fell to his knees, heard loud sounds from the other side, and quietly asked, what should he do now? After some time, he started eating canned food and thought that he had been in the warehouse for 3 days. Since no one came for him, something serious must have happened outside. Is this really a war? Even if he doesn't know what happened, the fact that he was locked here most likely saved his life. The alarm that was constantly working since yesterday fell silent, so he even managed to sleep normally. How long can he last here? I wonder if he will be able to survive. There is little battery left. Most likely, this will be his last note. He hopes that this warehouse will be opened by the military of his country and his whole family will be safe. He turned off his phone and said that of course, it's great that the alarm is no longer working. However, what's going on here? He hopes that everything else is okay. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, which said that he was selected. He should check his awakened abilities. His own first-level subspace. Description: he can save any object in the subspace. The number of uses is 1. MC looked at this with a smile and thought that this is the end. He was already starting to go crazy. He can't even distinguish fantasy from reality. He laughed and said that in such a situation, holding out for 3 days, that's already impressive. So he can use it on any object, right? Let it be the PAX Order Assembly Center. The system notified that the target was selected. Does he want to save it? He agreed, and immediately after that, the entire assembly center disappeared, and he fell to the ground. He began to look around with a surprised expression on his face, saw destroyed buildings, and asked, what is this? He also saw the dead manager Shin lying on the ground nearby, and the system notified that a save was starting. He vomited because of what he saw, and the system notified that an operating system matching his characteristics had been found. The update process was 6% complete. He looked down and was very surprised when he saw a large shadow next to him. Behind him stood a huge monster covered in blood, looking at him with an angry expression. Jung Yum thought with a very worried look that he should be quiet and calm. It was exactly the same loud roar he heard 3 days ago. It was a gorilla or a bear. Whatever it wasn't leaving. Despite what it was, he was very scared. However, it didn't seem to be very aggressive. He ran forward very quickly and started calling loudly for help. The monster standing next to him started screaming very loudly and angrily. It ran after him, and he asked loudly with a scared look, what the hell was that? He wondered where the orc had even come from, and why he was running after him so fast. If this continued, he was finished. The system had notified him that the synchronization was complete. He could enter the subspace. Did he want to enter? He continued to run and loudly agreed with it. The monster swung to attack him, and he thought with a frightened look that it was too late. He closed his eyes in fear, but suddenly he was transported to the logistics center, and the monster was standing outside and looking at him. He looked at it in surprise and asked, are you sure you can't enter here? A drone flew up to him and said that he understood everything correctly. Without his permission, no living creature, object, or energy can enter or exit the subspace. The system notified that he had entered the subspace. He looked around and the logistics center with a surprised expression on his face. The protagonist asked, was he really able to put the entire center here? The system notified that he was the first to enter the subspace. He received a reward of 1 magic stone. It appeared in his hands and he asked, is this a magic stone? He was very scared because the orc hit the space he found himself in very hard. He looked at it with a very frightened expression on his face and asked, are you sure you can't enter here? Pax agreed with him again. The system announced that the Pax Order Assembly Center was a level 1. It was a 5-story building with a total floor area of 10,000 pion, which stored all the products needed to improve the lives of customers. The delivery speed was 60 kilometers per hour. There was 1 simultaneous delivery, and the delivery size was limited to 2 meters. He read it and asked, what is this? There are 2 minutes left until maintenance? Does this mean there are 2 minutes left until the shutdown? The drone next to him agreed and said that he could use the magic stone to supply energy and maintain the objects in the subspace. At the moment, he had 1 magic stone, which was enough to maintain the entire object for 24 hours. He asked, is there any other way to do it? The drone said that when the Pax Order Assembly Center was placed in the subspace, the power supply system was modified to suit the conditions of the subspace. The assembly center located in his subspace runs on magic stones. He looked at it in surprise and wondered if he was imagining things. He felt like Pax had gotten smarter. He looked around and asked where the power went. The drone said that the power supply to the facility had been cut off. If the power supply was cut off, Pax Fresh and most of the other products could be affected. He thought that this was a delivery system that allowed him to store and deliver everything from fresh vegetables and meat to ready-made meals in chilled or frozen form. He thought that the situation outside was like a war zone. In this situation, Food was the most important thing for survival. Now the power to the refrigerators where the food was stored was cut off, right? He asked. Didn't he say that the center would last 24 hours on one stone, right? How can he get more of these stones? The drone said that he could get magic stones from otherworldly creatures. He looked to the side and thought, what if this creature was from another world? He handed over the magic stone and said that for now he had to keep the center running. The system notified that he had used one magic stone. MC asked, didn't he have access to all the items in the center? Pax agreed and asked what exactly he was looking for. After that, he opened the box, which contained various weapons. He began to examine it and said that it could be useful. It would be difficult to get close to the orc to strike at close range. Apparently, we would have to throw knives at him. The problem is that there aren't many knives. If he throws them in different directions, it will end quickly. Besides, will it be able to cause any damage at all? If you think about it, until he disappears from sight, he will stand there. It is not necessary to kill him right away. He must at least inflict a serious wound, and then he will come up with something. He will definitely succeed and cope. He ran up to the monster who was standing nearby and plunged the axe into the orc's shoulder. He became very angry because of this and began to scream loudly in anger. Jonghyum watched this from the side and asked loudly, is it made of steel or something like that? He thought with a worried look, what should he do now? He just doesn't have enough strength to hurt him, even a little. He still has an axe left. Maybe that will work. There's only one axe in the box, but there should be more. Where are the other two? He called Pax and asked how many axes were left. The robot said he would check the remaining amount of the camping axe item. He wondered if he should just throw something heavy at the orc. After all, it's not a given that an axe would be able to pierce his skin. Maybe he hit his knuckles with some kind of bowling ball. The robot said there were 15 camping axes left. He figured there weren't that many axes. He'd have to save that for later. He looked up and asked, when he got this one, there were already 15 axes? Where is it? He came to the warehouse and asked why the axes were duplicated. The drone said that the items presented here were created by converting real objects into information. Therefore, they can be duplicated. Even if lost or broken, they will not run out. He asked with a surprised expression, does he mean that there is an infinite supply of everything in this center? Having received a positive answer, the protagonist asked, does it mean that he does not need to think about how to use resources more economically? Something tells him that his shoulder will fall off before he kills the orc. The drone said that he does not need to do it himself. He can send it automatically outside the subspace. However, delivery is carried out once every 30 seconds. He can reduce the delivery time by improving his ability. How can he use this ability? The drone said that he should think about the necessary item and say delivery. The item will be sent automatically. He looked to the side, did as he was told, and at the same moment, an axe flew into the orc's head at great speed. He looked at the drone with a surprised expression, which threw the axe and asked, at what speed did he do it? Pax said that the current default delivery speed is 60 kilometers per hour. He was very surprised by what he heard and asked, so that's what the delivery speed meant? The drone agreed and said that he could adjust the speed if he wanted. Currently, the top speed was 75 kilometers per hour. To increase the top speed, he needed to upgrade the ability. MC asked how he could upgrade it. The drone said that he could upgrade the ability with magic stones. He looked at the dead orc and said that he needed a few items. After that, he put on lightweight combat boots and tactical pants. He also took out a detailed map of the metropolitan areas of Seoul and a pack of markers with 12 of them. On the map, he marked several different areas with markers. He looked at it, listed several areas, and asked, so, if we were to set out, then perhaps in this order? Since he was leaving from Gunpo, he needed to hurry if he wanted to get to his family. It would be long and difficult to walk, but he was lucky that he had something to get there on. Of course, a car or a motorcycle would be better, but in this situation, a bicycle was fine. He rode outside and thought that he hoped that they could last a little longer. Their little brother would be arriving soon. He rode through the ruined city for 30 minutes and killed 12 orcs. He thought that in that time and the number of monsters he had killed, he had learned two things. The first was his ability. He had no time to study it in depth, but after using it while hunting orcs, it turned out to be really useful. Pax threw an axe and hit the orc's shoulder. He got angry because of that and tried to destroy the passage to his subspace. Thought that he had missed. That was no surprise. It was hard to hit from a distance of 10 meters and had a recharge time of 30 seconds. However, these stats could be improved with magic stones. In addition, Pax's abilities weren't limited to delivery. There was a product return function that automatically attracted the items sent. He shook off his jacket and said that it was also a very useful thing. Regular items like axes didn't have to be returned. He didn't know how it worked, but it was possible to attract magic stones. He thought that it was a shame that it could only be obtained after the monster had died. The system notified that he had received one magic stone. Currently, he has 13 magic stones available. Jonghyun looked up and said that the return of goods is literally the return of the sent item. He does not send magic stones, but after killing a monster, it becomes his. How does this even work? Anyway, it is good that he put Pax in the subspace. As long as the subspace is maintained, there is no risk of dying here. He should quickly bring his family here. He came out of the subspace and thought that the second thing he learned was that the creatures that went beyond reason weren't just orcs. He looked at the flying monster and wondered what the hell that was. It had wings and it was bigger than an orc. It wouldn't be easy to kill. However, maybe it was all just his imagination? It was too loud. It seemed like he wasn't alone. Suddenly, he heard someone calling loudly for help. At the same time, a tired man was running through the city and was very scared when he saw a huge flying monster. It hit him with its tail and he fell to the ground. A guy was running towards him, loudly calling out for Choi and asking if he was okay. He needed to get up faster. He stopped because the monster landed next to them. He looked at it with a shocked expression on his face and wondered why it wasn't attacking him. Was the thinner Choi really its target? Maybe he seemed like an easier prey to it? That's why he's not interested in him. What should he do now? He squeezed the knife in his hand and wondered how he could distract this monster. What could he do with this tiny knife? Their attention was drawn to the main character, who turned on the flashlight on his bike. They both looked at him, and he threw an axe at the head of the monster standing next to him. They both were shocked by what happened and looked at the body of the fallen monster. The guy with a surprised expression thought, "Is that an axe? Did someone just kill a wyvern with an axe?" He rode up to them and said that he was very glad that it died from one blow. He rode closer to them, was about to ask something, but remembered the flashlight, covered it with his hand and asked, "Are they okay?" They silently looked at him in surprise and wondered, does he have a bike and a military uniform? Did he kill the wyvern with an axe while riding a bike? One of them asked, "He's a military man, right?" They bowed to him, and one of them said that he was very grateful to him for saving their lives. MC said that he was glad that he could help them, but he was not a soldier. As they could see, he was wearing a PAX uniform. Choi said that he mistook him for a soldier because of his clothes. The guy said that it didn't matter whether he was a soldier or not, he had amazing skills. Not everyone could kill a wyvern like that. He said that as he could see, he was knowledgeable about abilities. The guy agreed and said that he had some skills awakened too, although it was just some kind of driver ability. Considering the circumstances, he had the opportunity to use it. Choi laughed and said that he was a little jealous of them. He didn't have any special talents at all. The guy said that anyway, to think that they were helped here, it was really lucky. Is there really no one here at all? Choi agreed and asked. He did know that this was Block C, right? The logistics centers are located here, so a lot of people came here to begin with. However, there are also various monsters gathered here. Most of the people who came are dead. They were attacked and killed. Some were even eaten alive. Maybe only 10 or 15 people escaped. The survivors are in relative isolation in Block E of the underground terminal. They came from there. They were here looking for a road they could drive on. And they also wanted to get some essential supplies, but the building suddenly disappeared somewhere. Instead of talking here, if he has nowhere to go, he can join them. They are located on the 4th underground floor. There are no monsters there. At least he can sleep peacefully. They also have some food. Jonghyun looked at them and wondered if he should go with them. He hinted at transportation earlier. Did that mean they have working vehicles? He doesn't need food or a place to stay, but he does need information, especially about functioning transportation. He certainly doesn't trust them completely. He said that in that case, he can't refuse. He is grateful for their kindness. He thought that, however, they are also taking a risk and there is something more important. They continued down the road. He quietly took the magic stone into the subspace and thought that they still don't know about his ability. If something goes wrong, he can go into the subspace. However, it seems that there is no need to worry so much. They reached the parking lot where the man killed the orc. He looked at the newcomers and asked, "Who is this newcomer?" The protagonist looked at him with a worried look and thought that he was quite scary. Choi approached the others with a scared look and asked if they are okay. The man agreed and said that they have no casualties. Most likely, this monster wandered here by accident. It's lucky that he didn't notice them, so they dealt with it easily. No one was hurt, but this place can no longer be called safe. He looked at what was happening with a surprised expression and wondered, didn't they say that there are no monsters here? The man looked at him and asked, "By the way, who the hell is that?" Choi turned around and said that the man saved them from a wyvern. He used to work at PAX. The guy is really strong. He managed to kill that monster with an axe. There was not even anything left of the monster's head. A woman came up to him and said with a happy look that he saved Yongsu and Byung-chul. She doesn't even know how to thank him. The MC was surprised by this and said that he just did what he had to. They were very happy that he helped them. The man laughed and said that he was probably a little surprised, but he asked to let him explain. They have been working together for 10 years now. He has already become part of their family. He is glad to meet him. His name is Lee Jin-mok, the general manager of Daecheon Express Terminal. He bowed and said that he was grateful that he saved them. He looked at him, told him his name, and said that he was also glad to meet him. He said that he can feel at home here. Even though this place isn't 100% safe, it's still better than the surface. They have food and water from the logistics center. If he wants, he can eat or sleep peacefully while they're on duty. He can eat as much as he wants and not worry. They have a lot of supplies, but even if they run out, they'll just take more. Yongsoo came up to them, called him over, and said that he had something he wanted to tell him. The logistics center just disappeared into thin air. Everyone was very surprised by this, and Jin-mok asked with a shocked expression, "What did this mean?" Byung-chul said that he was serious. It literally disappeared. They decided to look around and came across a wyvern. The others said with surprised faces that this was impossible. How could this even happen? How could such a huge building disappear? Jin-mok said that with monsters walking around, it was simply impossible to stay like this at this time. One of them asked the manager what they should do now. He said that they had to clear the tunnel at all costs. If they stayed here, it would only get worse. They shouldn't despair, it was just that their time had come a little early. They had to clear the tunnel as soon as possible. The woman said with a determined expression that he was right. They were going to have to leave anyway. They had to try hard. They would succeed. Jonghyun apologized and asked what he meant by clearing the tunnel. Jin-mok looked at him and said that maybe he heard from them. They all lived in different places, so they needed transportation to get here. He asked, "So they had working cars?" The commander agreed and said that they had plenty of cars. The problem is that all the roads are blocked. The road to the north is blocked by a golf course, the east direction is littered with containers, and the southern Yeongdong Expressway is destroyed. The tunnel to the west is the only option, but a flock of wyverns has taken up residence there. Until today, they had been living on the food from the logistics center, but now they would have to force their way out. The protagonist thought, so there were vehicles. All that was left was to free the tunnel. Jin-mok called him and said that he didn't have to go there. All the blocked roads were for transport. A bicycle could be used to leave this place by another route. He refused and said that since he needed normal transport, he should help them. He thought that if there were only wyverns in the tunnel, that would be great. It would take some time, but he could destroy them with his ability. He laughed and said that he would go with them, despite the fact that he tried to dissuade him. However, he liked his attitude. He smiled and said that if he could help, he would do whatever was necessary. MC thought that. However, he couldn't show them his ability. They might seem kind, but he couldn't let his guard down. They, unlike him, were unlucky enough to be in a safe place. They had been fighting for their lives the entire time he was locked up. They had supplies in the logistics center, but they don't say how much supplies there are. They know the price of food and water. This is not information they can easily share with others. That's right, he should be careful too. He said that if they didn't mind, he would go and see what was going on with the tunnel and how many monsters were there. He thought that he could use his ability alone to clear the way. Maybe he could improve some of the abilities that were unlocked after killing the orc. He looked at the system windows and asked, with 5 magic stones, he could reduce the recharge time to 5 seconds? The system windows in front of him said precise delivery. When selecting a specific target, the exact delivery location is guaranteed. The cost is 10. Simultaneous delivery? He can send 2 items at once. The cost is 10. Automatic delivery. Automatically delivers the selected items. He can set the delivery time. The cost is 10. Jonghyun said with a surprised expression that he didn't quite get the point of automatic delivery, but the others were incredibly good. Such a great ability only requires 10 magic stones? How many magic stones does he have? He thought that he was glad that he didn't use all the stones at once. If he encounters a flock of wyverns, he can improve some things. Taking advantage of their caution, he said that he would go alone, calmly kill all the monsters and get the stones and improve his abilities to clear the way. However, he was sitting in the back seat and Yongsoo was in the front. He turned to him and said that it was dangerous to go there alone. He looked at him and said that it was okay. It wasn't him that was being chased by a wyvern back then. He said that this was different. He can't let him go, plus, he doesn't know the way. He believes that he can save them if something happens. The protagonist thanked him for his trust and asked, so this is his first time using his ability, right? Does he see its states and everything? He refused and said that he hasn't seen it since the ability awakened. However, he has an idea of how he should drive. He was a little worried and said that he can try driving. If all else fails, they will go on foot. He was very surprised because Yongsoo put one foot on the steering wheel and asked in a worried voice why he was driving like that. He said loudly that there were too many cars on the road and it was hard to see them. He looked ahead and said loudly that he saw a wyvern ahead. What should they do? Should they continue driving? MC said that he should wait. He couldn't see anything. He looked out from the side and noticed the head of a monster peeking out from behind the car. He turned to face it and asked loudly, what should he do? Should they continue driving? He used his ability to attack the monster and said loudly that he should look ahead. He also used a small portal to take the magic stone and said that he wasn't allowed to look back. Yongsu kept driving and said that he could already see the tunnel. Junyeom looked ahead and said that it was closer than he thought. He looked back and asked why he suddenly stopped. He looked ahead with a scared expression, called his name, and said that they seemed to be in serious trouble. He looked at the many monsters that were approaching them from different directions. He was very scared because of this and thought that this was the end. Even with an electric bike, they would not be able to escape from so many wyverns. They simply would not have time to reach a safe place. They could only believe in his abilities. Otherwise, they would be finished. The protagonist opened the system window and said that he could not hide it anymore. The system announced that the cost of upgrading was 10 magic stones. He called Pax and said that it should use the 5 remaining stones to reduce the recharge time. Yongsu turned to him and asked what he was doing now. All the monsters that had gathered around them ran towards them, which scared him very much. He used his delivery skill and attacked the monster that was about to attack him. When he defeated all the monsters, he called his name and said that everything was okay now. He turned to him and was about to ask something, but did not finish his question because he saw a portal to the subspace behind MC. The system notified that 1 magic stone was used. The recharge time was reduced by 5 seconds. Several such system windows appeared, and the current recharge time was 5 seconds. The drone said that in order to reduce the recharge time further, it was necessary to increase the level of the subspace. He used his ability to collect all the magic stones from the killed monsters and said that from now on he should not leave him. This was the only way he could protect him. Yongsu agreed with a surprised expression and wondered what kind of Pax was this and what kind of logistics center was this. He loudly warned him of the danger and immediately released his axes at the monster that was about to attack him. Other wyverns came to them from the darkness, which made a loud roar. One of them tried to attack Yongsu, but a small portal appeared between them, which stopped this monster. Because of fear, he fell to the ground, and the monster also fell back because of what happened. Immediately after that, the wyvern flew up. Junyeom threw an axe at it, but missed. The monster screamed loudly and angrily and flew towards him to attack. However, he opened a portal to his subspace and jumped inside. He was able to get inside, and the wyvern crashed into the barrier. Immediately after that, an axe flew out from there, which hit the head of this monster. Yongsu looked at it with a shocked expression and thought that this was simply unbelievable. From the Pax Logistics Center to the battle axes. He doesn't quite understand what happened, but he's sure of one thing. For him, these monsters are not a problem. He can handle freeing the tunnel without any difficulty. With the help of a car, in the current situation, you can get to the desired location relatively quickly and safely. The tunnel is only part of the route. Having passed through it, the monsters outside it will still not go anywhere. However, for him, everything is different. He only needs a car as a means of transportation. He envies it. With such an ability, he could quickly get to his family. However, how far does he need to go if he needs a car? He looked to the side and wondered, did the wyvern just run away? He said that it seemed like they considered him dangerous. The protagonist said that these reptiles are much smarter than they look. He thought that he wanted to improve the accuracy of delivery, but he was a little short of magic stones. He noticed a magic stone flying next to him. He asked, what kind of blue stone was it? He looked at it and asked, is this the first time he sees a magic stone? It is needed to improve abilities. Yongsu stood up, dusted himself off and asked, so abilities can be improved? He will try someday if the opportunity arises. He agreed and thought that this is why he did not take the stone from that orc. Maybe their abilities work differently from his? Said that to be honest, he did not expect that he had such an ability. Pax throws his axes like a gun. With that kind of power, he should be able to kill all the monsters, right? MC looked at him with a confused expression and asked, could he do it? He said that to be honest, he just wanted to inspect the tunnel. But if he was lucky, he would figure it out quickly. However, he didn't really want to show his abilities to everyone. Yongsu apologized to him and said that it seemed like he ruined all his plans. He said that he didn't need to apologize since he didn't know the way, so if he went alone, he wouldn't have made it here. He pointed to the side and said that it was time for them to go back. The wyverns had retreated for now, but they could come back and attack again. He asked, by the way, how far did he need to go if he needed a car? He stopped and said that he needed to go where his family was. The nearest stop was Gangnam and the final destination was Uijeongbu. He was surprised when he heard this and said that he needed to get to Indeokwan, which was on the way to Gangnam. If it wasn't too much trouble, could he come with him? Even if he got out through the tunnel, he wasn't sure he'd be able to get home safely. He knew that his ability was related to driving. He was a good driver, but he was a very bad fighter. However, he could fight monsters. Since they were on the same route, they could join forces. Gangnam was quite far, but he could get him to Indeokwan faster than anyone else. He might not be as much of a help as him. However, he promised that he wouldn't be extra luggage. He also had some food supplies. Jung Yum thought that it wasn't a bad idea. His driving skills were beyond doubt. However, more importantly, would it be possible to hide his ability from others? If they found out, he had no idea how they would react. Perhaps he is winding himself up too much? What if he is forced to do something against his will? The best way to avoid unnecessary fuss is to keep everything a secret. If you think about it, he can trust this guy. Even though he was being chased by a monster just now, he still decided to risk his life by going with him. He agreed and said that he asked him to take them to Indiaquan. However, he will clear the tunnel alone. The others might interfere and he didn't want them to know about his ability. So he asked to make it so that no one interferes. He needs to talk to the others for his sake. Yongsoo was happy about this and said with a smile that they wouldn't be stubborn if he asked them to. After a while, they came back, and he said loudly that they can all get out of here through the tunnel. He will clear the tunnel with the ability he awakened. They need to wait outside until he's done. They're probably wondering what kind of ability it is, but it's a secret. They just have to trust that he can do it. The protagonist looked at him with a shocked expression on his face and thought that this was simply unthinkable. How could he tell everyone about this? The others looked at him with surprised faces and asked if he could clear the tunnel alone. Should they just wait until he finished? Could he tell them how he was going to do it? He was worried about what was happening and thought that this was bad. They were already wary of him, but now he had said all sorts of things that could undermine their trust even more. What should he do now in this situation? It was too late to retreat, so he had to keep moving forward. He said that by tomorrow morning, he would clear the tunnel so that everyone could pass. He had been monitoring the situation and thought that it sounded unconvincing, but there were no other options. They were most likely running out of supplies, so the tunnel needed to be dealt with quickly. At least that way, they would worry less. Jin Mok called him by name and said that he wouldn't ask him about his abilities because he didn't see any point in it. Maybe he did it out of sympathy for them. If it was easier for him without them, they wouldn't bother him. The man brought him a box of supplies, and he said that while he was in the tunnel, they had collected some supplies so that he could eat. He risked his life for all of them, and all they could do was share the food. Now he was going to clear the tunnel alone. He was grateful to him for that. He also felt sorry that all they could offer was their gratitude. MC was surprised by his reaction and said that he just did it because it was necessary, so they shouldn't thank him. This food must have been saved for their families. It's okay, they can keep it. Yongsoo walked up to him, put his hand on his shoulder and told him that he should just accept it. It's not easy to give away the last things, so he might offend everyone by refusing. Besides, they're not the only ones with families. He also has relatives out there somewhere. He thought about his words until the other survivors said that it meant the tunnel would be clear by tomorrow morning. They'd finally get out of here, wouldn't they? Of course, how could it be otherwise? They took out bottles of alcohol and said loudly that they should open the hiding place and carry it faster. They should celebrate. Jin Mok said that he was sorry there was so little alcohol, but maybe it was for the best. They would drink just enough and then head out to their families tomorrow. They should drink to their safe arrival. The next morning, Jung Yum arrived at the tunnel and said that they didn't have to worry. Everything would be fine. All the survivors stood by him until he drove into the tunnel and said with a serious expression that he would be back. He drove closer to the tunnel, and immediately a lot of monsters started crawling out of it. He remembered his past when his father asked him when he was a child if the two of them were fighting again. He pointed to the side and said that she started it first. She always picks on him. His sister asked with a displeased expression on her face. When did that ever happen? Their father looked at them and said that they had fought so many times before and this started again. They started fighting, and he said that despite that, they were still close. He was an only child, so he had always envied the bond between brothers and sisters. So they have no idea how envious he was of both of them now. Even though they may hate each other now, there will come a day when they will understand how valuable and important family is. A loving heart, that's real. He didn't have time to finish because his wife came up to him from behind and asked with a displeased look, didn't she ask him to help with dinner? She kept wondering why it took him so long, and then this happened. At night, when everyone was celebrating, he was smiling and remembering his family. Jin Mok started crying after drinking alcohol and was loudly calling for his son. Another survivor came up to him and said loudly that someone should take the bottle from him. Some time passed and they all fell asleep on the floor. Yongsoo woke up because he was thirsty, looked around, noticed that the protagonist was not there and wondered where he went. He went outside, asked the people standing guard about it, and they said that he seemed to have gone out for some air some time ago. I wonder if he was uncomfortable? He walked further, went to the parking lot and found him there, standing by a truck. He came closer and asked, he must be tired, then why isn't he sleeping? Maybe it was uncomfortable for him to sleep there? MC said that it was not so. He just couldn't sleep. Yongsoo came closer and asked what he was doing. He looked inside the car and was very surprised when he saw that the entire car was filled with boxes of supplies. He was very surprised by what he saw, and he was standing next to him and said that he did not load the truck completely to make it easier to drive, but this should be enough. It was the last car. He was even more surprised by this and asked, does he mean to say that he completely filled 15 trucks with so many things? He closed the door and said that he asks him not to tell anyone about this. He immediately agreed and said in a surprised voice that he meant that even though he had the pack center at hand, he could not load so many supplies. Jonghyun said that it was okay because there were quite a lot of goods in the warehouse. Yongsoo thought that even so, throwing food around was so easy. Who the hell was he? At the moment, he stopped in front of the tunnel, created a portal, and the monster crashed into it. He looked at it from the other side and thought that he wished he could put these people in subspace. He remembered that he had asked Pax earlier if it was possible to put others in there. The drone had said that it was impossible at the current subspace level. If he upgraded the subspace to level 2, he would be able to put up to 20 people in there. In order to upgrade the subspace level, he would need 100 magic stones. He figured that the remaining wyverns in the tunnel were 40 at most. Some flew away 1 or 2 at a time, so it was unlikely that he would be able to upgrade the level. However, thanks to the precision delivery upgrade, he had managed to kill quite a lot of the monsters. Without it, there would have been fewer. If he wanted to put his family in the subspace, he would need to upgrade the level. His attention was drawn to one of the monsters standing in the distance. After a while, the survivors stood at the entrance to the tunnel, looked in and asked, he would be okay, right? If they tried to help, they would only make things worse. They should just wait a little longer. They had to watch. He was coming back. He actually came out of the tunnel and became very worried when they noticed that his clothes were all covered in blood. However, they were even more surprised when they noticed that the blood was from monsters and he was smiling. They all gathered together and Jinmok said that they all worked hard under an incompetent manager like him. He hoped that they all got home safe and sound. Yongsoo said that he was grateful to him for everything. They also hoped that he got home safely. The protagonist said that if there were any problems along the way, they could look in the cargo hold. He left a small gift. It seemed like they would like it. In that case, they should hurry to their families. They drove through the tunnel, then went their separate ways and said goodbye to each other. MC looked out the window and wondered what kind of wyvern was that. It disappeared so quickly, he didn't have time to get a good look at it. He was almost sure that it was a wyvern, but it looked different and was bigger. Maybe it was a leader or an adult. He heard something and asked what that sound was. They were driving on a road in a city where there were dead people lying on the ground. He looked at Yongsoo and thought that they had no choice. There were dead bodies scattered everywhere. Monster bodies, overturned cars, no normal road at all. However, this happens everywhere they go. Perhaps it's even harder for him. However, the fact that the soldiers' bodies are left lying like this on the streets means that the situation is worse than they thought. If he had finished serving in the army 3 months later, he could have been in their place. Yongsoo stopped the car, called him by name, and said that the barbed wire seemed to have been installed by the military. It seemed like they were trying to barricade themselves from something. They would have to take a different route. There should be another bridge they could cross. Jonghyun said that he should wait a minute. There was something at the end of the bridge over there. It seemed like they could see whatever they were trying to barricade themselves from. Yongsoo became very worried when he saw the monsters there and said that he was turning around. There should be another route they could use. He looked to the side and wondered what if they tried to get through there. He asked him to wait and asked if this car would be able to drive on that sidewalk. He agreed and said that it was narrow, of course, but in principle, there was a chance. The protagonist said with a small smile that he just thought of a good way to get through here. He should not turn the car around, they would go this way. They stood there as an orc ran towards them, growling loudly. This attracted the attention of a crowd of dogs, who attacked him in a crowd and killed him. Yongsoo was shocked by what he saw and asked, the idea he was talking about, did he understand him correctly? He wants to ride on this bridge? He agreed and asked, by the way, has he ever heard of a game where 3 races wage war on each other? It's a strategy game. He agreed and said that there was no one his age who hadn't heard of it. The protagonist said that in this game, there was the ability to customize maps and additional options at your discretion. His favorite map was the one where you had to fight off hordes of monsters using a limited amount of resources. So it turns out that the current situation reminds him a lot of that map. Yongsoo thought with a worried look, a map where you have to fight off hordes of monsters using a limited amount of resources? He pointed to the side and asked, could he turn the cargo hold towards that place? He did as he was told and started driving along the bridge, which attracted the attention of the monsters. He clicked on the system window and said that he, of course, wanted to try it, but he didn't think it would happen like this. The system announced that he had unlocked automatic delivery by using 10 magic stones. He had 27 magic stones available. He opened the door to the cargo hold. called Pax, and said that he should spend everything on improving the characteristics. The system announced that 5 magic stones were spent on increasing the delivery speed to 100 kilometers per hour. MC looked at the dogs standing nearby with a smile and said that if they had eaten their fill, they could come to him. It was time to play. The system announced that a 2-door refrigerator with a capacity of 830 liters was used. He released this refrigerator and hit several monsters at once. The system announced that he had received 12 magic stones. He thought that it was not in vain that he improved the delivery range and accuracy after clearing the tunnel. He could have thrown the axe since the precision delivery speed had also been improved, but after using it, he realized that precision delivery couldn't track changes in the target's route. The delivery direction was only adjusted slightly, and those dogs were incredibly fast. Even if he threw the axe at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, the monsters behind him would still be able to return. On top of that, they wouldn't stop attacking even if they saw one of their own kind die. Given the current situation, the optimal delivery interval was currently 2.5 seconds, so it was better to do just that. They wouldn't be able to dodge the refrigerator. Plus, it was not only big, but also heavy enough to knock them down. Plus, with the automatic delivery he had just improved, the process had become more convenient than ever. Now he didn't even have to keep an eye on what was happening. He called Pax and told him to keep up the good work. The dogs standing on the bridge began to bark loudly while looking at him. He threw the refrigerator again, and they were thrown in different directions. Yongsoo watched this and was shocked by it. He thought, did he just throw a refrigerator at them? He thought he only knew how to throw axes. Besides, the items flying out of the truck seemed to be the same. Even if it was a logistics center, what was the point of keeping so many of the same products? Maybe they somehow reappeared there? He had taken the axes away and reused them. But what the hell was going on with the refrigerators? This was just unbelievable. Jonghyun opened the door, called him by name, and asked if he wanted anything to eat. Yongsoo called his name and asked with a shocked expression if his supply was endless. He was a little surprised by this question and asked if he didn't know about it. He looked at him with a surprised expression and said that he thought he was collecting axes because there weren't that many, but it seemed like he had a lot. He got into the car and said that it wasn't that. If he hadn't taken it back, they would have just been lying on the road and could have hurt someone. Maybe he just misunderstood. He asked if it was true that his supplies were endless then. He agreed and asked if he wanted anything. Yongsoo said he wanted a sugar-free soda and a donut. They drove on and he said that he was ashamed anyway. He didn't even know what his powers were, but he was sharing his food with him like that. The protagonist looked at him and said that he was grateful to him for trusting him. He really appreciated it. If he needed anything, he could tell him. He laughed, thanked him, and said that it was okay though. Thanks to him for destroying the monsters, he would be back home soon. If they crossed the bridge, it would be an hour's drive. He was surprised by this and said that it meant he would be able to see his family very soon. Yongsoo agreed and said that he just hoped that nothing happened to him and him too. He looked at his clothes and said that, by the way, he can't show his family like this. It seems like it will take some time to sort everything out, but they should find him something new. Maybe he has any preferences? He laughed about it and said that he even helps him with clothes. He's not quite sure if he has what he usually wears. After that, they both changed their clothes, and MC said that almost all the problems were solved. There were a few things left. Yongsoo with a serious expression said that it was time for them to stop standing in one place and move on. He skillfully began to control the car and drove across the bridge very quickly. They passed the bridge, he looked in the rearview mirror and said that he should hold on tight, they will be there in 20 minutes. He made a sharp 180-degree turn and drove quickly down the road. After a while, he called out to him with a very tired look and told him that he should drive slower or he would throw up. Yongsoo called out his name and told him that they had arrived. He thought that the reason the building was in bad shape was because it was just old. The surrounding buildings were the same. Overall, this area was long overdue for restoration. There were only ruins of buildings left here, but there were no corpses in sight. This place was completely different from the street where the bodies were lying underfoot. That's right, his family was okay. He just needed to enter the password to open the door and get in. Just enter the password to open. He started shaking really badly out of fear, and Jonghyun looked at him and thought, he can't open it? He was driving so fast that they got here in about 15 minutes, although it usually takes an hour. That's how much he was in a hurry to see his family. He drove so fast just to see them. However, if there were only dead people inside, no matter what, he wouldn't be able to open this door. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that maybe he should ring the doorbell for him. Yongsoo thought about it with a very worried look and still asked him to do it. He walked up to the door and thought that no one wants to confirm the death of their family, even if the probability is small. If it were him, he would want someone else to open the door. Otherwise, he would prefer not to know the truth. He turned to him and said that he should get ready. He was about to say something, but for them, the door was opened from the other side. His wife and daughter were very surprised when they saw him and called out loudly. She looked at him with a very surprised expression on her face and asked, "Is it really him?" Yongsoo was very happy to meet his family. He started to cry and they hugged. He asked with a very happy expression on his face, how did she know to open the door? She also started crying with happiness and said that she heard sounds, looked through the peephole, and when she saw that it was him standing on the other side, she opened the door. He said that he was very glad that they were safe. His daughter was also crying and said that he should not leave them alone anymore. His wife looked away and asked who came with him. He turned to him and said that it was the benefactor who helped him get here safely. Suddenly, the protagonist fell to the ground due to overwork. He became worried about this and started calling his name loudly. He could not do anything and thought that he should not sleep here. But he can't anymore. He was lost in memories when he asked his dad why he wasn't crying. He turned to him and said with a small smile that parting does not always bring only sadness. The more time they spend together, the more they experience affection, gratitude, regret, longing, all these feelings. So the moment of parting does not necessarily have to be sad. He feels, rather, gratitude. Because he has experienced true love. When he gives without asking for anything in return, it's hard to understand, but someday, when he grows up, he'll realize that love isn't easy to give or receive. After some time, MC's sister hit him in the face with a pillow, causing him to fall to the floor. He screamed loudly in pain and asked why she was hitting him. She looked at him with a displeased expression, called him an idiot, and asked what he was even talking about. She put the pillow under him to make it soft. He ran away from her and loudly said that he hated her and would tell Dad everything. She said with a happy expression that he was losing, and Seoul had once again defended her championship. Dad said that in his opinion, however, it seemed like they were on good terms. Even though he was the youngest now, and his older sister was annoying him, there would come a day when he would understand how valuable and grateful family is. And he would also understand that the love he had in his heart. He didn't have time to finish speaking again because his wife came up to him and said loudly that she had asked him to come over and help her cook dinner. Did he even do anything? She called Kim Joo-young and said that she should put her phone away and come over to eat. Did she like some boy? She's been on her phone a lot lately. She came to the table and said that she was in middle school and that her friends were currently communicating via text messages. They were all watching TV when a boxing fight was on. Their mother said that they were watching TV again and that she couldn't even watch TV series. The older brother called Seoul and asked, she will go to high school next year, right? She agreed, and he said that there might be a boxing or sports club there. She could try enrolling there. She agreed with a smirk and said that it was only because of that she had decided on the school. After some time, MC grew up and went to middle school and happily thought that he was finally here. He looked at the students walking next to him with their perfectly clean suits. He looked down and noticed that his clothes weren't that clean, but he was still happy with his uniform. After that, he and another guy were attacked by other students in the restroom and were getting beat up hard. Seoul came to them, grabbed one of the attackers by the hand, and looked at them with a serious expression. She got really angry because of this and squeezed his hand hard. She looked at her brother and said that this wouldn't do. From now on, he would exercise with her in the mornings. After that, he really started exercising. After a while, their father looked at his phone screen and said loudly that Joo-young got into medical school. Her brother and sister turned to them with surprised faces and simultaneously said loudly that they couldn't believe it. After a while, Jung-yun was writing something on the keyboard and his father called his name and said that it looked like it had finally arrived. He turned to him and asked if it really arrived. He took the document from his hands and it was written on it that it was a notice of enlistment for military service. When he went to the army, his family came to see him off and his mother said that he should take care of himself. He should not lose heart. They continued to wave to him, and when he turned around, he began to cry because of sadness. At the present time, he woke up lying on the floor. He immediately got up and began to look around. He wondered with a worried look, what kind of place was this? Had he really fainted? He clearly remembers how Yongsoo met his family. He took out an axe from his subspace and the woman who was next to him asked, was he already awake? He turned around at the voice and saw that she and her daughter were sitting at the table and looking at him with puzzled faces. He looked around the room and saw that Yongsoo was sleeping on the floor next to him. His wife asked how he felt. He suddenly fainted and then immediately fell asleep. He slept so well that they didn't bother to wake him up. He put his axe back into subspace and asked how long he had slept. She said that it hadn't been that long, only about 3 hours. Her husband told her about him helping him get here. She was very grateful to him since they could finally be reunited. He felt embarrassed about it and said that she shouldn't thank him, since her husband had helped him a lot too. Yongsoo woke up and said that compared to all the help he had received, he couldn't say that he had helped at all. He had saved his life. She got up from the table and said that they must be hungry, so they should eat first and then talk. Her husband insisted on eating with him, so he still hadn't eaten. He looked at him with a smile and said that they should go eat. The protagonist also smiled and happily agreed to it. He saw the prepared dish and with a surprised expression on his face thought, "Is this stewed sorry?" She said that she was not sure that this dish would be to his taste. She would have loved to cook something else, but she did not have the necessary ingredients. He thanked her and said that there was no dish more luxurious than this. She and her daughter began to leave and said that she and her daughter had already eaten, so they should not worry and enjoy their lunch. They went into another room and he thought that they did not need to go so far. Yongsoo looked at him and wished him a pleasant appetite. He agreed, tried the dish, and was very surprised when he felt this taste. He thought that it was incredible. He felt a surge of emotions. A real feast of flavors was felt on the tip of his tongue. How did she manage to balance the sweet and oily taste of deep-fried kimchi? The piquant taste of ordinary sari and kimchi remains in his mouth. No wonder this dish gives off a cozy feeling. He finished eating, put the spoon down and said it was really delicious. He thought that since the world went into chaos, or rather since he was discharged, out of all the food he's eaten in the past 3 months, this is the most delicious. It's on par with the kimchi stew his mom makes. Yongsoo called him over and asked. He said he was going to Gangnam, right? MC agreed and was about to say something, but he immediately said he'll take him there. He'd already talked to his wife. When he told her he was going to find his family, she asked, "Are they the only family that matters?" He asked him to wait and said Gangnam wasn't his final destination. He was planning to go to Uijeongbu, so he needed a car. He said they understood that very well, so he'd have a condition. First of all, they needed to talk outside. They walked out to the truck, and Jonghyun asked if he meant that they would ride the truck to Gangnam. And once they got there, he would ride the electric bike back. The condition was that he had to give him his bike when he needed it. Yongsoo agreed and said that maybe giving him his bike wouldn't help him much, but if he didn't mind, he would take it to Gangnam as fast as he could. He looked at him and thought, why would he take such a risk? Of course, he could outrun any monster. However, regardless of his driving skills, the situation was extremely dangerous. And since he had already met his family, and even brought them supplies, there was no point in him taking such a risk. He called him by name, and said that he had come all this way for his wife and daughter. He didn't understand why he was trying to help him. Yongsoo was surprised by this, and said that he had saved him, and he owed him his life. So, why couldn't he help him? If it weren't for his help, he wouldn't have been able to get here and died in that tunnel. He's just trying to help as much as he can. Also, aren't they in the same situation? Even though good abilities have awakened in him, it doesn't mean it's easy for him. Even though the world has become like this, they still held on to the idea of family. Like him, for example, when they were passing that dangerous tunnel. He's in the same difficult situation. Wouldn't it be better if they helped each other survive? He feels like it would be a bit presumptuous of him to help him, but he doesn't have to worry too much. If things get worse, he'll run away without hesitation. He's not stupid enough to give up on his life and family. The protagonist remembers that earlier, when he was driving into the tunnel, he noticed through the window that he saw a car with the ignition keys inside. He calls out his name and says that from what he saw, his ability is subspace. Nothing can enter there without his permission. As long as the subspace is maintained, the goods in the logistics center can be copied. Yongsoo agrees and says that he knows, since he explained it to him before. He says that if he wants to help him, he has conditions too. First, his destination is Gangnam, Uljiro, Dongbong, and then Uijeongbu. He asks him to stay with him until he meets his family at the final destination. Second, he can't do it alone. If he strengthens the subspace, there will be people able to stay there. He can have him and his wife and daughter live there. So if he wants to go, he can take his family with him. Thanks to capturing the mutants, he will be able to upgrade the subspace level just in time. If he helps him look for his family, he will be able to protect them. Yongsoo laughed and called him by name. He started to put on his sunglasses and said that he would bring his wife and daughter, and they will leave right away. The system announced that it was necessary to spend 100 magic stones to upgrade the subspace level to 2. Does he want to continue? There are currently 116 magic stones. After upgrading the subspace level, there will be 16 left. The subspace level upgrade rate is 43%. The subspace has reached level 2. The subspace maintenance cost will be adjusted. 6 magic stones are needed per day. As the subspace level increases, the number of people it can accommodate increases to 20. As the subspace level increases, it can store items directly in front of it. The storage capacity is 1. MC looked at it and said that the service fee of 6 stones was quite high. He would check it later. The system alerted that an outsider was trying to enter the subspace. Would he allow Lee Jisoo, Lee Yoojung, and Lee Yongsoo to enter? He gave his permission, and the 3 of them were able to enter. They were all very surprised as they started looking around. He looked at the robot passing by and called out to Pax. He pointed at it and said that if they needed anything while they were here, they could just call him. They could check his supplies, and he would bring them if necessary. There was also a fresh food center here, so they had access to almost all the ingredients. She asked with a surprised expression, was he allowing them to take any items and food from here? Every product was priceless, so could they use it? He said that it was fine since the supply was endless. Since everything can be duplicated, they can feel free to take whatever they want. He should rest for now. They will leave in about half an hour. He will check how he managed to improve his abilities for now. If they have any questions, they can feel free to ask. Youngsu called his daughter and asked if she wanted to play princess with him. It had been so long since they had played. Lee Jisoo said that she would bring something to eat later. He turned away from them and said that now he needed to see what new abilities he had. The system announced that it cost 50 magic stones to unlock. The laboratory in the subspace is new. He can create a laboratory in which he can combine, classify, and transform items registered in the subspace. Simultaneous deliveries too. The protagonist wondered what his power was. A system window appeared in front of him saying, Personal Subspace Level 1. Description. He can place an object in front of him in the subspace. Number of available slots, 1. His ability is Subspace. He can send anything there and access that object or subject at any time, and no one will enter the subspace until he allows it. Perhaps this was the limit of his original abilities. When the logistics center went into his subspace and the PAC's artificial intelligence and the operating system merged, his capabilities went beyond simply opening and closing the subspace, resulting in new functions. A typical example is delivery, which throws out goods at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. After the merger, the abilities of the subspace became simply fantastic. Therefore, he did not think that any special abilities would be added, even if he increased his level. However, the system said that as the subspace level increases, he can store items directly in front of him. Storage capacity, 1. The protagonist looked at the system window that appeared in surprise and wondered if there was anything else that could be added to the subspace besides packs. And not only that, the system window said unlock, cost, 50. The laboratory in the subspace is new. He can create a laboratory in which he can combine, classify, and transform items registered in the subspace. He thought that he can actually create a research lab that can combine, classify, and transform goods registered in the subspace? What else could this mean? So create new goods by combining old ones? In any case, he is sure that when he levels up, he will get even cooler perks. He wants to check out all the new possibilities, but alas, he does not have enough magic stones. Well, now he can confirm the following. When he first put Pax in the space, he thought he was crazy and said the first thing that came to mind. In fact, Pax was completely preserved in the subspace. If this subspace could really contain anything, there was something to try. After that, he placed his hands on his waist and said, Earth. The system reported that the target was determined. Did he want to save? He ordered it to be done. Then the system reported that he failed to save the Earth in the subspace. The target was outside the application's range. He clicked his tongue and said that as he thought, it wouldn't work. At that moment, Yongsu came up to him and called him, looked at the map in his hands, and announced that he looked at the route to Gangnam. He thought it would be better to take this big road. The protagonist turned around and agreed with him, but then asked, didn't he say that he was going to play with his daughter? He answered about it. He turned around, looking at his daughter, Yujung. She was sleeping peacefully on the floor, surrounded by toys. He said that she felt safe, so after playing for a while, she immediately fell asleep. It's a bit late, but thank you very much, Jung-yum. The protagonist smiled and said that he helps him, and he helps him in return. It's all fair. He confirmed that this is also true. Balance, as they say. He will help as much as he can, basically. After some time, they were driving in the car, and the MC cautiously looked out the window, telling him to wait. He had a bad feeling about him suddenly becoming so serious. Then he looked at him in surprise, and Yongsu smiled and replied that the only thing he could help with was driving. But he could definitely drive faster than anyone else. The protagonist asked, is it possible not to speed? He replied that since he was helping, there was no way. Well, then they will drive even faster. These words brought tears to the protagonist's eyes, and then they abruptly drove forward. They arrived at a city with destroyed buildings, and the MC said that it was quieter here than on the main road. It seemed that there were more monsters where there were people. Yongsu agreed with him and said that he didn't know there was such a road on the way to Seoul. I think this area dates back to the Bronze Age or something like that. That's why it wasn't in such a bad state. The road is a bit uneven, but there are no monsters or strange people here. The protagonist, with a tired face, replied that he agreed, but he wished this road would end soon. Then Yongsu looked ahead in surprise and said that there were military barricades. Are there even iron spikes? Do we think the military is still there? There is a military unit nearby. The protagonist assumed that they are unlikely to be soldiers. He looked out the rearview window and added, the equipment and weapons are indeed military, but these guys don't look like servicemen. It seems that they were hiding somewhere and watching them approach. It will be difficult to get out. Yongsu anxiously asked what to do. He replied that he will open a small portal under the steering wheel, so please, he should go there. If they had the intent to kill, they would have started shooting right away. At that moment, several soldiers got out of their car, holding guns in their hands. They approached the protagonist's van. He looked out the window and noticed that there were 3 of them. Sok-jun came to the window and said, "The idiot driver, he so wanted to see the tires burst." He asked what was going on. He answered, "That's it. This is a test." He must follow from his car and open the trunk to check. Protagonist did as he was ordered, and the soldier looked in surprise at the huge number of boxes of tuna and said, "What a stroke of luck. So he is a courier. Is this all his?" He confirmed it, and then Jun threw the gun over his shoulder and said that he guessed wrong. It is not his, it belongs to them now. MC thought so. Their goal was food and supplies. The soldier asked where he got this stuff. He answered at the logistics center, but if they decide to get there, they will not be able to. The roads leading there are destroyed and blocked. If they need more supplies, he can bring them. Jun asked how much food there is. He replied that they saw barely 1% of the total supplies. He was surprised, really? He confirmed it, and then Taekyung looked at the watch on his hand and said that time is up. Jun turned to him and asked, "Already?" He then said that he thought they had no other choice. Kyung, he should take the food. His subordinate agreed with him, and then the protagonist was surprised. "Time is up? What?" Jun told Min-gyu to take care of the truck, and he would take care of this one. MC looked at him in surprise, but the next second a powerful fist hit his stomach. He sobbed in pain and then fell to his knees. Ju took out a bag and put it on the protagonist's head. After a while, Jun entered Tim's office and introduced himself. He said that he could come in, and then asked, "Is it him?" Jun confirmed this and added that he said that he brought everything from the logistics center. There was no time left, so he brought him here. Tim then offered to take a look. The bag was removed from the protagonist. He winced from the bright light and saw a sign on the table that said Commandant. Looking to the side, he thought, a soldier's corpse. I wonder where they brought him? Tim flicked the ash from his cigarette and said that he heard from the guys that he brought the products on his truck, right? And they said that he came from the logistics center and was the only one who can get there. How is that? 1% is true? The protagonist confirmed this and explained that he collected it from the Gunpo Logistics Center. Tim remarked that this was clever. He also needed to look in a place like this in the beginning. The protagonist then asked where he was. What was going on? The commandant tilted his head back and asked, "What do you think?" Obviously, this is a military unit. What was it called? Communications Command. MC suddenly realized, the Ministry Communications Command. Then Tim put out his cigarette and said, "Really, I think that's the name of a military unit." Well, he wasn't in the military, so he doesn't know for sure. And as for what's going on, Jun interrupted him and said to wait. It's almost 6 o'clock already. Let him watch too? It's easier to show than to explain. The protagonist thought, him? Then he looked to the side in surprise. The light in the room changed and Tim said they've already arrived. MC said, "That sound is wyverns?" He looked out the window and saw several wyverns flying in the sky. He thought, what are those? Wyverns too? Such huge ones. Tim asked, "Are they big, huh?" These creatures are very dangerous. He thought he was pretty strong, but he doesn't even stand close to them. It felt like all his attacks were being blocked by something. He pointed his finger to the side and asked, "Can he see that soldier whose forehead is smeared on the wall?" He heard from him that the soldiers had their own plan. They wanted to attack them with guns, but they all died. But if even his abilities don't work, how can bullets work? So the soldier said that they were recruiting people to fight monsters. But when he came here, he saw that these brave soldiers died. Funny, huh? Anyway, now he's in charge here. He shouldn't get him wrong. He didn't kill him. He thinks he knows a lot of useful stuff. But maybe he's not in the best shape right now because he hasn't been fed for a long time. Then he suggested going back to their sheep. This place has weapons and everything, but unfortunately no food. So he goes with the guys to the logistics center and gets them food. They'll leave tomorrow morning. If he does well, they'll accept him as their own. It's good for both of them. They can protect him from these monsters. And then the protagonist lowered his head and said that he had thought about what he could take. This seemed like the perfect place. Pax. He should send the Ministry's Communications Command into subspace. Tim wondered, what was he talking about? Had he completely lost his mind? The next second he was already sitting in his chair and the building around him disappeared. His eyes widened in surprise and he asked, "What the hell happened?" The others were looking around, and he asked, "How did this happen? Where did the building go?" After that, the protagonist emptied the contents of his stomach and thought, damn, just like when he hid Pax in the subspace, is this a side effect of packing in the subspace? We need to cut the rope quickly. Jun at that moment looked up at the sky in fear, his face covered in sweat, and he said, "They're flying from there." Several wyverns were reflected in his pupils, heading straight for them. One of the monsters opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly. Jun ran in the opposite direction and shouted that they needed to run. Tim screamed that they were idiots. They should shoot. First they need to get rid of the small ones, and then they will all take down the big ones together. If gunfire doesn't help, he will use his power. So everyone, get here quick. Then he frowned and muttered, traitors. A huge wyvern landed next to him, and he looked in horror at the monster, which looked back at him. At this moment, the protagonist opened a portal and walked inside, supporting the injured soldier by the shoulder. The system reported that outsiders were trying to enter the subspace. Would he allow Han Kyung-ho to enter? He replied that he would, and then said that he was feeling dizzy. Looking at the injured soldier, he frowned and thought that he had managed to safely enter while the others were distracted. But next time, he would have to think about the consequences when putting something into the subspace. If he put something away at an emergency moment, he might die. Then he turned around in surprise and saw a monster staring at him. He thought, why is this thing staring like that? Then Tim began to attack the monster and shouted that it should die. Stupid lizard. He also leveled up, so he was no longer as soft as before. He was not a coward who runs away. After that, the protagonist walked further into the subspace and said that he was having a hard time. Young-soo ran up to him and asked worriedly, is he okay? The protagonist put the military man on the floor and said that everything was fine. He was surprised. And this? The protagonist replied that he thought it was a military officer. It seemed like he was tortured by bandits and his condition was not very good. He needed to be put on a bed so that he could rest. Young-soo said that he would help. After a few moments, they put the wounded man on the bed, and the MC put his hands on his waist and sighed heavily. Young-soo said that he thought there was no serious injury or bleeding. He said that he was attacked by some bandits. He replied that it seemed that way. He didn't see it himself, but the people who captured him said so themselves. However, he heard that he was in bad condition from the beginning because he was starving. As soon as he woke up, he needed to be fed at least something. Oh, and soon a new building would appear in the subspace. Young-soo replied that he was just about to ask suddenly. He turned to the side and the protagonist thought, outside the window? He asked, what kind of building is that? Does it look really big from the outside? The protagonist looked out the window in surprise and said, that's it. He didn't know it was that big. In fact, he couldn't see what it was like from the outside because they put a bag over his head. Young-soo cried out in surprise. What? He replied, there was something he needed to check. Could he keep an eye on that person for a bit? He replied, sure. Then he wished him a safe trip. He thought in surprise that he had moved the military base, and now he was going there. Meanwhile, MC got on his bike and rode forward. He thought that there were always a lot of useful things in the base, from weapons, ammunition, explosives, strategic materials like gas masks to military equipment. In an apocalyptic world, there was no better place to survive. However, it would be difficult to use just like a logistics center. In the center, Pax is in charge of everything and he can deliver things to him, but at the base, there is an armory, warehouses. If you need something, you will have to look for it yourself. The problem is that he is not aware of the structure of the base. He did not know how big it is. Then he frowned and said, damn, it is bigger than the center. He thought, by the way, the problems will start when he finds weapons and ammunition. It is Young-soo, who has no combat skills, who will have to use the weapon. Then he opened a portal, and Young-soo, taking a bicycle, said that he will help. The protagonist told him to be patient a little longer. He needs to get ammo from the ammunition warehouse. He thought, when will they be able to pick up weapons and ammunition? Then he added that he should take into account that the supplies are not unlimited, like in the logistics center. It is better to use weapons sparingly. It will require a lot of manual work. Then he went into the portal, and Pax flew up to him and said that this is not true. MC was surprised. Has he been here for a long time? He replied that this subspace is programmed by the logistics system of the AI company Pax. So this newly annexed Sector 2 is also considered as a type of logistics warehouse, and it is handled in a similar manner. The protagonist stopped his bike and asked, what? He replied that it is currently being analyzed. Once the classification of the product codes for all the objects existing in Sector 2 is completed, it can be used as goods in Sector 1. He said, does this mean that rifles and ammunition can be copied and sent, just like products in a logistics center? Pax replied that this is correct. The protagonist asked in surprise what? Pax then said, however, as he already mentioned, the data is currently being analyzed. The current process is 0.81%. He asked how long it will take to complete. He replied that it is difficult to give an exact forecast. It all depends on the specific item. He must say what goods he needs. First, he will assign codes to these goods. If he has any goods he wants to purchase, the protagonist replied, firearms and ammunition, grenades, a vehicle, and fuel. Pax explained that he would first assign codes to the items he named. It would take about 10 minutes. He asked if it was possible to prevent someone else from ordering these items. He confirmed it. He could restrict the rights to order these items. MC said that was good. Then he thought, it wasn't that he distrusted Young-soo or his family, but that military man. He then said, well, now that they have the weapons and vehicles, he hopes the situation outside. He looked through the portal that opened, where the wyverns had dealt with the military. After that, he continued, it will somehow work itself out. Although it was unlikely, there were too many monsters to get rid of, and he didn't think they could take out this big guy. So, the only way After a few moments, Youngsu put on his gloves and said so much time had passed since his demobilization, and here he was shooting again. There was a box of guns in front of them, and the protagonist picked up the machine gun and said that he had ordered boxes of ammunition. They had 10,000 rounds of ammunition. If the gun broke, he could just throw it away and get a new one. It would be nice if the clip was installed into the gun right away, but unfortunately, it was not registered in the system like that. He could shoot, right? Youngsu reached for the gun and said, "You could say that, by the way. There were so many things here that they could test his reservist skills on. It would probably be faster to show than just explain." He then looked through the scope and fired, hitting a wyvern in his path. He then fired another shot and attacked another wyvern. He continued firing. After a while, his gun turned red from the heat. He then sighed and said, "It was quite difficult to fire a quick volley at once. Did they manage it?" MC frowned, looked ahead and replied, "Not yet." He was surprised. What? He doesn't see any standing ones here. And where did the big ones go? The protagonist asked in response, "Big ones?" He saw a couple of impressive ones. At that moment, a huge wyvern was above the portal. Youngsu looked at the wyvern corpses and thought, no matter how hard he looked, he still couldn't find them. Did he hide or something? Then the protagonist said that they would do this. Maybe this guy is waiting for them outside, so they will first put out a decoy, like a remote control toy. If there is no reaction, then they can just move on. And if the monster does show itself, then they can set up an ambush. Youngsu said, "Okay, it doesn't hurt to be careful. But will a remote control toy be able to cope with the role of bait?" MC said that he has a plan. After some time, they put a mannequin of a person on some remote control toy cars and, armed with remote controls, sent it into the portal. The next second, a huge claw of the monster pierced the mannequin, and Youngsu noticed it was really hiding. This guy is also interested in military reserves. Then he looked ahead in surprise, seeing a huge mouth of a monster that rushed towards them. The protagonist looked through the sight of his gun and shouted, "Shoot!" After that, they opened fire, and everything in front of them was covered in smoke. A few moments later, the monster screamed loudly. Youngsu asked in surprise how he was still standing. MC was surprised, withstood the bullets. Did he really have that thick skin? Then he remembered the commandant saying that he felt like all his attacks were being blocked by something. He thought he understood what he meant. That's right. There was no damage not because he had thick skin, but because something was blocking the attacks. After that, a grenade flew at the wyvern's feet. The protagonist said, "Okay, they'll see who wins. Is he stronger in defense or are their attacks more powerful?" By the way, they have endless supplies here. After that, many powerful explosions were heard, and Youngsu also threw a grenade, shouting for him to eat this too. The explosions continued, and after a while, Youngsu, leaning on his knees, breathed heavily and said that he didn't know throwing grenades was that hard. The protagonist grabbed his shoulder and confirmed it, saying that his shoulder was about to fall off. The next second, a huge monster's face appeared right in front of them, and it swung its paw. The protagonist thought that they had sent a whole arsenal of explosives at him, and he just got a little scratch on the skin? What kind of creature is this? Then the monster disappeared into the smoke, and Youngsu asked, "Did it go away?" MC answered uncertainly, "Yeah, it looks like it did, but it's unlikely because of their attacks. In any case, the monster retreated, so it's time for them to get out of here too." "Can he drive at night?" He answered, "Of course." After some time, they set off, and Youngsu, driving the car, said that he was still in shock from this huge wyvern. The protagonist replied that he agreed with him. He thought that they had to detonate dozens of grenades to somehow injure it, although you can't call them wounds. What if they encounter even stronger creatures? What weapon should they use against such monsters? Of course, a grenade contains gunpowder, but since they are designed to destroy effectively, it is a weapon that is more dangerous in terms of fragmentation than in terms of explosive force. But other explosives, the result of this can be unpredictable. If you use a rocket, the explosion will be huge, but innocent people may suffer. What to do then? Then he leaned his cheek on his hand and thought. In addition, even if the firepower is great, there is no guarantee that one rocket will kill the monster, and then he will become the real monster. A compromise is needed, an analog of a rocket, but which will not cause much damage to the area. To strike with something extremely heavy or something extremely fast? Rifles and grenades are the only option now, alas, totally alas. Well, of course, one more thing. He needs to constantly strengthen his abilities. By the way, they just recently finished off several wyverns, so there should be enough stones for improvement. Then he looked thoughtfully at the system window, which said there were 314 magic stones available. He shouted in surprise, "What?" He thought in surprise, when did they collect so many? He felt like there were a lot, but did wyverns really drop such fancy loot? Lucky him. The system reported that he had used 25 magic stones. The delivery speed would be increased from 100 kilometers per hour to 150 kilometers per hour. He used 25 magic stones to reduce the delivery time from 5 seconds to 1 second. He used 50 magic stones to increase the number of items that could be sent at once from 2 to 4. He used 25 magic stones to increase the delivery range from 25 meters to 50 meters. He thought 4 items sent at intervals of 1 second. The number of available magic stones had increased. The abilities were becoming more and more powerful. The system reported that there were 189 magic stones remaining. He thought there was still something to improve. The system window said that he used 50 magic stones to open the subspace lab. He thought that he was wondering what it was. He wanted to try it. Maybe he should stop the car first. He then turned to Yongsoo and said that he needed to check something. They needed to stop for a while. He replied that if they drove a little further, they would get to Gangnam. In any case, there weren't that many monsters around, and he could drive further. He could go alone. The protagonist asked in surprise, "Is he sure?" "It's too dangerous." He replied that he rarely gets the chance to drive. If he's really worried, how about just leaving the portal open and keeps going? Then MC looked out of the portal and said that it worked. Yongsoo stated that if something happens, he'll just enter the portal. He shouldn't worry. He needs to go. He replied that he understood, but he still needs to be careful. Then he entered the subspace and thought that at first glance, it didn't look that special. It was just different from other spaces. Then he said, "Okay, what is this ability?" He looked at the system window and said thoughtfully, "Combination. Does that mean that if you combine the rifle and the clip, it can be registered as a single product?" Pax flew up to him and confirmed it. Then the protagonist continued, "And the separation means that he can register the grenade by removing the safety ring from this?" This was confirmed, and the protagonist asked, "Won't it explode then?" Pax explained that products registered in the subspace exist as data while in the warehouse. Unless he uses the grenade to ship or place an order, it will not undergo any physical processes. The protagonist thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and said that this is useful to know. He must register the grenade by removing the safety clip and pin. Pax said that he used 15 magic stones to register the new item. MC thought that he couldn't create something that could defeat a giant wyvern, but there were no options yet. Then he put his finger on the system window and asked, "By the way, should he register a rifle with a clip inserted? It would be nice to use 2 clips without any hassle." Then he wondered if that was the case, he would be able to make a powerful weapon, more powerful than a missile, that would not cause much damage to everything around. Meanwhile, Yongsoo stopped near a huge wall made of cars. He asked, "What is this? A wall of cars? What the hell?" At that moment, the protagonist leaned out of the portal and asked, "Is everything okay?" He answered, "There were no monsters, not a single one." But there was something that puzzled him greatly. Someone completely blocked the road with cars. It will not be easy to pass. He thinks he will have to turn around. The protagonist answered that there is no need. And so it happened that he just created a new weapon. Yongsoo was surprised. A new weapon? He then looked ahead in surprise and saw several weight plates stacked up and flying forward, hitting the car mountain and sending it flying in all directions. Yongsoo's eyes widened in surprise and he said, "What the hell did he create?" The man then asked what happened. "Did the wall fall?" The man next to him furrowed his brows and replied that it was sturdy. It couldn't just fall down. He was then surprised to see the headlights of a military car and asked, "What? The military?" The partner clarified, "The military?" At this moment, MC rolled down the window and asked if Nurse Kim Ju-young was here. He remembered Sol flying into him with both feet and yelling, "That's a drop kick, bro." Ju-young, who was doing her homework, turned to them and told them to be quiet. She is number 1 in the Kim sisters. Because of them, she can't study for the exam. Sol asked in surprise, was she sick? Why did she suddenly start studying so hard? She asked, "What's surprising?" The protagonist turned to his sister and said that she clearly wasn't feeling well. Maybe they should tell their mother? Ju-young screamed that she just decided to study. What's wrong with that? Ju-young is 8 years older than him. He was 7 when she decided to pull herself together and devote time to studying. She is one of those who could not sit through half a lesson without going crazy from boredom, because such a change worried the whole family. Then her mother entered the room and, putting her hand on her chest, excitedly asked Ju-young what happened. She replied that everything was fine. Sister started doing this for a pretty normal reason. She said she had a dream. She showed a book and said that even if the world ended tomorrow, she wanted to take care of the sick until the very end. Sol looked at her mother, pointing her finger at her sister, and shouted that in her opinion, she is not sick. She is just crazy. Maybe she should call the paramedics? However, her desire turned out to be more than just a childish dream of a middle school student, and her grades were getting better and better in high school. After some time, her father shouted that she got into medical school. MC and her sister were very surprised, and the result of hard work was successfully passing the medical exam. Meanwhile, Ju-young covered her mouth with tears in her eye and said, "How did he get here? Is he not injured?" The protagonist, also bursting into tears, said, "Thank heavens." Yongsoo, looking at them, said that it was amazing. MC hugged his sister and said that he was very glad that she was alive. Wiping away a tear, he added, "By the way, they should greet each other properly. This person helped him a lot. He only got here thanks to him." Yongsu bowed and introduced himself. Ju-young did the same, and then thanked him for helping her brother. Then she reached into the pocket of her robe and said that they should wait a minute. She wants to treat them. She has a chocolate bar here. The protagonist put his hand in front of him and told her to keep it for herself. They have already eaten a lot of chocolate bars. There is something more important. A patient. Ju-young hit her chest and shouted, "Where?" "He must bring him here immediately." He replied that this person is not here. He is in a space that can only be entered with his power. She was surprised. Power? Wow, he awakened. He confirmed it. In order for them to enter the space, he must open the entrance. It would be strange if an outsider saw. She looked back and said that it was impossible to move around here secretly now. The protagonist asked, "Is there no private room at all?" After a while, they walked inside the building and reached the restroom, then went inside. Jo-young said in surprise, "Oh my god, what's going on? Is this building also part of his power?" The protagonist, walking forward, explained that he will tell everything, but later, okay? Now they need to go. After a while, they approached the patient, and the nurse took his hand. MC asked what she would say. She asked how long this person had been in this state. He replied that he did not know. He found him like this on the way to her. It seemed like he was tortured. Or maybe they did something worse. Animals. Suddenly, Ju-young said that this guy might not survive. The protagonist, surprised, asked, "Is it that bad?" She added, "It could be. But he sees? She has powers too." Healing energy came out of her hand. She explained that she is now a real healer. The strength is still at a low level, so the treatment will take a long time, and it will be difficult to completely heal the wound, but he will not die. That's all for now. This is just first aid, but he is severely exhausted. Malnutrition is more dangerous than the wound now. With proper nutrition, he will recover much faster. And then the protagonist asked his sister, "Even if the end of the world comes, she will still take care of the sick, right?" She indignantly asked, "Why did he suddenly remember?" He answered that he remembers every word, sister. Even if the end of the world comes tomorrow, she wants to take care of the sick until the last. She indignantly shouted, "Hey!" She should have trained him when he was little, like she did with Sol. Okay, let's move on. He promised to tell her about his powers and where he'd been. He thoughtfully replied that it was a long story. But Yongsu interrupted him and said that his wife had baked some bread. He suggested that they talk over food. MC looked at the system, and after a while, his sister said, "That's it." He looked at her enjoying her food and asked if she was listening. She said, "Of course." He asked where he was. She said, "The warehouse." He was stuck and Pax saved him. He said that she was missing out on a lot, but that was okay. Ju-young then looked at Lee Ji-soo and said that it was delicious. He was a good person and a good cook, she guessed. She said that she was glad they liked it. It was just a pity that there was no rice. If they weren't full, there was more bread in the fridge. They could take some and feel free. She then turned her attention to the protagonist and said that she had prepared the restroom on the first floor. There were beds and other things there now. Since they don't have anyone here, maybe they could stay there? He was surprised. Wow, she had already arranged everything here? He then thanked her. She turned around and said that she just wanted to help. There was bread in the oven, so she would go. The protagonist then thanked her again. Jo-young looked at him and asked how they ended up here. He replied that she hadn't been listening to him at all. He didn't want to tell her everything again. He folded his arms and added, to cut to the chase, he was going to introduce his family to this space. She was here now, so he would be going to Uljiro from now on. The other Kim sister was there. She then apologized and said that she would be staying here. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked why. She had a lot of patients? She replied that it was true. There were over 3,000 people in the hospital, and there were patients who needed constant observation or medication. And then she looked at him and added, but that wasn't the problem. The other nurses could take care of the sick. The problem was something else. Meanwhile, Jin Sonhak asked, were there two of them? His subordinate confirmed it and added, the security guys said that there was a loud noise. A wall from a car collapsed and then a military vehicle drove in. He asked, special forces? He replied that they didn't know, but one of them seemed to be Nurse Ju-young's younger brother. He was surprised. Really? Then they wouldn't be too hostile to them, he hoped. No need to worry. He thought that they came to eat and spend the night, and they have everything here. They can control the food or they can use Ju-young. And no matter how strong the awakened are they stronger than him? Sung Hingu replied that it wasn't. He said it was good in the first place. He should have greeted them warmly and pretended to be nice. Did he get it? He nodded, and then Sonhak asked, did he repair the broken wall? He confirmed it and added that he made it higher. Meanwhile, the main character asked, poisoning? His sister added, or withdrawal symptoms. There was no other explanation for people changing overnight. He said, "Wait a minute, Sonhak, the head of the infectious diseases department, is using his position to poison people and control them?" Juyong replied that he was absolutely right. You could say that all the awakened ones died except for her. They are all basically drug addicts, guarding their food and magic stones. The MC told her to chew and then talk. She added that she doesn't know why Nana and the other nurses didn't get addicted, but she stole magic stones little by little to strengthen her abilities. If she raised her level a little more, she might be able to cure people of their addictions. So he would go in search of their family, and she would try to survive here somehow. The protagonist answered negatively, and she said indignantly, "Didn't he hear? It's dangerous." He was indignant, and did she hear him? The weapon that the manager holds in his hands is food. Then everything is simple. He will figure out this part as quickly as possible, so during this time she should take a closer look at his abilities. There is no point in wasting time, she needs to go right now. She was surprised. Another teenage rebellion? Then her eyes opened in surprise when the protagonist took out a huge amount of provisions from the portal. Meanwhile, Sonhak, sitting at the table, looked away and said that he was wondering what the urgent report was about, and it turned out to be about Nurse Ju-young's younger brother bringing food? His subordinate replied that it was quite a lot, and he said that he thought there was no need to worry. How much food did he think two people could bring, considering that they were in a simple military vehicle? Soon, people would take everything from them, and when the supplies ran out, all they could do was ask them to share. They should have hidden the food instead of sharing with everyone. The subordinate added, by the way, about that. Sonhak interrupted him and said that this made their job easier than they thought. They didn't even have to do anything. The subordinate said that they had more of everything than they had in stock. Sonhak, confused, asked what? How could that be? He replied that he didn't understand either. The head of the infectious diseases department thought currently the hospital food was being brought in by scouts from outside. It was enough to fill a whole truck. They came in a military vehicle. How could they have more food than them? Abilities? Was it the ability to reproduce something? Or maybe that guy could shrink things and then return it to normal size. Whatever it was, he was a certain person with abilities. They needed to get him on their side. Then he took the bottle and told them to give this medicine to Hyunggu and tell him to make Ju-young's younger brother drink it. And if that doesn't work, they should just kill him. He accepted the order, and then he added, "There was another person with him, right?" Meanwhile, the protagonist was leaving food near the sick people and thought that it was unlikely that this was the one he needed. Did he happen to pass by him on the way here? She said that he would be able to recognize him at a glance, but something didn't add up. It would be easier to find him quickly. He remembered Ju-young asking, so his plan was to neutralize the weapon that Sonhak had in his hands. He confirmed it. They could just dump his food to subdue the addict with the ability. Sonhak himself was not a threat. She knew what the special abilities of those who were poisoned were. She replied that some could open jars and have abilities that did their laundry for them. He was surprised. Was she kidding? She replied that it was not so. There were not many people in the world whose abilities themselves were a threat. He asked, "What? Then what should be easier?" She added, "Except for one person." He specified, "One person?" She added, "Whose name was Hyunggu." After the world fell into chaos, this person came a long way from Uljiro because he was worried about his mother who was hospitalized. He asked, what kind of power did he have? At that moment, the MC came out of the room and saw the subject of his memories. Then she replied that she didn't know much about him except that he was strong. But he was so big that it was obvious. Oh, did he see that wall of cars outside? That guy built that with his bare hands. At that moment, Hyunggu approached the protagonist and asked if he was Nurse Ju-young's younger brother. They needed to talk. He replied that it was good, he just had business with him. The brute was surprised and added that he didn't know what business he had with him. Then they went outside. He said that it didn't matter anymore. He only had two options. The protagonist clarified. Options? He handed him a bottle of pills and said one of them was to drink this medicine right then and there, or refuse and die. He shouldn't even think about running away. The protagonist said that he wondered why he brought him to such a dark place. He didn't plan to fight or run. With his physique, he would have caught him right away, so he would choose the third option. Hyunggu was surprised. What? He replied, the third option is to trap him. The next second, the big guy pushed off the ground and pointed his hands straight at the protagonist, but a barrier appeared in his way. He looked at it in surprise, and the next second, a bowling ball was shot at his chest. The protagonist asked, is 100 kilometers per hour too fast? He apologized and added that he would have to beat him again, and then the bowling ball shot at Hyunggu's leg. But he stood up and looked ahead and said that this is still an ability. Then a huge stack of weight plates fell in front of him, and the MC said that it might be difficult for him to move, so he shouldn't try. He already slowed down the thing, but even if he hit it like that, it would break all his bones because of its weight. And then several more weight plates fell on top of the stack of weight plates. The big guy swung his hand and then grabbed the tower in front of him. The protagonist said, "Really?" And then the big guy lifted it up, and then it fell out of his hands. Then the protagonist thanked him for listening to him and not moving. He was able to place them as close to each other as possible. This may be a little annoying, but he will release him once everything is clear. He must wait a little longer. The next second, the weight plate towers surrounded Hungu, trapping him in the center. After that, the protagonist returned to the building and turned around and said that he was worried that he might be seriously hurt, but he seemed strong. At that moment, Ju-young ran up to him and asked what was that loud sound? Did he meet Hungu? He replied that it was so. He had just returned from meeting him. She was surprised. Just what? He confirmed it and pointed his finger back, saying that he was there. She leaned against the glass, looked at the huge tower of metal plates, and turning around, asked in surprise, "What? How did this happen?" He replied that he was locked in there because it was a long story. How was the food? She replied she had handed it out. He said that it was good, and that then they would have to wait for Yongsoo. That's it. Ju-young looked at him and said, "Well done." Before she could finish speaking, she called him over in surprise. He, holding his head, came out of the portal towards them and said that his head hurt a lot. Was it a symptom of poisoning? The nurse confirmed it, and then, running forward, asked what happened. He replied that he had no idea. He simply shared the food and listened to a few words of gratitude. Ju-young noticed the wound on his finger and thought, hasn't this happened before? She then took his hand and said that there was a shallow wound on that finger. It looked like someone stabbed him and poisoned him. She thought that person accidentally bumped into him or something. Who the hell? The protagonist then took his friend's arm and led him to the portal, saying that they would first go to the subspace so that he could rest. He hated to say it, but it looked like he would have to be locked up for a while. He replied that he would agree, and the MC thought that was good. He didn't know how the poison worked, but if Yongsoo submitted to this stuff, things would get complicated. He needed to meet Sonhat quickly and figure out how to cure Yongsoo. He then said that he would send him to the restroom. He would lock the windows and doors just in case. The system reported that any unidentified energy that tries to penetrate from the outside is blocked. The subspace is an independent area of the user, and therefore energy communication with the outside world is impossible. Yongsoo looked ahead in surprise and asked, "What is this? Energy from the outside?" It seems like his head doesn't hurt anymore. The protagonist was surprised. What? Then he looked at the system window. At this moment, Hyungu tensely asked, "Who is coming?" The system reported that Hungu was entering. He fell into the portal and managed to say, "What is this?" The system asked, does he want to take Hungu out of his subspace? He is leaving. Then he fell out of the portal and, looking ahead in surprise, said, "What is this? How is this possible?" The protagonist thought that the subspace was invulnerable to attacks from the outside, but it blocks not only physical attacks, but also mental ones. After some time, Hyungu hugged his mother in the hospital room, and she said, "Finally." He apologized to her, and she said it wasn't his fault. He said she needed to go to bed, he had something to do, so he'd come back as soon as he was done. She said okay. She didn't know what he was going to do, but please, he shouldn't get hurt. Then the MC asked if he was sure he could handle it on his own. Hyungu said it would be fine. As he probably realized, he wasn't the type to get hurt easily. And in fact, the memories of that time were too vivid. He felt ashamed and very guilty. But he thought he should thank him and apologize after he sorted it out. And then he turned around and said that he owed him. Now it was time for him to take care of some things. Ju-young watched him go and asked if it would be fine. The protagonist said he thought so. It was time for them to get to work themselves. By the way, Hyungu was pretty tough. Can they leave tomorrow morning? Meanwhile, a system window appeared in front of Sonhak, saying that the connection was cut off. He looked to the side and asked what the hell happened. Incredible. He actually came. Hyungu was standing in front of him, and he added that he didn't know how he had cut the connection with his powers, but he had to let him tell him one thing. Please. He had to spare him. But the big guy didn't listen to him and slammed him into the table with one punch. After Hyungu left to sort things out, they talked about how to rid the people in the hospital of addiction. The protagonist suggested making them enter the subspace. They couldn't tell for sure who was addicted and who wasn't. His sister said it was a good idea, but how would they do it? He replied that he didn't think it was difficult. It was late and there were people who had trouble moving. It would be enough for their finger to enter the subspace. Ju-young put her hands on her waist, nodded and added, "After all this, they will all become patients, okay?" Yongsoo said that there was no other way. Well, as soon as they were ready to do this all night, the old man looked at his hands, perplexed, asked what the hell he did. At that moment, his son ran up to him and he shouted, "Darling, is he back?" The boy shouted, "Daddy," and he said that he thought he was out of his mind. The protagonist said why people suddenly became, but before he could finish speaking, Hungu came up to them and asked, "Did they wait long?" "Gentlemen," he figured it out. Then he bowed and thanked them for saving his mother, him and everyone in the hospital. Before they moved, Hunggu took care of Sonhak, and thanks to this, they did not have to walk around the hospital. The protagonist then said that he should be the one thanking him. He thought he knew without even asking how he dealt with everything. He then asked, by the way, is he feeling better? He apologized for throwing the bowling ball too hard. He laughed and said that everything was fine. His bones were intact and it was just minor bruises. He then awkwardly scratched the back of his head and added, of course, he was very surprised. He had seen many monsters and strange phenomena, but seeing a lot of pillars of weight plates falling from the sky, really, monsters don't even compare to that. MC also awkwardly scratched the back of his head and laughed, saying that sometimes he himself was surprised by his own abilities. The big guy then asked, are they going to stay in the hospital? He knows it's a little selfish to say this after he helped him, but honestly, he would like him to stay in the hospital. The protagonist nodded and said that he understands perfectly, but he hasn't met the rest of his family yet. He thinks they will have to leave soon. He nodded in response and said, I see. He knew these were unpleasant questions, but it was necessary to ask. He hoped that he could meet the others in peace. The protagonist bowed and thanked him, adding that they were going to Uljiro. He heard he came from there. How were things there? Hunggu asked in surprise. Uljiro? They probably couldn't go there. After a while, he said that he was grateful for the food they provided to the hospital, and these extras, he didn't know how to express his gratitude to them. He would definitely repay their kindness. And then he shook the protagonist's hand, and he said that he hoped to see him again and everyone at the hospital. Hunggu said that the feeling was mutual. He then told him to take care of himself. After that, they set off. Youngsu drove the car and asked, by the way, what was that wall Hunggu was talking about? It must be someone's ability, right? MC looked out the window and replied without a doubt. So he hoped that they could communicate with that person, otherwise they wouldn't be able to get past this barrier. He remembered Hunggu saying that it was hard to believe, but when he left Uljiro, a huge wall had grown between Uljiro and Namsan. It sounds absurd when you describe it, but a stone wall actually grew out of the ground. He had escaped back then, so he didn't know how big it was, but it should be bigger than the house by now. The protagonist then thought, moving on the ground seemed completely impossible. Destroying it would also be hard, right? Hunggu added that he had another thing that surprised him when he came here. The types of monsters here and in Uljiro were slightly different. There, the most were skeletons. The protagonist was surprised. Skeletons? He explained, now that he thought about it, it would be more appropriate to call it undead. Not only do they resurrect, but their corpses are also wandering around. The protagonist thought fearfully, monsters that don't die and a huge wall. Uljiro seems to have become a restless area in many ways. Why is that? He is not worried about the second sister in Uljiro. On the contrary, he feels that she will be able to defeat the monsters even without any abilities. He then looked at the system window that appeared, which said, an incoming call from Juyong from the subspace. He looked at the portal that appeared and asked, what? She was indignant. Is this how he treats his older sister? The soldier he saved woke up. After a while, Kyung-ho bowed and said that he heard that they saved him. Thank you very much. He then introduced himself and added that he is a lieutenant colonel and leads the 50th Information Corps of the Ministry of Defense. The protagonist then also introduced himself and said that he is glad that he woke up. Is he better? He confirmed it. He survived thanks to their treatment. Then he looked to the side and asked, by the way, do they know where they are? The ROK Armed Forces Command is outside, but there are no publications around the ROK Armed Forces Command. The protagonist said, oh yeah, this is the PAX FC Logistics Center staff restroom. This is a subspace he created with his own power. The outside is currently Gangnam. They are heading to Hanam Bridge. Kyung-ho was surprised. What? The logistics center subspace. The outside is Gangnam, but the bridge is Hanam? Ju-young said, simply put, this space was created thanks to this youngster's ability. She pointed her thumb at her brother and added that they are actually in Gangnam now. He said, oh, Gangnam, I see. She confirmed it, and then he added, if it's not too much trouble, but could they please drop him off here? MC was surprised. What? He thinks he misunderstood something. They have no intention of harming him. Yongsoo stated that he also received his help. Like him, he is a kind person. Kyung-ho put his hands in front of him and shook his head, saying that he knows that they are not a threat since they saved him and cured him. It is not that he does not trust them or anything like that. He cannot tell them the exact reason, but he needs to contact the Joint Chiefs of Staff as soon as possible. The protagonist noted that there is a serious problem. If that is the case, fine, Pax, he should bring banana milk and a sandwich. After a while, Pax rode up to them, holding the necessary items and said, delicious morning bread baked with butter costs 2,900 won. Balgri's banana milk costs 1,800 won. The protagonist then took it in his hands and said that he can drop him off, but he will not let him go hungry. He then handed it to the military man and said if he ate it all and told him what happened, he could go. Kyung-ho frowned and said that it was hard to talk about. The protagonist then remarked that he was not a fan of bread, so how about this? After a while, a variety of food appeared on the table, and while enjoying his meal, Kyung-ho began his story. One day, creatures from another dimension began to appear all over the world at once. By creatures, he didn't just mean monsters. Insects, animals, plants, and even terrain began to appear. Mountains, for example. The monsters from another world attacked everything that came their way, even those who came with them from another world. While the government was reacting to the monsters, they also began to search for and recruit awakened ones. From the awakened ones they recruited, they formed new units. These units were very effective in exterminating the monsters. When his unit was in the area around Gwacheon and Anyang, it seemed like the area would soon become stable. But the problems started when that monster appeared. Guns, grenades, shells, nothing could help deal with that dragon. They repeatedly asked for support from the Defense Communications Command and nearby military units, but Gwacheon and Anyang were already on the verge of collapse, just like them, due to the powerful monster. The Defense Communications Command did not send any response, which was strange. They managed to contact Gwacheon and Anyang, who were fighting the monsters, but the Defense Communications Command did not even report that they had found the monster. In the end, they were left with no choice. During the battle, one of the soldiers shouted, "If this continues, they will all die here because of that dragon. No matter how long it takes, they are moving forward." To the Defense Communications Command, Kyung-ho added, many of their comrades died or were injured in the relentless pursuit of the monster. The military was shouting that they needed awakened ones to fight the monsters. Kyung-ho added that they had to recruit awakened ones and resist while moving forward. After several days of moving, they finally arrived. As expected, the command was already empty, and soon they found out why. The documents he found there, in the archives in the command building, a plan for a coup d'etat was written on it. The protagonist looked at it in confusion, then he continued. After that, he tried to contact the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but he fell into a trap. The dragon was chasing him, and to make matters worse, the awakened ones he summoned killed the soldiers and took control of the command. The protagonist thought, this is what happened. Kyung-ho said, the First Corps is probably currently preventing the government from gathering troops. The head of the command seems to be on their side. This is definitely being done in secret. He should report this as soon as possible. The protagonist waved his hand and said, a coup d'etat. He understands, however, they need to go to Uljiro. He will drop him off once they cross the Han River Bridge. They need to travel together as far as possible. Kyung-ho said that they can drop him off right now and then thank him for his help. After that, the MC stood up from his seat and walked towards the portal, asking him to rest. Yongsoo also walked towards the portal and said that he will go as fast as possible. Are they leaving? The protagonist placed his hands on his waist and said, not at maximum speed, but faster than now. He wondered, what is he talking about? Time is running out, so they need to go as fast as possible. Kyung-ho chewed his food and thought, if he saved him, he must have encountered a dragon. How did he manage to get rid of that creature? He can't tell what abilities he has just by looking at him. Then his eyes widened in surprise when he saw a monster in the portal. He shouted, there's a monster ahead! But the protagonist easily fired a stack of weight plates, knocking the monster back. He thought in confusion, weight plates? He fired a stack of weight plates at the orcs. Then, MC ordered Pax to give them the number 1 military vehicle. He did as he was told, and after a few seconds, the military vehicle landed on the ground in front of the protagonist. Kyung-ho thought in confusion, a military vehicle? The protagonist turned around and told him to eat and then rest. Getting inside the vehicle, he said that they would be there soon. He would leave the portal open so that he could see what was happening outside. He agreed with him, then thought in confusion, launched a stack of weight plates and even called a military vehicle. What kind of power is this? Or is he hallucinating? After some time, a monster appeared in front of them again, and MC attacked it again, throwing it forward. Releasing another stack, he attacked several monsters at once. Kyung-ho leaned out of the portal through the window and asked in surprise, what is this? He thought he had imagined it all, but no, it was real. He shoots heavy objects at high speed, hitting monsters, and can shoot up to 4 times per second and in any direction. In addition, he easily restores the number of weight plates and even extracts magic stones from killed monsters. Indeed, incredible power. Then Yongsoo said, it will not be possible to drive from the Panho Bridge to the Chamsu Bridge either. They approached the collapsed part of the bridge. The protagonist awkwardly scratched the back of his head and turned around, saying that he said they would get there quickly. Although it would take a little while, they could find another way there anyway. The soldier put his hand out in front of him and said that it had only been an hour, so they weren't late for anything. As the person he was helping, he was simply grateful. Well, he would return to subspace. The protagonist said okay, and then they would continue on their way. The soldier looked at Yongsu's handling of the gearbox and thought, an hour, the time it took to get from Gangnam to the Panho Bridge. Considering that they had to drive on a ruined road and fight monsters, that was very fast. Perhaps Kingho's abilities played a role in making this wonderful hour possible. At that moment, Yongsu said, the road was just awful. And the soldier thought that the abilities of the person sitting behind the wheel were the most incredible. His driving skills were so excellent that he felt carsick just from the sight of it. When he saw his driving style, he almost spat out what he just ate. This time, he's glad he got back before he got carsick. Both of their skills are incredible. Then they stopped at the bridge again, and Yongsu said that it was possible to drive through. The protagonist said, that's true though. He saw a wall rising beyond the small hills and said, there was something that looked like a wall, and they couldn't drive through it with a car. He agreed with him. It was pretty big if they could see it from here. The protagonist said it was so tall, he wasn't sure if they could destroy it, but they had to get there first. Yongsu added, if they went that way, they'd have to go through Yongsan. The MC said, well, since they were going past it anyway, they'd drop him off there. He agreed with him and Kyungho was surprised. After some time, they arrived at the right place, and the soldier got out of the car, thanked them. Thanks to them, he got to the destination safely. The protagonist looked out the window and said that he hoped that everything would be resolved safely. He should be healthy. The soldier thanked him again, and then the protagonist looked at the system window and said that now they only had to go to Uljiro. He had already seen the wall. It looked high and strong. But he couldn't just raise the level and put the whole wall in the subspace. The system window said that there were 427 out of 1,000 left to increase the level. He said that it wouldn't work. Then he thought, the remaining upgrade items are the second level of delivery tracking, and it costs 50 stones, and he collected 400 of them in an hour. But if he spends another 2 hours, he can increase his level. Then Kyungho leaned towards their window and asked if they both wanted to go with him. The government provides magical stones to awaken people and supports their early growth. If the two of them became subordinates of the government, they would definitely receive more support. MC smiled and thanked him for the offer, but his family comes first, and they can get the magical stones themselves. The military man said that he understood. The protagonist added, but if this is the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they should have 1 or 2 helicopters, right? He was surprised. A helicopter? There is one. So what? After a while, Yu Songchul looked at the large map in front of him and said, Gwacheon and Anyang seem to have flown away. The 56th Division 2. Is the 1st Corps the only place where everything is properly staffed? Can they really say that the government still exists, despite the circumstances? The situation is getting darker with each passing hour. At this moment, a subordinate entered his office and said that there is someone here. He thinks that he should meet with him. He asked who. The subordinate replied, the only survivor of the Corps, the commander of the 50th National Defense Information Corps. He has some news to tell him. Songchul clarified, the commander of the 50th National Defense Information Corps? Is that true? Kyungho then approached him and saluted, explaining what was happening. After that, he handed him the document, and after that, they exchanged a few more words. After a while, they approached a military vehicle, and Songchul said that he had heard of them. He bowed and thanked them for their help. They had done a great job for the country. The protagonist and his partner got out of the car, and he, holding his hands in front of him, said they were just helping Mr. Kyungho. The superior said that he told him about their abilities, and also conveyed a request. They said that they would like to exchange the helicopter for supplies and food. Helicopters are an important strategic asset, but given their abilities, this is quite possible to implement. There is just one condition: he would like them to join the military. As they know, the government is having a hard time dealing with the current situation. However, if they join their army, maybe there will be a way to fix everything. The protagonist shook his head and said that he was sorry, but it would not be easy. The only thing that mattered to him now was to save his family. The boss put his hands at his sides and said that it was a good decision. However, it would be difficult for him to provide a helicopter. The protagonist said that he understood, but it could not be helped. He got into the car and said that he hoped that the situation would change for the better as soon as possible, and that they would still be able to return to normal life. In the meantime, they should be healthy. Well, that's all. The boss, perplexed, thought, is that a no? The protagonist, buckling up in the car, thought, well, since helicopters are hard to come by, there is nothing to be done. Then he looked at his comrade and said that they were leaving. He thought that in any case, they had not even properly inspected the wall yet. Then he was surprised when Songchul knocked on his window, and when he lowered it, he said that he had a favor to ask of them. If he helped him with it, he would give them a helicopter. After a while, they and a few other cars drove forward. MC was enjoying his drink and remembered. He asked, another favor? The boss confirmed it and added, the place where they last gathered backup forces was Seoul Station. They are still in contact with them. The problem is, There are skeletons blocking the road. He was surprised. Skeletons? Songchul confirmed this and explained that these were not the monsters that were a threat in terms of combat power, but they were the monsters that were very annoying. Not only were there many of them, but they had a core at the bottom of their right rib cage. If that was not destroyed, they would keep respawning. The protagonist then said, in short, he wanted him to destroy the skeletons and help the isolated awakened ones get out? Easy peasy. In the present, he once again released several stacks of weight plates, destroying the monsters in his path. The military following them were amazed as they watched what was happening. After a while, they arrived at the right place, and the rest of the awakened got into the cars and they headed back. The protagonist remembered Songchul adding that of course, with such abilities, they should be able to deal with the skeletons easily. They fought them with weapons and could barely reach the cores. However, there is something they should know. Not very often, but there are unusual skeletons. They call them skeleton knights. If they accidentally encounter one, they must try to avoid fighting as much as possible. They must retreat unconditionally, no matter how much damage they inflict on the knight. Attacks do not work on them. At this moment, MC fired another stack of weight plates straight at the skeleton knight. The protagonist looked forward in surprise, and Gwaine said something unintelligible. The protagonist asked, "The language of skeletons?" The skeleton then stabbed his sword into the asphalt next to him, and holding a stone in his hand, destroyed it by squeezing his hand. After that, he said that it was nice to meet him, an alien from another world. He is Gwaine, one of the 12 knights who serve the king. MC noticed that he broke the magic stone and spoke their language. Is it possible to use it like this? The knight then continued. It was quite an interesting greeting. He's a human mage? Why are they invading their territory? He understands their impatience, but since they are still in their early stages of development, there is still something called mutual morality. He then grabbed his sword and with a sharp movement, cut the stack of weight plates aimed at him in two. He declared that it was useless, something so weak could only do harm. He then flipped in the air and, stabbing his sword into the asphalt, stopped. He then looked ahead and asked indignantly, "Is this his answer?" More stacks of weight plates flew at him, and he swung his shield and threw it aside. He then kicked off the ground and running around it, swung his sword, cutting the obstacle in his path. Yongsu, starting to panic, shouted, "He's coming here." The protagonist said that he was cutting these 500 kilograms as if it were soft tofu. He thought, though, if you hit something round, it won't take any damage, it'll just bounce off. That's what you need to throw at him. He put his finger on the system window, which said he could use 50 magic stones to unlock a track delivery. He said the delivery should hit him right in the chest, and then he fired the projectile again. And Gwaine ran forward shouting, "Didn't he get it? He's pretty stupid for someone who uses magic. He can just dodge some of these things." But before he could be surprised, the projectile hit him right in the chest. He swung his shield and threw it away. He told him not to be so cocky, he just relaxed for a second. The next second, a bowling ball flew at his head, and he thought in surprise, "What?" He didn't expect that at all. Before he could finish his thought, another bowling ball hit him in the head, and then another, and several more were flying towards him. The protagonist said, "Left side of the head, back of the head, front of the head, top of the head, right side of the head, top of the head, back of the head, left side of the head, front of the head. It should be sent automatically in that order." Pax replied, "Okay." And then the protagonist scratched his chin and sighed, saying that he thought his jaw would fall off. Yongsu, still perplexed, said that although it was hard, he was glad that the physical impact was asking for itself. It was a relief, like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He survived thanks to it. The protagonist stated that this was not the end. This is a knight. Since he is dressed, he is much stronger than a giant wyvern and is armed with a shield and sword, so to be honest, he is more dangerous than a giant wyvern. At this moment, the bowling balls continued to attack the skeleton, and he asked to wait. The protagonist explained that right now he forced him to shake his head like this, but he did not know how long it would take. While he was busy, he needed to send people. Yongsu agreed with him and then looked forward in surprise. The skeleton continued to scream. He was such a fool. He should stop right now. Yongsu said, "Something. It seems like there were a lot more debris flying than before." MC noticed that it was true and thought that this meant that the stacks of weight plates were sent out in such a way that it could hit the left, right, front, and back at the same time. Several projectiles hit the skeleton again. The next second, his skull separated from the rest of the skeleton and fell to the ground. He said, "Unbelievable. A mage, but he must not think that this is the end. He will not die even if he falls apart. All for the king." Then, several stones appeared in his place, and it rose into the air, after which it was sucked into the portal. The system reported that he had acquired a large magic stone fragment, 2 pieces, and a strengthening stone. One of the soldiers monitoring the situation said that he couldn't believe it. His comrades said that he had defeated a skeleton knight. a knight who had withstood several shots from a tank. The others leaned out of the back of the car, shouting happily. Jeongyeom had defeated the knight. He had defeated him. After a while, Songchul said that he had told them to retreat unconditionally if they encountered a skeleton knight, but they defeated him. It was hard to believe. The two of them, please, they must go with them. The protagonist replied, no, family first. The chief added, then, after he saves his family, he must think about it. The protagonist replied, okay. The chief then said, when he sees all of his family members, please, he must think about it again in a positive way. He must understand that they already consider him a reliable ally. MC agreed with him, and he said, okay, then he will take him to the helicopter here. The protagonist thought that it seemed burdensome because they seemed to have high expectations. Of course, he understands that he defeated someone they thought was invincible, but still somehow. If there were two knights, they would be smashed to pieces. There's no doubt about it. The biggest problem is that there are at least 11 more. Since he said that he is one of the 12, the king, and even stronger, right? Even the carefully prepared heavy projectiles did not cause much damage. On the other hand, the impact of the bowling ball cracked his armor. A bowling ball is stronger than a heavy projectile? This is meaningless. Where are the laws of physics? No, this in itself does not make sense. While climbing the stairs, Songchul said, by the way, he received news from Lieutenant Colonel Kim Ho. He said that he is going to Uljiro. Right? MC replied that this is true. The chief then added, he knew that a high wall had appeared in Uljiro, right? Their military had gone there to reconnoiter. They had lost contact with them now, but since then they had been reconnoitering the inside of the wall from the air from time to time. Fortunately, human activity was confirmed inside. The unit members were safe there, so his family members were fine. The protagonist thanked him for saying that and thought that he wasn't really worried. The protagonist thanked him for these words and thought that he was not really worried. His sister was a monster herself. Oh yeah, they had recently discovered something unusual. The top of the wall that had grown up was gradually tapering, as if it was forming a roof. They didn't know if it would be completely covered, but luckily he could lend them a helicopter while everything was in motion. Well, there it was. The protagonist looked at the obviously old and nearly destroyed helicopter in surprise. He thought, would it even fly? And if it didn't fall apart during takeoff, it would be a miracle. Then Songchul pointed to the side and said that they were looking in the wrong direction. Their helicopter was over there. The protagonist turned his gaze to the newest military helicopter. Yongsu smiled happily and shouted, cool. Songchul, continuing to point his finger at the helicopter, explained that this was the helicopter he was borrowing. And since he was lending it to the two of them, it had to be at least this good. After all, it was not for nothing that he said that the two of them were reliable allies. Yongsu happily said that this was true. The Black Hawk was a helicopter that he would not dare to fly, even if it was slightly worse in quality. But since he was borrowing the Black Hawk, he was touched. He was already looking forward to sitting down at it. The boss said that he was just about to ask who would be flying it, but Mr. Yongsu, has he ever flown a helicopter before? Like he seemed to know a lot about helicopters. He replied that he didn't, it would be his first time. The military was surprised, but he looked at the system window in front of him and explained that it said that he could drive it with 50 magic stones. The system window said, best driver. Unlocking a new vehicle. He can unlock the ability to drive a helicopter with 50 magic stones. He noticed that his ability was called best driver. It helps with any vehicle. When he levels up, he is asked to register. MC was surprised. Register? He confirmed it and added that he thought he could drive it by registering even if he had never driven the vehicle before. It seemed like it wasn't about leveling up, it was about getting registered to drive. The protagonist thought that's why there were no messages asking him to level up. He said that was weird since it wasn't about leveling up. Then Songchul told him to wait a minute. The magic stones, would they come after him? After that, he walked to the helicopter and opened the suitcase containing a large number of magic stones. He explained that these were 200 magic stones, a gift from their army to them. They originally wanted to surprise them when they boarded, but he thought it would be better to give it to them right away. The protagonist thanked him. Yongsu bowed and did the same. The protagonist thought, such a powerful attraction. Yongsu leaned over and looked at the stones and said that he only needed 50, so he could use the rest as he saw fit. The system reported that 50 magic stones had been used to improve the helicopter's controllability. He cried out in surprise and then said that he knew how to drive this machine. They were leaving now. The MC said that it was good that they could fly, but his expression was a little scary. Can't they leave peacefully? Before he could finish speaking, Yongsu said no with full enthusiasm. After a while, he sat down in the pilot's seat and tears appeared in the protagonist's eyes again. He said that there was still some time before departure. He could prepare himself mentally later. He would let him know when they set off. The protagonist looked in surprise at the buttons his partner was pressing and thought that he didn't know what was going on. But it seemed that he was busy. It was awkward to sit idly by. He would look at what he had for now. Then a system window appeared in front of him, which said, Large Magic Stone, 2 pieces. D-Rank Strengthening Stone, 1 piece. Each large magic stone is equivalent to 100 magic stones. He can convert the 2 large magic stones he has into 200 magic stones, and the total number of magic stones he has is 11393. He looked at it in surprise, and thought that he had killed a lot of skeletons on his way from the rescue mission and back. But he didn't know that there were so many, he needed to level up immediately. The system window said that he could use 1,000 magic stones to level up the subspace. The progress is 3%. It can be used with its ability when leveling up. He thought, where should he use this thing? The system window said, D-Rank Enhancement Stone. Properties are fire. Options are penetration, ignition. Enhancement stones have the same source as normal magic stones, but have additional properties. When using the awakened system, he can use enhancement stones to give objects certain properties. The magic stone he has the property of fire. He thought about it and decided to generalize it. A reinforcement stone, unlike a normal magic stone, attaches to an object and enhances its properties. In short, this stone gives items the same fire property that the Skeleton Knight had. The important thing is that he doesn't know how much it will be enhanced. He then said that he was going to take this into account and enhance it. Enhancement complete. Fireball. Spinning bowling ball +1. Class rare. Description failed to obtain information. He can enter his own description. Properties fire. Options penetration, ignition. The next second, Pax appeared from the portal and said that he could re-register this product. Did he want to register it? The protagonist confirmed it and asked him to register it. He thought, when he fought the Skeleton Knight, the strongest hit for him was made by the bowling ball attack, so for now, he would enhance that. Ben Yongsu said that they were leaving and he should hold on tight. After that, the helicopter's wheels spun and it flew forward. Songshal saluted them and shouted that he hoped they would save their own and return safely. The protagonist gave him a thumbs up and then looked at the system window, which said that the leveling up was complete. There were new items that could be opened and additional items that could be strengthened. New Now people who had item return registered in the subspace could do so too. New Now he could temporarily increase the standard transfer limit for each item using magic stones. New items that could be opened. He looked at the system window in surprise. The chief, continuing to look at the helicopter, thought that the rotor had already spun up enough. It looked like they were about to take off. When they returned, he should think about joining the military. He even gave them magic stones for Black Hawk, but he would talk to him again when they returned. However, what was with his expression? Did he make a mistake? The system window in front of the protagonist said, Unlockable items. Cost 250. Subspace laboratories, he can use the conversion function. Subspace life support systems, the weakest healing effect is provided inside the subspace. Category product registration. He can register objects from the outside that match the category in the space. However, there is a separate fee for registration, determined depending on the value, size, weight of the item. It must be admitted that the biggest drawback of the subspace ability is that it only has one purpose. It is used to store objects like a logistics center or a military unit. But it is difficult to save things that are not registered in the category in this. However, he can register new items in the subspace as long as the category remains the same. He looked out the window and thought, military unit, the helicopter he is currently flying is military. The system window in front of him said, UH-60 Blackhawk belongs to the military unit category and can be registered. The registration fee is 107 magic stones. The next second, Sung Chol turned around in surprise to see a helicopter approaching and wondered why those two had returned. Was there something wrong with the helicopter? But the next second, a new helicopter landed on the roof of the building from the portal that appeared, and the protagonist's helicopter flew away again. The boss looked at this in confusion. Meanwhile, in the lair of the Skeleton King, he said no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand. The initial level of the Earth dimension was only the 8th. And in order for a high-level being to come here, they had to lower their level, like he did. This wizard who was known for his arrogance risked lowering his level to come here, and on top of that, he came all the way to where he lived and killed Gwaine. At that moment, Lancelot appeared next to him and said, according to what Gwaine told him before he died, he tried to talk to the magician, but he immediately attacked him. He must be dangerous. If he gave him the order, he, Lancelot, would cut off the wizard's head and present it to him, the king. He replied that there was only one reason why a high-ranking being had come here. He too was determined to take the initiative before the discovery became a full-scale one. In that case, Lancelot, it would be better to eliminate him, as he had said. However, it had happened outside the castle anyway, so there was no need for murder. What they should worry about more was the harvest. It was a pity that Gwaine had been hurt, but they could get the strengthening stone again. It was almost finished. As soon as the harvest was over, he would go straight to the wizard. Lancelot agreed with him and added that it seemed that people had broken into the castle. The king assumed that it must be that crazy toy again. He should leave it alone, it would soon go crazy anyway, just another meal for Camelot. Meanwhile, the protagonist, looking out the helicopter window, thought, apparently he has more destructive power than a stack of weight plates. If so, why didn't he just strengthen the stack of weight plates? Then Yongsu announced that they were almost there. Landing right now would be difficult. MC said if he had trouble finding a place to land, he would just do an item return. He replied that it wasn't that, there was a skeleton knight fighting another monster. Meanwhile, Lionel concentrated energy into his sword and sent it forward. The protagonist looked on in confusion. Sol swung her fist and hit the skeleton, sending it flying. Yongsu said that both were great. If they landed now, they might have to deal with those two monsters. The protagonist replied, in his opinion, do they look like monsters? He replied, of course. MC then said that it was his own sister. He was surprised. Who? The monster that just blew up the skeleton knight. Sol said something was strange. She definitely had a feeling, but why was he still alive after the hit? Sol was sitting in front of the TV watching a fight. A mixed martial arts match that she had accidentally seen on TV when she was a child. Kim Sol watched and couldn't tear herself away. Just in time, she had a younger brother. Jongyum came up to her and asked his little sister to play with him. Sol smiled and said, yeah. She hit him a few times, and then when he fell to the floor and passed out, she said that was weird. Sol scratched her head and said, all those matches she watched usually didn't end that quickly. Kim Sol won, but she didn't feel like a winner. Winning against a weaker opponent wasn't the kind of victory Kim Sol wanted. She went to the playground to find worthy fighters. However, even the neighborhood kids who were 3 years older were inferior to Kim Sol. Her father saw her talent. Jongyum remembered his sister's first defeat. Sol knew the pain of defeat, but she was by no means weak. Sol lay in the corner and thought it was fun. Competitive spirit, natural physique, and undying passion. With incredible talent, she studied various martial arts, boxing, kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, and so on, and won awards in competitions. By her first year of high school, Kim Sol had no rivals at her rank. With undying passion, she trained without sparing herself, and eventually her addiction to exercise, which was at the level of obsession, escalated to a serious level. And as a result, she suffered an injury that resulted in both ACLs being torn. But Kim Sol resumed training because the injuries were taking too long to heal, as she said. MC recalled Sol with a cast on her leg and in a wheelchair. This only added to her new injuries of varying severity. And then she got injured again from training before the previous injuries had time to heal. Jongyum said, and as a result, Kim Sol debuted last year at the age of 24. Yongsu looked at him questioningly, and the MC said that her skills allowed her to debut much earlier. First of all, could he please slowly start descending so that he could throw the bowling ball? Yongsu frowned and said, yes. He thought, does it look like she really is a monster? The MC threw the ball down, and Lionel said, he will ask one question. Why are his attacks not landing? Sol looked at him puzzled and asked, is he asking because he doesn't know? Is it because he is slow? Lionel said no, he is not as slow as the other guys. It's not about speed, rather the technique. She definitely has some technique. Sol asked, technique? No, nothing like that. Just the position of the shoulders, waist, and feet. Lionel stood still and said, actually, the most important thing is the basics. He is learning something new. Honestly, if it weren't for the hierarchy, he would have lost. Someone like her isn't something you see very often. Soon, if she raises her rank, she can become the best knight. Sol frowned and asked, what? Lionel replied, so he would let her go. There wasn't much time left. If she didn't leave the castle, her death would be inevitable. He would talk to the King of Knights and let her go. Normally, this would be impossible. Suddenly, his body exploded and he said, but he gave her a little respect for teaching him the importance of the basics. His body parts flew in different directions, and a burning bowling ball fell onto the asphalt. Sol frowned and asked, a bowling ball? A bowling ball broke it, and she couldn't. Rocks fell from the knight's body and began to rise up into the portal. Sol narrowed her eyes and looked at it questioningly. The helicopter began to descend and stopped the valves after landing. Jongyum came out of the cabin and smirked and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. As expected, she was alive and well. The second. Sol's eyes widened in surprise and asked the third. After a while, there were various goodies on the table in the subspace. Juyeon looked towards Sol and said, so her ability creates a transparent barrier, and while it is active, her physical abilities increase? Sol ate and frowned and answered, no, her physical abilities are good in themselves, it has nothing to do with the barrier. Juyeon asked her to please eat more slowly, otherwise she will get sick. MC said that she is still the same. In any case, they were lucky that all three awakened their abilities and survived. Now they can go to where they are. Sol interrupted him and asked with displeasure, listen, why is it that he is the only one cheating? Why is this happening? Jongyum replied that it would take too long to explain. She needs to eat and rest first, and if she needs anything, she should ask Pax. He asked to say hello to Youngsu's family, who is in this subspace. Sol replied, okay. Juyun looked at the MC and asked, is he leaving already? He stood up and said that he should. The castle ceiling will be closed soon. Juyun asked, is this the wall Song Hyungu was talking about? She heard it growing, but she didn't know it was trying to create a ceiling. Jonghyun turned around and said that when he brought the second one, the sky was almost invisible, so he needs to hurry. He also wanted to collect a couple more magic stones, so he needs to run before the ceiling closes completely. At that moment, Jonghyun came out of the portal and looked up, seeing the wall above his head collapse. He asked, what is this? Why is it so dark in here? MC looked at this in surprise, and then got into the helicopter with Youngsu and started to attack with the burning balls. It hit the wall, but left no marks on it. MC thought in surprise, even after such an attack, there was not a scratch on it at all. It was unlikely that everything would open again. Should he just put this place in the subspace? No, he needed to think about it again. The system window reported, depending on the product, it could temporarily increase the standard limit for stone delivery. It took 15 magic stones to increase the standard flight range of the Black Hawk to 20 meters. The number of magic stones available, 36 pieces. Jonghyun looked at this and thought, but even without that, he used up all the magic stones to increase the delivery standards, just to donate the helicopters to the military. Now it will be harder and harder to level up. From now on, every time he sends out a helicopter, there are 15 of these. He doesn't even know if a castle of this size can fit. What if not just the castle, but the whole of Yuljiro comes in here? At that moment, Sol peeked out from the portal and MC turned around in surprise. Sol asked if what he said was true. Jonghyun asked again, him? Sol replied, the skull he cracked. That guy said she would die if she stayed here, so he would spare her. MC asked again, die, how? Sol looked at him and replied, she didn't know how, he just said he would talk to the King of Knights or something to get him to spare her. Jonghyun asked, right? Sol continued speaking, then he died from a bowling ball he threw. MC said, the King of Knights, that guy knows what to do. The problem is, they don't have much time, and when, let them say for mercy, they are looking for the King's Knight in Yuljiro. Youngsu told them not to worry. 5 minutes, they only need 5 minutes. Suddenly Jonghyun ordered to wait, please calm down. Youngsu happily began to steer, moving forward. At this moment, the king asked, Lionel died without even hitting her once? Lancelot answered, that's right. The king asked a question, but could it be the work of a mage? Lancelot answered, Lionel just put it before him and that's all. But he thinks it's really a mage. The king clenched his fist and said, the harvest is just around the corner. And he's interfering like this? He was planning to interfere with his harvest from the beginning. If that's the case, there's no need to wait. Where are they now? Lancelot replied that he didn't need to move himself, they were already approaching. The king asked again, were they coming towards them themselves? He turned around and looked out the window, where he saw a helicopter approaching the castle. The king looked through the window of the helicopter where MC was sitting and thought in surprise, undead? Didn't they say it was a mage? Whoever it was, it saved him the trouble of looking for it since it came to the castle alone. No, maybe it didn't need to go that far. They could be taken out by those guys. He looked ahead where he saw bats hanging upside down. After a while, Jonghyun leaned against the door and screamed loudly. He felt sick and said that he would never fly a helicopter again. His vestibular system can't handle it. Suddenly he heard a loud scream and saw a huge bat with big fangs in front of him. At that moment, Sol clenched her fist and punched the creature. She quickly swung and punched with her other hand, and MC managed to duck in time. The monster flew into the center of the hall, and the guys went inside. Jonghyun frowned and thanked her. Sol held her hands in front of her and asked him to wait. She narrowed her eyes and said, there's something else there. MC looked at her questioningly and asked, for example? The monster was lying on the floor and growling, and then raised its head, and MC saw many glowing red eyes in the darkness. They looked at it in surprise, and Jonghyun said, Youngsu, he thinks he should go to subspace. Youngsu answered fearfully, yes, yes. Sol smiled and said, yes, this is so funny. She would be upset if there was only one monster. She goes first, the third. MC asked her to wait, but Sol had already run ahead. She pushed off the floor and jumped on the monster's head with her feet. She slammed the creature into the floor when suddenly all the other creatures rushed towards her. Sol smiled and continued to hit the monsters. A creature came up behind her, but she dodged and swung her arm and struck, throwing the monster aside. Suddenly, the creature sank its teeth into Sol's throat, and she grabbed the bat by the ears and pulled it away from her. She swung and slammed the creature into the ceiling. Sol smiled as she struck the bats. MC looked at her and thought, she looks like she's having fun, but there are so many that he can't even get a good look at them. There are a lot of enemies, but he can't stand by. Is there a way to help her? Jonghyun opened the system window and read there, he can use the transformation function. The monster opened its toothy mouth, and Sol hit its head with her elbow. She looked at the creatures lying on the floor and wiped the blood from her face and said, next. She looked questioningly to the side where the motionless monsters were sitting in front of her. Sol asked, "What? Where are they all looking?" She turned around and saw a portal from which a large device appeared. The system window reported that it was an electric mosquito pest repeller IAIC 200+1. Class rare. Description unknown. He can enter his own description, the property of this, electricity, and the options, shock, penetration, incitement. MC sat in the massage chair and said contentedly, "Wow, this is a useful thing, he supposes." Sol turned around and asked, "What?" She called out to Jongyum and asked what he was doing. MC asked again, "What do you mean what?" He was helping his sister. Sol asked discontentedly, "Helping and not the other way around?" His uniform fits him just the same, not even wrinkled. So how is he helping? MC shouted back, "Is she crazy? What does the uniform and its wrinkles have to do with it? Shouldn't she deal with the creatures faster?" Sol walked forward and answered discontentedly, "Let them just look at how he addresses his older sister." They continued to bicker with each other for a while, and Tristan watched. After a while, the king turned to him and asked, "Is this really what he just saw?" Tristan answered, "Yes, and quite recently." In addition to the wizard who used the item, there was also a person whose abilities are on the same level as his. The king grabbed his head and sighed and said, "He should have been ready to fight with all his might against one wizard, and now this man. Lancelot, he needs him." Lancelot asked, "Will everything be okay?" "The 7th level on Earth, the Chamber of Commerce will not calm down if they find out." The king replied that it doesn't matter now, the wizard is at least level 8. Even if they were of the same rank, the wizard's strength is still higher than his. Besides, since there is someone with the same skill as the knight, they will lose by releasing the same level. Lancelot replied that he understood. The king extended his hand and said, "Tristan, he will not forget his sacrifice." Tristan replied that he obeyed his orders. The king took out the enhancement stone from his body and said to come out, "The most powerful sword that serves him, Lancelot." A moment later, Lancelot glowed red. At this moment, the wires flew from side to side and tied on the bat. The system window reported, "Electric Mosquito Pest Repeller IAAC 200 plus baseball bat." The class of this one is semi-rare. Sol pulled it out and said, "Very good." She started spinning it in her hand and asked, "So this is how he used to fight insects?" MC replied, "Yes." He turned to Pax and said that he could dispose of the rest himself. Pax replied, "Okay, accepted." Sol said, "It really got stronger. Wow. How did the lab even get there?" She started walking out of the portal and said, "Thanks for the weapon anyway. This electric baton is great for crushing skulls." Jongyum walked out with her and said, "There is a caveat. When combining a strengthened item with another, the power decreases, the class decreases to semi-rare, and the stats get minus." Sol put her hand on her neck and said, "Anyway, even a semi-rare item is still rare." MC said, "That's right." Sol said, "Then she can swing the bat normally." Jongyum looked at her and asked, "Why is she itching, like she was bitten by mosquitoes?" Sol said, "It wasn't a mosquito. She was bitten on her neck when she was fighting that monster, the Batman." Everything was fine, but after she entered and exited the subspace, she started itching. MC turned around and asked fearfully, "Doesn't she feel like she's about to turn into a vampire or something? Although external communications are blocked in the subspace, it seems like it will be fine." Sol asked puzzledly, "But what is this feeling?" Jongyum asked, "Doesn't she suddenly feel like biting others on the neck or something?" Sol gripped the handle of the bat and answered, "She just wants to beat him up." MC replied that it was the usual thing, she was fine. Sol frowned and said that if she suddenly became a vampire, let him kill her, she didn't want to become a monster. Suddenly a voice was heard, for a famous wizard to come to such a rundown shop. The name Arcane made him cry. The king sat on the throne and asked to ask a question. He understood that as a famous wizard, he was becoming more and more popular. But why would he interfere in other people's affairs and cause trouble? MC raised his eyebrows and asked, "Is the king a knight?" Sol replied that there was no need to look for him. It was good. The king said it would be better to answer directly, even if they came from Arcane. He was in a situation where he had no choice. Sol put her hand on her hip and asked, "Arcane what? What are they talking about?" Jongyum replied, he himself didn't know. The king spoke. He was a fool for trying to talk to them. They didn't seem to be going to have a conversation. Well then, let them die here. Lancelot. Lancelot stood next to him in steel armor. Sol smiled and said, "It got cool." Great, she was just about to test how the electric baton worked. She adjusted her sleeves and turned around and said, there was no need to worry about her this time. She turned around abruptly, and Lancelot was already next to her. He swung his sword, but Sol quickly blocked the blow. The force raised dust from the carpets and MC screamed, "Dust!" Lancelot hit the bat with his sword, and Sol frowned and looked at it and thought, a baseball bat with her powers. Lancelot hit the bat and it broke into 2 pieces. Jongyum asked, "What is this? It should be semi-rare, but it broke in an instant." Sol said displeasedly, "No." MC looked at her and asked, "What?" Sol replied, "The problem is not that the bat is fragile, it's just that he is very strong." MC looked at him thoughtfully and thought that his sister rarely called someone strong, but if she did. He said that he already ran out of magic stones because he was making a baseball bat for her. Could she spare some more? Saul clenched her fists and answered, "Whoever was first won." Lancelot looked forward in surprise, when suddenly bowling balls were heading his way. He began to cut them with his sword, which greatly surprised Jongyong. Lancelot rushed forward and cut another ball. He swung and tried to hit Saul, who dodged and punched him in the head. He swung again, but she quickly ducked and hit him in the stomach and head from below. Lancelot looked to the side, when suddenly a ball hit him and he flew off. He got up and looked at MC, who was surprised, thinking, the blow hit him right on the head, but he did not have a scratch. He has a bad feeling. "Danger!" Jongyong shouted. "Return of goods!" Saul cried out in surprise as the portal began to suck them back in. The king ordered, "Lancelot, give chase." Lancelot replied, "Yes, lord." Saul looked at MC with displeasure and asked, "Did he interrupt her just to stop her from getting the stone?" Jongyong frowned and replied, "No, he didn't interrupt her. It's just that this thing seems a little dangerous." "He doesn't even care about being hit by a bowling ball," Saul said. "This is not someone they can handle." Suddenly, Lancelot quickly moved to the portal and pointed his sword towards MC. It almost passed through the portal, and Saul said, "It is definitely dangerous." Jongyong thought, "Wait a minute, is it?" Lancelot froze and then began to hit the portal, trying to break it. Bowling balls started flying out of the portal, and the skeleton quickly cut it. MC thought, "He stops even those that just flew out in front of him?" Lancelot continued to quickly cut the balls, and the king sat behind him and said, "No good, they were hiding behind the dimensional gate and only using items." But it's not like he didn't understand. If they were to fight each other while being on the same level, one would think that they definitely wouldn't lose. After all, magicians are really strong. But that's arrogance. That's their mistake. Lancelot, a level 7 existence, is invulnerable to their attacks. Since he summoned such a fighter, he will be sanctioned by the Chamber of Commerce. He said he has no future. He already invested all his money when he came here. If he didn't summon Lancelot, he would die and lose all his property. And since he was destined to die anyway, it would be better for him to be punished by the Chamber of Commerce. However, it's a little disappointing to see such a pitiful sight. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have summoned Lancelot. The king looked ahead and saw many half-burning balls. He widened his eyes and thought, when did this happen? It's not his skills, he's just an idiot. How many items does he have if he doesn't use magic? He looked ahead thoughtfully and thought, come to think of it, why doesn't he use magic? Instead of wasting items like that, wouldn't it be more efficient to use magic? MC and Saul stood near the portal and watched as Stellit continued to chop up the balls. Jongyong wondered, what to do with this skeleton knight? Strengthening and weapon making are tough. He certainly caught a few monsters on the way here. The system window reported, Subspace Lab. He can use the transformation function, the required number of magic stones, 250 pieces. Subspace life support device. Life force needed to be restored gradually in subspace. The required number of magic stones, 250 pieces. MC frowned and thought, usually it takes a lot of magic stones, but maybe because the current subspace level is high, it has increased even more. It is a little more difficult to make weapons now. He created weapons without thinking about the consequences, so he has no magic stones left. In the end, he has to deal with enemies with what he already had, and the most powerful of these, a bowling ball. The problem is, it is of no use. Is it worth hiding in the subspace? But if he kills him in front of the portal, suddenly the king shouted, enough! He is not a mage, he is a human. MC ordered Pax to stop for a moment. The king asked, and since he's a human, he can duplicate objects, right? He walked towards him and laughed and said, that's right, there is no way a mage has come to such a place. He can't believe it. Does he know how much power he has now? The king ordered Lancelot to put away his sword. They are not mages. No, on the contrary, they are on the same side now. They will be partners. Lancelot sheathed his sword behind his back and replied, yes, lord. Jongyong looked at them puzzled and asked again, partners? Sol frowned and asked, why all of a sudden? The king laughed and said, they still don't know anything. Well, where should he start explaining? Right, he thinks he should tell them about that first. They met some skeleton knights on their way here, killed them, and got the boost stones, right? They can make boost stones in this castle. To be precise, this castle is called Camelot. Camelot can create boost stones on living beings in general. MC wondered, they? The king said that boost stones are mainly used to boost items and increase their abilities, but are also used for items with special functions. For example, if they use one in Camelot, they can summon and use the 12 knights belonging to the castle, including the 7th level knight, Lancelot, who is right in front of them. Jongyong's eyes widened, and he looked at the knight carefully. The king said that the important thing is that the booster stone is a valuable commodity, but it can copy objects. What if they work together and make copies of the stones? He laughed out loud and said that no one would suggest such a thing to MC. Of course, it might take some time at first, but due to the nature of this item, which absorbs the living beings in the castle, to create the booster stone, one must be patient. But once the booster stone is made, he can guarantee that everything will go smoothly. And not only that, if they later approach these guys and ask them to do something for them, MC interrupted him and rubbed his eye and said, "King of Knights, this idea of cooperating, he is so grateful that he is crying. Thanks to him, everything was resolved safely. Pax, let him transfer Camelot to the subspace." The king looked at him puzzled and asked, "Where? What is this?" Suddenly his legs caught fire and the wall collapsed and disappeared. The king started looking around and asked, "What the hell is that?" At that moment a voice was heard from behind him. "Wow, is it that small?" Saul said, "That's really interesting." She smiled and said, "It looks like a toy." Jongyum looked at the stone in his hand and answered, "That's right." There was a small castle in his hand. The king saw it and yelled angrily, "He's an idiot. He's barely level 9. How dare he steal his property?" He created a big energy ball and released monsters from it outside. There was a huge explosion and then the smoke cleared and MC asked, "His name is Lancelot, right?" He was standing near the portal and Jongyum asked, "Will he kill the King of Knights?" Lancelot answered, "Yes, Lord." The king looked at it in fear and thought, "No." He asked to wait, but at that moment Lancelot struck him. He cut the purple stone, which flew in all directions, and all that was left of the king was the crown and a burnt cape. On the ground lay a yellow sparkling stone, which Lancelot picked up. The system window reported that since the Knight Lancelot, the ownership of the Night King's Dimension account was transferred. The account was also transferred to the owner of Lancelot, Jongyum. The system window reported, opening his Dimension account. Jongyum's account. Magic stones, 3,086 units. Saul grabbed his shoulder and looked at the system window in surprise. MC happily asked, When is this?" Saul called out to him and pointed her thumb at herself and said, "If he has a conscience, he should give her 1,000 stones. She saved his life. Has he forgotten already?" MC looked at her and replied, "He is grateful, but 1,000 stones, this is too much like extortion. Since she's so picky, he was the one who made the weapon using his stones, so they'll stop at 500. Saul asked, "How can you compare saving a life and wasting stones?" Jongyum folded his arms and asked, "What, she doesn't want to live in the subspace?" Saul asked with displeasure, "Why is he so pathetic?" MC asked, "So they'll settle for a simple thank you." Saul held out her hands and apologized, saying that she's the one being greedy here. She thanked him for the 500. MC frowned and said, "Right, she should be happy that he gave it to her." Saul replied, "Yeah." She looked away and said, "Well, by the way, what will he do with this guy?" Jongyum looked at Lancelot. Lancelot said, "Lord, he broke the King of Knights' neck, just like he ordered. He held out the stone that fell from the king. No matter how harmless the words to explain, who would normally want to hang out with a skeleton knight?" MC looked to the side, where the little girl was riding on Lancelot's neck, and wondered if it was because she was bored in subspace. Yongsu's daughter, Li Yujung. She quickly became friends with him. Jisoo smiled and apologized. What should they do now? Their daughter is not usually like this, but Lancelot seemed to like her. Lancelot replied that by helping the Lord's comrades, he helps him too. And he is just happy. He is honored that he can help them. Yujung smiled while holding Lancelot's helmet. Jisoo spoke. She is worried that their daughter will keep asking to play with him. Yongsu asked with tears in his eyes, "Daughter, is she tired of playing with daddy yet?" Jiyun said, "Look, even in the middle of the game, he supports her with his hand so that she does not fall and touch the knife. Who would not like such a loving and considerate person? Everyone knows he's a good person." Saul put her hand on her chin and said, "Even at his young age, he's good at fighting." MC asked again, "Human? He's not from Earth, so how can he be human?" Jiyun said, "Yes, he can." She folded her arms and said, "Well, anyways, are they heading to Dobong area now?" MC said, "Yes, because that's where the house they need is." Jian said, "Yeah, he's really busy, but he's not planning on heading out right now, is he?" Jongyum looked at her confused, and Jian said she hasn't seen him rest properly in the past few days. She understands he's in a hurry, but what if he faints? It's already late, so maybe he should go tomorrow morning when the sun rises? MC looked to the other side, where Yongsu was saying, "Dad can play the role of a brave knight too." Yujung yelled that she doesn't want to. "He always plays the same way, it's boring." Jisoo put her hand on her cheek and said, she wouldn't like that either. Let him think of a more creative role. Jongyum smiled and looked at them carefully. He said, "Well, moving around at night is dangerous." After a while, Yujung fell asleep on her dad's back, and he said, "Yeah, okay, then they'll leave tomorrow at 6 in the morning." MC said, "Okay, let him rest today." Sol smiled and said, "Yongsu." She threw a tantrum, saying she didn't like playing with him, but she fell asleep without even noticing how he picked her up. Jongyum smiled and said, "That's right, now." He looked at Lancelot and asked, if he wants to rest, he should prepare a place for him to sleep, right? He held out a small palace, and the system window reported that it was Camelot, a unique class. Description: this is the Palace of the Cursed Knights. It can be opened in any size he wishes. The installation cost is proportional to the size. The properties are special. Options: blood sacrifice. He can cultivate or use the life force contained in it to create a strengthening stone. Random. Summon a ghost. He can summon the ghosts of Camelot. There is a corresponding fee for this. Anoint a knight. He can appoint a ghost as a knight. There is a corresponding fee for this. MC thought about it. There are many interesting options, but this is what he needs to pay attention to now. Jongyum read it and thought about it, but it doesn't say how many stones are required for what size. He thought about it. He hopes it's not too small. It would be nice for 12 to stay there. What if 300 magic stones were spent? At this moment, the castle grew in size, filling the space, and MC said that something creepy appeared in the subspace. He looked at it and asked, there were a dozen of them. Could they live in it? Lancelot replied that it was no problem for them, but it was too small for him. Lord. Saul looked at it in surprise and asked, if it cost 300 magic stones, then how much did that terrible Night King spend on it? Lancelot replied, he didn't know for sure, but probably tens of thousands at least. Saul looked at him in surprise and said, that must be how much it took to make it that big. MC thought about it. Now that he thinks about it, even though he had housed Camelot that size, there were no consequences to keeping it in subspace. Was it because it was small to begin with? He asked, but why didn't she go rest, sister? She was going to rest too. Saul replied that she had something she needed to ask Lancelot personally. She was waiting for the right moment to say it. Lancelot, she has a favor to ask. MC looked at her questioningly, and she said that she had been watching him for a while now, and his swordsmanship was impressive. A little. Lancelot looked at her carefully, and Saul asked him to teach her, please. Jongyum opened his mouth in surprise, looking at her. Lancelot replied, okay, then will she grant him one request? That punch she used earlier, let her teach him that. Saul smiled and cried out, boy, he has a keen eye. She has quite an intense training. Can he handle it? MC folded his arms and thought, she can't wait. Saul happily said, she can teach him right now, but how about they start with a simple sparring match? Lancelot replied that he was up for it. Saul laughed loudly and said, she really likes how he is full of fighting spirit. And thus, Lancelot safely became a member of their family. After a while, there were soldiers with machine guns standing on the street, and the MC looked at them in surprise. Yongsu asked, was there anyone else who decided to go on the road? Jongyum said that he found it a little strange. At that moment, the helicopter started to descend. The MC looked at it in surprise and asked, also a helicopter? Yongsu pointed at it and said, that one. Song Chol came out of the helicopter and happily said, Jongyum is there. The MC asked, is you Song Chol the chief of operations? He came out of the portal and said, it's nice to see him again, sir. Song Chol answered, yes, he'd been looking for them for a long time after he saw that the Uljiro fortress wall had disappeared. Jongyum frowned and asked, did the Uljiro fortress wall disappear at night, and they started looking for them right then? They didn't come here to try to convince him again, did they? Song Chol started shaking his head and saying, no, he came to report important news. MC asked again, important news? Song Chol replied, yes, they shouldn't travel by helicopter. The first corps that staged the coup d'etat has captured an air defense base and is shooting down everything that flies through the air. Yongsu asked puzzledly, what? So the situation is as follows. After they left, the Joint Chiefs of Staff monitored the Corps' activities based on the documents and information provided by Lieutenant Colonel Han Kyung-ho. The First Corps gradually expanded its influence from the Dobong area to the Songbuk and Gangbuk areas, and it was also confirmed that the Loyal Corps had captured the capital's defense forces. The military sent out reconnaissance drones and troops to determine the exact number of forces, but during the investigation, the drones kept going astray. After analyzing the firing points, they were able to confirm that a powerful defense system had been set up in the area from Kuki University to Han-O University of Foreign Studies. Song Chol frowned and said that their military was in a difficult situation because the security here was so tight. But after thinking for a moment, he remembered that they were going to Uijeongbu and hurried to find them. If they went there, they would probably have to take a big detour towards Namyangju. But it was really hard for him to say anything about the situation there, so he couldn't even recommend that route. MC looked at him and said, thank you for telling him everything. He was thinking about them taking a helicopter. Song Chol replied, he was glad he was able to tell him so quickly. Jongyum put his hand to his chin and thought, the news was even worse than he thought. Song Chol said, by the way, castle walls, did they catch the King of Knights? MC thought, if their goal was just to get to Uijeongbu, they could have taken a detour and stopped at Namyangju like he said. But they have to pass through Dobong to get to Uijeongbu. Since he says that those guys have spread their influence to Dobong, then a clash with them is inevitable. Yongsu said that he didn't see it himself, but it's true that Jongyum solved the problem. MC didn't listen to him at this point, but continued to think, The problem is that those who staged a coup d'etat in such a situation are in some way more dangerous than monsters. So that means that brother, his wife, and his parents are currently threatened not only by monsters, but also by rebels? He realized that there was no time to hesitate. MC said, Lancelot? Song Chol looked at him in surprise, and Jongyum was asking if they had dealt with the King of Knights? Yes, they had. Lancelot came out of the portal, and MC pointed his thumb at him and said, now he had done everything. Song Chol's eyes widened in fear and asked, the Skeleton Knight? MC replied that he was with them now. Anyway, since his destination was in the Dobong area, clashes with the rebels were inevitable. This guy would be a great help to them, so he suggested that they come up with a plan to destroy the rebels together. Song Chol smiled and said, sure, he thought, wow. After a while, the goblins were standing near military installations, and behind them were large metal cages with people. Suddenly, a floating skull appeared in front of them and attracted the goblins' attention. He started to say something unintelligible, and the goblins walked in the other direction and discussed their business. Lancelot watched them, examining the uniforms and features of the monsters. The system window said, summon ghosts. He can summon the ghosts of Camelot for an appropriate fee. Summoning, this is one of the options of Camelot. The knight in ghost form has no physical contact with anything, but at the same time, since nothing physically hinders him, he can freely pass through walls or fly through the air. The cost of summoning a ghost is 1 power stone and 500 magic stones, which is the same as the cost of anointing a knight. Although it is not specified in the description, even if you summon a knight in a certain form, you can change its incarnation without any additional costs. In other words, summoning a ghost can be considered as the best means to reconnoiter the current enemy camp. Therefore, their plan was for Lancelot to conduct reconnaissance of the enemy's positions, determine the number of forces, the location of anti-aircraft guns, and the characteristics of the enemy, and then develop a plan to overcome them based on the information obtained. Since the range of the ghost is limited, they approached directly to the line of contact and began a reconnaissance operation at the Women's University where government troops were stationed. Lancelot finished in 2.5 hours, however. MC widened his eyes in surprise and asked, were some of the soldiers' body parts turned into goblin-like ones, and they even lock people in cages and sacrifice them? How many enemies? More than 200. Will the world change when he comes? MC's loved ones were in the room, and while listening to Lancelot's story, they asked questions. Questions were heard everywhere. Is there a brigade commander at the university who is expected to be a key officer? Are they going to organize an additional transfer of personnel to the Banghak district? Are there only 9 anti-aircraft guns? Lancelot replied, yes, that's right. Youngsu frowned and said, that can't be. Song Chol lowered his head and folded his arms over his chest and said, he didn't think they were up to anything. And did these guys even capture civilians? Jongyum folded his arms over his chest and said, it looks like they joined the rebels of their own free will. So what is their purpose in detaining civilians? Who are the priest and he? Lancelot replied that he didn't know who the priest and the mysterious he were, but he thought the reason they were holding people back was to cause repulsion. Jongyum asked again, repulsion? Lancelot replied, yes, there are ranks for all dimensional beings, and it's called hierarchy. It's the power that a given hierarchy has, or you could say the right to protect itself from beings below them. The lower the rank in the hierarchy, the stronger the repulsion. For example, a rank 9's attack doesn't affect a rank 8's attack. Of course, as they already understood, it's not absolute. Jongyum imagined the broken skeleton and thought, is that the skeleton knight from earlier? Sol spread her arms in different directions and asked, so they sacrificed people to get that rank? Lancelot replied that he had no other options. However, using sacrifices to gain rank is a method that low-intelligence beings use instinctively. It's a kind of trick, and when such tricks are used by low-ranking beings, in many cases, there are deals and contacts with higher-ranking beings involved. MC asked again, deals? What kind of deals? Lancelot replied, he's not sure. Jongyum asked, does he mean they're not just making sacrifices? The skeleton replied, yes. Sol frowned and shouted, either way, those idiots deserve to be punished. It's that simple, guys, they'll go and destroy them all. MC asked, if it was that simple, then why are they still here? Sol asked, what's the problem, bro? Song Chol spoke up. He thinks the important thing is that their plan is more dangerous than they think. He placed his hand on the map and said, the information that Lancelot confirmed is excellent. Just by finding out the location of the brigade commander and the anti-aircraft guns, they can tell that the success rate of the operation has increased significantly. The problem is that their defensive line is much stronger than expected. Once the operation starts, they will definitely ask the First Corps for support. And if the First Corps joins in, there's a high chance that it will escalate into an all-out war. An all-out war is dangerous since they lack intel, so they need to quickly capture it before the First Corps arrives. But in order to do everything quickly, they themselves need support. An airstrike using Jongyum's forces will help capture them quickly. But that's almost impossible because of the anti-aircraft guns. MC replied, huh. He thought about it. No, they don't have time to wait for support. The Banghak area is the home of his brother's young family, so they have to finish everything before they go to Banghak. Of course, Lancelot is a level 7, so he can wipe them out alone, but the area is too big, so they are in trouble. Reinforcements from the First Corps will arrive, and there is a high chance that this will escalate into a full-scale war. Lancelot asked, if the problem is with the anti-aircraft guns, how about summoning another knight? Jeongyum raised his hand and spoke. In order to summon a knight, they will need a booster and magic stones. Right now, they have magic stones, but no booster. Lancelot, he could cancel his summon, take the booster stone, and summon him again, but there would be no point since it would not increase his strength anyway. Above all, he feels uneasy about having to summon another knight instead of him. I wish it was possible to copy the booster stone, but it is impossible to copy magic stones and booster stones. Lancelot remained silent at first and then said that by defeating the King of Knights, you can get the booster stone. MC looked at him puzzled and asked, what is he talking about? He does not remember the booster stone. Suddenly remembered the yellow stone and said with wide eyes, after. By the way, there is a power-up stone that Lancelot found. Everyone in the room turned their gaze to him. Jeongyum shyly put his hand on his neck and said, no, well, it wasn't him who found it, he might have forgotten. So, who is this knight? Lancelot said, they are the 12 Knights of Camelot. They are excellent knights, with both skill and loyalty, so he won't be disappointed no matter who he summons. But Bedivere seems to suit him the most. MC asked again, Bedivere? Lancelot said, he is a knight who is so good at long-range attacks that he was once called the greatest archer of all time. MC smiled and said that he must meet him immediately. After a while, people were sitting in a cage with sunlight coming through the metal bars. A goblin walked up to it and said, she, in orange. The girl looked up and asked fearfully, she? The goblin replied, that's right, she. Everyone else in this room is in bad shape except her. She wants to escape? The girl looked at him in surprise, and the goblin said, they won't see each other again. The goblin smiled and laughed and said, if she fulfills one of his requests, he will help her escape. Suddenly, a head fell off his shoulders and he asked, well, how is it? Are you interested? The girl looked at it in confusion, and Lancelot cut off the monster's head and ran into the forest. She got out of the cage and asked, what is that? A burning ball was flying in the sky behind her. The goblins looked at it and asked, what is that? The goblin narrowed his eyes and answered, indeed, there is something like a bowling ball flying there. Wait a minute, it's flying towards them. There was a big explosion, and the other goblins looked around and asked, what is that sound? An explosion, or are they imagining it? At that moment, an explosion occurred right behind the monster. Lancelot picked up the ball from the ground and then placed it on the slingshot cloth and said, next target to throw. A while ago he said, oh, right, there is one thing he didn't tell them. Bedivere is one-armed. MC folded his arms and said puzzledly, he is called the genius archer of the century. Does he shoot with only one arm? Lancelot replied, yes, a true genius. It is an old story. A long time ago, Bedivere served as a knight under the command of a duke, and the commander, envious of his talent, cut off his arm. Since then, he holds a thick leather belt in his hands instead of a bow and throws stones and spears with it. He became one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. It is a short but at the same time sad story. Jeongyum asked, no, even so, will he be able to destroy the anti-aircraft guns? Lancelot replied, my lord, he has fought side by side with their knights for a long time. He knows all about their fighting skills. He saw the enemy camp during reconnaissance. They and Bedivere should be enough. MC looked at him thoughtfully, and he asked to let him tell them one thing. Currently, Lancelot swung the ball and shouted, 12 Knights of Camelot. He released the ball towards the goblins, after which there was a large and bright explosion. At this moment, a goblin was standing at the military point looking out the window where the explosion appeared, asked, what is this? Suddenly, the goblin behind him fell, and he turned around and shouted, Lieutenant Pack, what is this? Lancelot entered the room and headed towards the goblin in uniform. He swung and said, this is not a circle where anyone can enter. The system window reported that MC acquired 4 magic stones. The current number of magic stones is 2,686 units. He acquired 12 magic stones. The current number of magic stones is 2,698 units. Jeongyum looked at it and said, he understood that if there was an account, it was possible to automatically take away magic stones. But the speed at which the number of stones increased, is that normal? After these words, several more system windows appeared, which reported the acquisition of 5, 8, and again 5 magic stones. MC thought, it was still good, right? At that moment, Yongsoo called out to him and said, there it was. Burning bowling balls appeared in the sky, which exploded. Jeongyum said that the signal that should have been given when all the anti-aircraft guns were destroyed. Yongsoo said, Lancelot, he must be proud of the knights, Songchul said. Lancelot's tactics, Bedivere's skills. If all the knights had such abilities, there would be no need for special forces. Yongsu said that's right, they really are excellent knights. Well then, maybe they'll move right now? MC thought, special forces. At this point, Bedivere was looking thoughtfully at the map and said, problem. First he destroyed everything that needed to be destroyed, and even sent a signal. But then where did Captain Lancelot tell him to go? Here? No, it seemed like over there. In this direction, right? Bedivere was in deep doubt and asked, but then why was that sign drawn? If it was written like that, he would have just gone. He said discontentedly that he didn't know. He would just go as he felt. At this moment, Lancelot was fighting the monster, punching its face with his fist. He put his foot on the creature's body and said that it was not easy for him to control his power. He better tell him the truth before he accidentally killed it. Who taught them this, and where is he? Lancelot pressed even harder on the goblin's body and asked what their plans were and how many soldiers were in the First Legion. The monster chuckled and replied that he knew a lot about them. Okay, he'll tell him. His name is Tonesiu. Lancelot asked again, Tonesiu? The goblin replied, yes, a creature of such magnitude that someone like him, who ranks 8th, is not even fit to hold a candle to him. Lancelot replied that he had not heard of him. What does such a creature want from them? What are their plans? The monster threw Lancelot's leg off his body and screamed. He doesn't know either. He rolled across the floor, then got up and started running. The goblin grouped himself, putting his hands in front of his head and jumped out the window. He landed on his feet and screamed. The monster saw him and screamed, Brigadier General! He's done for. The goblin interrupted him and ordered him to drag his motorcycle. The monster rushed to the side and screamed, yes! Lancelot followed him down and grabbed the hilt of his sword and said that it was useless to run away. The goblins rushed towards the general and ordered him to protect the Brigadier General. The monster turned around and ordered the general to leave. They would handle this. Another monster grabbed him and said that he would take care of him. Lancelot said, it was amazing how they were willing to act and make sacrifices in the midst of all this, but they were assessing the situation at a goblin level. The monster replied that it was better to be a goblin than an empty-headed one like him. He asked to be allowed to give him advice. He should moderate his arrogant behavior. The goblin took aim and said that there were several level 8 representatives in the main squad, and even if he ate another 10 people, he would become his equal. Lancelot asked with displeasure, did all those who turned into goblins do the same as him? The monster smiled and said, yes. Smart people try to adapt to the changing world. At that moment, Lancelot swung his sword and cut the monster's head off its shoulders, saying that it would be easy to distinguish those who deserved to die. The general turned around and saw drops of blood flying in different directions. The goblin's head fell to the floor, and blood was dripping from the tip of Lancelot's sword. The general turned around when he suddenly heard a noise and looked up. He said, this is terrible. He saw a helicopter flying in the sky, with Yongsu and MC sitting inside. Yongsu said that he was going to land right now. MC was feeling nauseous again, and he said that it was dangerous to land, like Kim Sol going into subspace. The goblin said in fear that this can't be. Government troops have arrived. The general closed his eyes, and the monster said, Brigadier General, what should we do now? At that moment, Lancelot stabbed him in the throat and blood quickly dripped onto the floor. He looked to the side and saw Jongyum, who had come out of the landing helicopter. He looked away in annoyance and screamed. What an idiot. The general accepted the crystals and asked what he would do now. Lancelot said with displeasure. He had become level 8. The monster turned around, baring his teeth. MC asked, instead of becoming level 8, had he completely lost his humanity? Lancelot replied, he thought it was because he was trying to increase his level too quickly. After all, it was the shortest path. And level 8. The goblin screamed loudly, and Jongyum asked, Lancelot, what level is he? Lancelot replied, 7. However, Bedivere would deal with this guy, and he wouldn't have to fight on the front lines. At that moment, Bedivere was standing on the roof, swinging his slingshot. He said, it's good that he went where his feelings called him. The system window reported that MC had acquired 322 magic stones. The current number of magic stones is 3,042 units. Suddenly, Songchul ran up to Gong Chiom and called out to him. MC said, Yu Songchul is the chief of the operations staff. The chief said that thanks to the 2 knights who destroyed the key facility, eliminating the remaining enemies and rescuing the civilians is going smoother than expected. MC replied that this is great news. Songchul asked, yes, besides, where did the Brigadier General go? He looked towards the general's corpse. He screamed, how can this be? What kind of horror is this? MC asked, Lancelot, did he find out anything about their plan? Lancelot replied that he was sorry. He couldn't find out anything except the fact that the high-level being that came into contact with them was called Tonasiu. Jongyum asked again, Tonatiuh? Lancelot replied, yes, this is the first time he heard that name. MC spoke up, after all, it is another labyrinth. Songchul looked at him and said, He might be able to find out something by looking at the documents in the building where the Brigadier General was staying. Mr. Lancelot, where exactly was the building where the Brigadier General was staying? Lancelot pointed his finger towards the window on the 4th floor and replied, the room he was in was on the 4th floor of the building they could see behind them. However, there would probably be a lot of documents to deal with. Songchol said, it's okay. He's already done a lot for this operation, so they should do something like this now. Jongyum asked Pax, can he categorize all the documents and maps in this building as military documents? Songchol asked, what? The system window reported the cost calculation. About 5,086 sheets. It would require 120 magic stones. MC replied, okay, let him get started. Songchol said, no, Jongyum. MC turned around and said with a smile on his face, Pax will take care of it for them, so they don't have to waste time dealing with paperwork. He also thinks that the sooner he can find his family, the better. But he looked at the system window in surprise, which reported that documents that do not belong to the military category have been found. They have been excluded and saved separately. 2 pieces of inappropriate documents have been found. Jongjum asked again, inappropriate documents? After a while, he looked at the piece of paper and asked, what is this? It was written on it, a spatial creature registration application form. MC asked again, spatial creature registration? Lancelot replied that it was a document that could raise his ranking. Jongjum frowned and replied, but one of them is in poor condition. Lancelot pointed his finger at the piece of paper and said, the one that is written correctly is an official document, and the one that is in poor condition is a fake document. MC asked, then what does he mean? Did they become goblins even though they had the normal way? Lancelot replied that it must have been like that because they couldn't register the normal way. As written in the documents, in order to register one's existence in a dimension, one needs magic stones and a dimension account. But the current dimension, Earth, is different from the normal dimension and is just starting to develop, and there's currently no one who can meet these conditions. Of course, MC is a special case. He killed a level 8 being who had a dimension account and got it. Songchol thought, a dimension account? Jongyum looked at him and thought, does he know such words too? Lancelot said, in any case, this document should not exist. But since he has the document and the conditions, why don't they register now? If he fills out the official application form, he will not become a goblin. The registration application form is customized for each dimension. So if it is written in normal language, it is the official form. MC looked at the application carefully and said, 1,000 magic stones. He wrote his name on the signature form and said, however, the system window reported that the spatial being registration is complete. The current amount of magic stones, 2,422 units. The statement evaporated and Jongyum asked, that's it? Lancelot answered, right. MC said thoughtfully, he was curious, but okay. So, where should he send the documents? After a while, the goblin shouted, Brigadier General. He apologized for being so late. The motorcycle was heavy, so it was hard to carry. The monster looked at the ground where the general's body lay and shouted, how could that be? At that moment, Bedivere was sitting on the roof and looking around. He asked, is that where the speech was coming from? The volume of documents categorized as military is 40,728 pages. They were so worried about their relatives that they decided not to delay the search. So they entrusted the verification of the documents to the head of the operational headquarters, Yu Songchol. MC said that he would come back here when he found his family. Songchol replied that he hoped they were all safe. This was done in the hope that the rebels would not mistake them for government troops. MC headed for the exit and said that they said that the Dobong district was captured by the rebels, so he would have to drive. It was too dangerous to let Yongsu drive. This made sense because only he and the 2 skeleton knights would be moving, and they planned to move around in a regular vehicle. Jongyum thought it would be okay if it did not look like a military one. However, an unexpected problem arose. The subspace was filled with military equipment. MC thought, what should he do? He didn't think to get a civilian vehicle after everything that happened. But for now, he'll ride an electric bike and look for a vehicle. He was going down the stairs and thought it would take a long time, but he wouldn't do anything. He just hoped he had a car to ride. Jongyum's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Bedivere on a motorcycle. He asked Bedivere, where did he get a motorcycle from? Bedivere replied that the guy told him it was the same horse the red-haired goblin rode. He thought it was funny, so he captured the stallion. MC thought, the general's motorcycle? Wait a minute then. The system window reported that 22 magic stones were used to save the item in the military items category. The current number of magic stones, 2,400 units. After a while, the goblin thoughtfully asked, is that a motorcycle? The monster with a cigarette in his mouth grinned and asked, did someone promise to come? The goblin replied, no, he didn't hear anything like that. The monster put his eye to the scope and said, well, he doesn't know who they are or where they came from. This isn't the kind of place you just show up at. Suddenly a burning bowling ball flew into him and knocked the monster down. The goblin turned around and asked, "Sergeant Lee?" Just then, Lancelot rode up to him on a motorcycle and stabbed him with his sword. The goblin's head flew off and MC and the knights rode on. After a while, the monster looked away from the window and said, "A motorcycle?" He'd never seen anyone ride like that before. Jongyum and the skeleton stopped and looked towards the dilapidated building. They walked up to apartment 1405 and the MC started knocking on the door and saying, "Bro, is it him, Jongyum? Is he inside?" He kept knocking and shouting, "It's Jongyum, his youngest. Is he inside?" There was no sound from the other side of the apartment, so MC decided to pull the door handle. He walked inside and saw the apartment in a state of chaos. He asked, "Brother?" The skeleton cried out, "Mr. Yongsu?" Lancelot said, "My lord, he will go first." MC replied, "Yeah." He thought about it. It doesn't look like this place was attacked. More like they left the house to take shelter. Suddenly he looked to the side thoughtfully and saw a folded letter. MC said, "This." He unfolded the piece of paper and said, "Juyung, Songyum. He can't know which one of them will read this letter. The phone is also out of order, so he leaves the letter in case any of them come here." They decided to go to Uijeongbu. He is not sure if they will be safe given the current situation. However, his wife's family lives nearby. He doesn't know when they'll read this letter, but if they do, they shouldn't even think about going to Uijeongbu. For some reason, soldiers are kidnapping people from the streets and forcibly taking them away. Bedivere spoke up. "There doesn't seem to be any problem inside the house." Lancelot said, "Well, there's nowhere to hide." The letter said that they were taking away adults and children regardless of gender, so it was dangerous to wander around. "They'll survive somehow, so please." He hopes they're alive too. MC frowned and thought, "Thank goodness, they escaped before the First Corps took over everything here." Jongyum looked towards Bedivere and asked him to show this letter to his family in subspace. Bedivere replied, "Yes, his lord." Mac thought, he doesn't know when his brother wrote the letter. But if the First Corps started to occupy this area, it wouldn't be the worst case scenario. Not the worst, but if the First Corps started to occupy Dobong, then soon the soldiers will reach Uijeongbu too. MC frowned and suggested Lancelot to move out. They need to hurry, so he will go first. Lancelot replied, "Yes, my lord." "Is he okay?" He was worried that he would have a rejection, so he let him drive. Suddenly a helicopter appeared in front of the window with goblins inside. They looked at it with confusion, and the monster said that he confirmed one unidentified person and a skeleton and opened fire. He fired once first, and then several more times. There was only smoke left in the place where Jongyum and Lancelot had just stood. MC said he scared him. It was hotter than he thought. It looks like the target has been confirmed. He asked Pax to keep the Black Hawk in the military items category. The previous Black Hawk was undergoing maintenance. The system window reported that it had used 141 magic stones to store this item in the military items category. The current number of magic stones is 2,447. The monster asked fearfully, what was he doing? He didn't care even after being shot with a machine gun. The monster hovered in the air and asked, was he really level 8? He suddenly flew down and screamed loudly. MC suggested that Lancelot should go. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Lancelot replied, yes, his lord. Jongyum thought that they had killed quite a few rebels on the way here. They have a Black Hawk with missiles and cannons. He asked his brother to be safe. After a while, the monsters were talking to each other. The goblin spoke. The priest said that he would distribute the sacrifices according to their number, at his discretion. The monster said that several days had already passed. The goblin replied, yes, that's right. The monster said thoughtfully, if they made the sacrifices in a hurry, they wouldn't be enough. However, what would they do if they couldn't destroy it? Did he really have to resort to that? The number of victims of Lieutenant Park Han-jun, who was standing next to him, had already reached 300. 300. The monster apologized and then said that if he wasn't level 8, then destroying this building wouldn't be that easy. The goblin replied that he should have asked him to lend him a goblin or come up with some other way. Only children were complaining about not being able to make a sacrifice now. Well, he would take care of it, so when he went to Yangju, let him run around more and replenish his quota of sacrifices. He waved his hand and asked, did he understand? The monster nodded, bowed and replied, yes. The goblin looked to the side and said, Sergeant Kyung Ju-min. No, he's just a goblin now. Well, anyway, did he hear? Ju-min growled loudly, and the goblin ordered him to go and break it. Ju-min screamed again and ran forward. He suddenly stopped and turned around questioningly, hearing the sound of engines. The goblin turned around and asked, what's up? What's he talking about? The MC was riding a motorcycle and ordering them to get out, those horrible idiots. This is their house. They, the idiots. Lancelot was riding behind him on a motorcycle and pointing his sword. He swung his sword and struck at the goblins. He struck Ju-min, who fell to the ground. Ahead there was a sign of a cozy hardware store, from which voices were coming. Isn't everything so nice outside? The man replied, no, it's not that. Someone asked, Father, Why is he so quiet? What's wrong? Father replied, It's just that Jongyum arrived on a motorcycle with a skeleton. Songyeon asked, What? Good and bad things can only happen when there are people. He heard this from his mother over and over again as a child. As time goes by, he can tell that there is nothing good about it. He was able to rise up despite business failures and scams. Thanks to the people who were by his side and because of love. That is why he raised his children and taught them that love is important. While he was watching them grow up, he developed a dream. He was going to build a big and spacious house where he could live with his children. However, when the father started studying architecture, which he had never done before, it turned out to be more difficult than he thought. The costs were not small, so the dream remained a dream. All of his children grew up healthy. The eldest son recently got married, the eldest daughter is a nurse, the youngest daughter is an athlete, and the youngest son was just discharged from the army. The future seemed bright until a monster appeared. Luckily, since he ran a hardware store, they were able to survive the stress. But things didn't go well after that. They had to worry about food, conserve water, and hide. Some time ago, father told mother that he was full, so let her eat. After all, there were many who wanted to steal from them. Rats, monsters, neighbors. In the end, the daughter-in-law's relatives came to them first, and soon after, the eldest son and daughter-in-law came. Since father knew how they got there, he just hugged them and cried quietly. His daughter-in-law's ability in alchemy awakened, so they didn't have to worry about water. The soldiers became monsters, and instead of just wandering around, these monsters took civilians regardless of age or gender. So they were not isolated voluntarily. Father stood by the window and said that the soldiers who were supposed to protect civilians were attacking them instead. He needed to make sure his children were safe. And around this time, he realized his ability. The system window said that father is an architect. He has outstanding abilities in architecture. He can build anything. He doesn't know how his long-time dream came true, but fortune definitely smiled upon him. So, thanks to his daughter-in-law's abilities and his own, they were able to survive. He built barricades near the store, and also decorated everything with metal shields. Father looked through a small gap and said, Yesterday, some soldiers were hanging around in front of the house, and as a result, they brought this monster with them. This time, they are really determined to destroy this place. But he knew that this would happen, so he made a detour. Father ordered Sungyeon to take the rest of the family and go out into the corridor. Sungyeon asked fearfully, What? What about him, father? Father turned around and replied that he didn't know if the end of the road was safe. It's an emergency exit in case of a collapse, but at least it's better than waiting to die here. His wife said, Dear? He smiled and replied that he would be the last to leave, so there was no need to worry. Suddenly, Dad heard a noise from the street and waved his hand and said, I think they are moving. There is no time. They need to go. These monsters are going to get him from here. Suddenly, he paused and looked thoughtfully at the street. His wife asked, What? Is it really not so good outside? Dad replied, No, it is not that. Songyeon asked, Dad, why is he so quiet? What is wrong? Dad replied, Yes, it is just that Jongyum has arrived. He has arrived. He arrived on a motorcycle with a skeleton. Sungyeon asked, What? MC walked up to the store and thought, This is definitely their house, but what do these iron barricades even mean? Okay, who cares? What matters is whether there is any family member inside. At that moment, the door to the house opened and MC froze in surprise. Dad looked out and asked, Jongyum, is it really him? MC burst into tears and ran into the arms of his family. He turned around and put his hand in front of him, activating a portal that showed the table where Sol and Juyeon were sitting. The girls also burst into tears when they saw their loved ones. After a while, the whole family was sitting at the table and eating. Mom frowned and thought, no matter where she went, she was confident in her cooking. But this steamed mackerel, it was several levels above her cooking skill. She looked at Jisoo and thought, is she really a chef? Jisoo smiled and said, she was glad they liked it. Mom thought that she couldn't just back out like that. She said that since she made such a delicious dish, she would start making a refreshing dessert. After a while, she started cooking and thought that she should cut green grapes into thin slices and put it on top of the cream on the cheesecake. She put the dessert on the table and mentally ordered everyone to try her signature dish. It was Mom's tiramisu with cream and green grapes. Jisoo tried it and blushed with admiration. She cried out happily, oh my god, it's so delicious. Will she give her the recipe? Mom laughed and said there was nothing special about it. Yongsoo also tried the dessert and thought it was very delicious. At that moment, Lancelot walked up to Grandpa and he asked what his name was. Lancelot introduced himself and Grandpa asked, Mister, does he know how to play Jengi? Jengi is a Korean chess-type board game. Lancelot asked again, Jengi? In his hometown, they are famous for dissecting monster corpses, so he worked with the entrails. Grandpa frowned and said he didn't quite understand him. The whole situation is that in Korean, the name of the game and the word organs sound similar. Grandpa pointed to the table and said, it looks like he doesn't know how. He told him to bring a chair and sit down. He will tell him what Junggi is. At this time, Sungyeon took out a stone and asked MC to look at it. Jonghyun asked, "What? Why does he have such a thing, bro?" The system window said that it is a rank D enhancement stone. Properties, fire, and the options are penetration and ignition. Sungyeon replied that he saw some rhinoceros-like monster and a griffin-like monster fighting. The griffin-like monster won and ate the other one. Sungyeon found this on the rhinoceros monster's body. He held out the stone and said he thought he would need it more than he did, so let him use it. MC replied that it is too useful an artifact to refuse. "Thank you." Sungyeon said that he should be the one thanking him. MC replied, as he said before, if he needs anything, be it furniture or anything, he should just order it and use it. He should make sure that his wife's family is comfortable. Sungyeon replied he was touched that he cared about them too. After his discharge, he really matured, bro. When he was little, he was busy crying when Sol beat him. MC replied, honestly, he cries even now. Sungyeon said that if he did anything right, it was being born before Sol. Anyway, thanks, he will go tell his wife's family everything again. MC waved at him and thought he has a scar on his face. He must have suffered a lot, but at least he is alive. By the way, the abilities seem quite useful. Suddenly, MC noticed his father next to him and asked, "Dad?" The father said, "Jonghyun, he's really happy. Not only is the whole family safe, thanks to his ability, they were able to eat their fill in such a safe place. But does he know good things and bad things?" MC interrupted him and asked, "Can things only happen when there are people?" He remembers it well. If he was alone, he wouldn't have been able to get this far, even with all these abilities. When he started helping people, he wondered why he was even doing it, because he remembers those words. Youngsu told him, even if he awakened this ability in himself, it would still be so hard in the end. That's when he realized that the reason he helps people and others help him is because they all want their families to be safe. He was sure that his family needed help, and he hoped that someone would help them like he helped others. He can help because he empathizes. No matter their abilities, they are all the same. Everyone is suffering and afraid of death. They all live in the same world, so they help each other. Otherwise, it would be too heartless. Right, Dad? Dad smiled and said he was proud of him. Jonghyun smiled and said it was all thanks to him. He must be tired, so he should rest. He thinks it's time for him to leave soon. Dad said yes, but let him be careful. Let him take care of himself. At that moment, Songchol let out a sigh and said they were half done. Everyone had worked hard. He suggested taking a break. The assistant said he thought his eyes would fall out. Suddenly, the door opened a crack, and a soldier said, "The chief of operations. Just recently, a skeleton knight named Bedivere came in. He asked him to tell him that his lord has left for Paja." Songchol asked, "If his lord is Jonghyun, why did he go to Paja?" He shouted loudly, "Wait a minute, the first corps was there." The soldier looked at him puzzled, and Songchol screamed as if he was mad. Did he go to fight with the first corps? At this time, the skeleton knights and the MC were riding motorcycles on the road, and the MC was saying, "The weather is nice." After a while, Sol was intensely hitting the boxing bag with her hands and feet. She swung her arm hard and tore the boxing bag apart with just one hit. It flew to the side, where there were already several of them. Sol turned around in annoyance and ordered Pax to bring the sandbag here. She urged him loudly. Pax delivered the sandbag and said that the current order speed is the value set by Jonghyun. At this moment, Sungyeon and Jooyoung were playing a console, and he asked why Sol was so angry. Jooyoung replied that Jonghyun wouldn't let her go. Sungyeon replied that he knew she was capable, but guns and tanks were too dangerous. Jooyoung said that she asked her dad to put up the sandbag, and she had been practicing for a while. Sungyeon chuckled and said, Sol also said that her powers had awakened. Even though it's dangerous outside, why does she want to go out so much? Jooyoung replied, "It's Sol." "That's right, bro." Seon said that he had a scar on his face. Sungyeon grabbed his cheek and asked, "Is this?" "It's okay. If you don't touch it, it's okay." He asked in surprise, when did the scar disappear? Maybe he awakened? Jooyoung said that it wasn't that big of a scar. Stop pretending. Sungyeon screamed. No, it was quite a serious wound. Until yesterday, the scar was right there. Jooyoung replied that he couldn't complain about the pain. Does he know how nervous she was at the hospital? There was a head of the internal medicine department named Jin Sonhak, and he used his powers to poison the hospital staff and control them, like brainwashing them. She was careful in every move she made, because she was afraid that she would become addicted. Before she could finish speaking, Jisoo suddenly peeked into the room and told her to go eat. Sol ran after her without a second's hesitation. After a while, screams were heard in the subspace. "He is the devil." "Sorceress, we need to hurry up and defeat the devil." Mom said, "It's time for dinner." Yongsoo said in surprise, "It's time to eat already." At this moment he was holding Yoo-jung on his shoulders and MC's dad was playing with them. Mom said that there was kimchi stew on the menu. She made it very delicious, so it's time to go eat before it gets cold. She asked her husband, "Honey, where is his father?" He replied that Dad probably won't eat. Mom asked, "He won't eat, why?" At this moment, Grandpa was sitting at the table and saying that it was strange. It was obviously Mr. Lancelot's first time playing Jangi. Why is he so good at it? No matter how much he looks at this move, he can't understand it. Shouldn't he ask him to explain it to him? At this moment, tanks were advancing across the field, firing shells. Large projectiles were flying out of the MC portal, and the system window reported that it was a Hellfire missile. Class rare? Description failed to load information. He can enter his own description. There are no properties, and the options are penetration and explosion. The projectile flew into the tank and blew it up, after which it happened to all the other tanks. That's right. Jeongnyeom did not use high explosive weapons so as not to harm others. However, according to the reconnaissance results conducted by Lancelot, the First Corps was dispersed among the areas where civilians and the main rebel forces were held. So according to Lancelot's plan, he himself was in charge of rescuing the hostages, and he in charge of attacking the main rebel forces. In other words, there are no civilians where MC is now. Moreover, since the Black Hawk was equipped with missiles, he took it to the subspace lab and reinforced it with the reinforcement stone his brother gave him. In addition, he strengthened Pax's basic movement ability that he had been putting off. The range is 100 meters. The maximum delivery speed is 300 kilometers per hour. MC looked at the system window and thought that this was already a powerful missile, and he managed to strengthen it further. With such power, he can collect magic stones in no time. It takes 10,000 to advance to the 4th level of subspace. Jeongnyeom said that he had already collected over 2,000. He looked at the system window in surprise, where it was written that he had 1890 magic stones. He asked why they were not collected. He definitely heard that sound often. The system window reported that according to the terms of the platform, 45% of the profits will be paid as commission to Tonesiu of the Mesika dimension. The next system window reported that according to the rules of the platform, 25% of the magic stones purchased will be paid to Priest Kim Bong-su. MC asked, Tonesiu of the Mesika dimension? Priest Kim Bong-su? The name seems familiar. He remembered what Lancelot said about Tonesiu and his eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly Lancelot appeared in front of him and said, My lord. All the camps were destroyed and Bedivere has also arrived. However, he is the only one who will join him. Bedivere will help the people escape. Is he injured? MC replied that it was hard, but he is fine. By the way, Lancelot, the high-ranking being who came into contact with the rebels, was Tonatiuh, right? Lancelot replied, yes, why would he? Jeongnyeom replied that this Tonatiuh and Priest Kim Bong-su keep intercepting his magic stones. It is written that Tonatiuh is from the dimension Mesika, but what dimension is that? Lancelot replied that it is probably the name of Tonatiuh's home planet or civilization. For example, the dimension where his lord lives is called Earth. MC asked again, right? So this Priest Kim Bong-su, is he no better than a traitor who sacrifices people to other planets? At this moment, Bong-su looked at the system window and thought he was wondering what was going on since he was crying like crazy earlier. This is not normal. How can the speed at which magic stones appear in the account be so high? And then there were those powerful explosions he saw earlier. Although he didn't hear anyone firing any guns or equipment, so where did all this firepower come from anyway? And above all, why has no one come to report this yet? Where is everyone, and what are they doing? Suddenly a projectile flew into his body and pierced his body. He flew to the side and MC said, Priest Kim Bong-su. He was breathing heavily and asking who it was. Was it the corp commander? He thought he was going to die while climbing the stairs. At that moment, dark energy started to come out from Bong-su's body, quickly healing the wounds on his body. Jeongnyeom asked in surprise, what was that? Lancelot replied, it was the wounds healing. He wondered what the dark red smoke was rising from the entire camp. Now he understands. MC asked, was there something like that? Bong-su changed his appearance a little and said, amazing. A human and a skeleton knight, and the skeleton knight is more loyal to the human. MC replied that he was also surprised. A goblin speaking in human language. The priest laughed and said, it seems like they were meeting their soldiers. They hurriedly ate the magic stones, that's why they turned into goblins. This is a side effect of not letting the bodies adapt. He personally gave them instructions on how to act, but they still got greedy. He must be rank 8 too, judging by the fact that there is an account. He doesn't know where MC got the investment from, but he suggests to settle it quickly. He has a suggestion. He ordered to stop destroying everything and leave this place. Then he won't hurt them. As Jeongnyeom can see, they won't be able to kill him anyway, and he can kill them right now. The reason he doesn't kill even though he can is because he will have to take damage too. Fighting now is a waste of time. Lancelot spoke. No, he won't be able to even hurt them, let alone kill them. MC thought, what's on his mind? He's suddenly proposing peace. He should try to understand. Really, neither he can kill this guy. And if he can't, it must be because of the smoke. What is this smoke from the sacrifices? Lancelot said he saw them in prison, but he didn't. If MC saw, he would try to deduce the principle. He looked thoughtfully at the blood-red sky and thought, now he sees that dark red smoke is gathering in the sky. He asked, what is going on? Suddenly, a huge eye appeared in the sky, which scared Jonghyun. The protagonist looked up in surprise. What is this? Is this a high-level being? Bongsu asked with a grin. They didn't expect this, did they? It seems like this is the first time they've seen a high-level being. Such beings don't even contact directly when investing due to the hierarchical restrictions. However, Tonachu is different. This being will come here in person. He is the only one who can help Tonachu come. Now, do they understand how stupid they were? He said with a laugh that he will give them a chance anyway. In fact, he thinks that his abilities are too good to be wasted. So if they kneel down and beg him right now to let them become his lackeys, he might agree. Suddenly, Lancelot dealt a crushing blow to the goblin with his sword. He furiously asked, how dare the goblin try to subjugate his master? Bongsu reminded him that he is immortal. He stated, grabbing the goblin's hair with his hand, that if he couldn't kill him, then he would make him want to die. He screamed in fear, asking him to stop. Lancelot began to beat the goblin mercilessly, while the protagonist watched silently from the side. MC thought that Lancelot was trying very hard, but if Tonashi was not defeated, then Bongsu would simply regenerate endlessly. So he had to defeat that creature in the sky? It was clear to him that it was impossible without even trying. Is there any other way? At least find a way to stop the enemy's regeneration. Jonghyun realized and thought that he could use the subspace. The protagonist screamed, turning to Lancelot, that he had to throw that goblin towards him. Bongsu tried to ask through broken teeth, what were they planning? Lancelot threw him towards the protagonist, who opened a passage to the subspace. The system window reported that Bongsu was trying to enter the subspace. Confirmation is required to enter. Bongsu's entry into the subspace is allowed. After a while in the corridor, Ju-young saw the passage and noticed that he returned faster this time. The system window reported that the unidentified energy that tried to penetrate from the outside was blocked. She saw in horror a monster that burst out of the subspace passage and screamed. At that moment, Sol grabbed the goblin's head with her hand and asked what was that. It seemed like it wasn't their brother. After she saw him in the passage and turned to him, Sol rushed towards him furiously, and MC screamed in fear and quickly decided to close the passage. After Jonghyun ordered Bongsu to be removed from the subspace, a system window appeared informing that Bongsu had been removed from the subspace. Sol threw the goblin into the passage and looked at him with a challenge that screamed that this was the future that awaited him. The protagonist looked puzzled and thought that for a moment she seemed scarier than Tanashiu. The system window reported that the dimension account owner had been changed. He already had an account. Magic stones will be added automatically. He received 14,823 magic stones. The protagonist asked in surprise, how much did Bongsu earn from the commission if he received so many stones? MC thought, looking up, why didn't the notification of Tonatsu's commission appear? Jonghyun said that the creature had disappeared. Lancelot noted that Bongsu mentioned that he was the only one who could summon Tonatsu, and the master had managed to block some kind of connection between them. Since the creature had failed once, it probably wouldn't come here again. The protagonist sat down on the ground and noted that it had really retreated. He thought his heart would stop. He hadn't even fought, so why was he so tired? Songchul suddenly called his name. The protagonist thought he recognized that voice. He asked if he was okay. Except for the essential personnel, he brought all the awakened and the units that could move. They weren't late, right? The MC said they were right on time. Songchul asked, looking at the goblin's body, where is the commander now? What even happened here? Jonghyun thought it had been a long time since he saw someone with a gun on their back. Kwon Deokyong, the second platoon commander, radioed in that he was reporting the results of his reconnaissance in and around the First Corps. All the rebels were found mummified. According to their data, there were no survivors. Songchul said that the chief of operations heard him. They needed to maintain a state of alert. He ordered them to rescue civilians and clear the area. He said his orders would be carried out. After a while, Songchul remarked that he didn't know how he did it, but this time he decided to do it on his own. The protagonist noted that it was just a simple matter. However, he did not like the fact that he had turned into a mummy. He bowed and thanked him. The protagonist asked in surprise, why was he doing this? Songchul said that besides, he was only saying this now, but he realized how stupid it was to ask him to join the army in the first place. They were trying to provide an advantage. The advantages they mentioned were completely meaningless to him. The army underestimated his abilities and influence, and only considered the military situation. They couldn't be that incompetent. He knew it was shameless, but couldn't he help people? He realized that it was awkward to ask him about this now. But many people were still in difficult situations. Some had lost loved ones. Others were seriously injured. And there were also some who were anxious because they had not yet revealed their abilities. He knew that the damage was severe due to the incompetence of the government and the military. but that was why he was asking him for help now. MC extended his hand and said that this was not a deal, this was help. He would tell them in advance that he had no intention of joining the army, so whether to help or not was his decision and a matter of his principles. He just wanted to clarify this point. Sung Chol looked at him happily, and they shook hands. He stated that naturally his conditions would be accepted. Sung Chol noted that he would make sure that he could get help from the military at any time. He used the walkie-talkie and said that this was the chief of the operations staff speaking. The current rank of honorary colonel is awarded to Reserve Sergeant Jung Yeom, who has made great contributions to strengthening the armed forces and neutralizing the rebels. From now on, all military personnel without exception are notified to treat Honorary Colonel Jung Yeom politely and actively cooperate with him when necessary. That's it. The communications personnel on standby are to spread the word. The protagonist asked in confusion, why did he do this? He saluted and stated that they would then handle the remaining situation and organize everything. It was getting late, he hoped that he could get a good rest. The protagonist shouted in embarrassment that he didn't know anything, he wasn't a soldier. They didn't have to swear allegiance to him. He shouted that if he found it burdensome, he could just ignore it. After MC said that it was indeed tiring, he noted to Lancelot that he should be tired too, it was time for them to rest. Lancelot said that he thanked the master for his hard work. However, what about Bedivere? Jung Yeom said that this issue needed to be resolved. He had an item search function. The protagonist activated it, and the system window said that the item search function didn't work when the item was beyond a certain distance. He should decrease the distance and use the function again. The protagonist asked in surprise, so that's how it works? MC thought that if he thought about it, his sister was right in front of him. Jung Yeom said that there was no other way, he had to move himself. Lancelot said that he would go. The protagonist said that he was against it. He could use the item search, so they should work together. He would also level up packs along the way. He said that he understood. Afterwards, a system window appeared, informing him that he had to use 10,000 magic stones to level up the subspace. The current progress was 1%. He could still use his abilities while leveling up. The remaining number of magic stones is 4,823 units. After some time, the army was distributing humanitarian aid to the refugees. The protagonist remarked to Lancelot that the soldiers should take care of the civilians and handle the situation. Then what was the skeleton archer doing now? At this time, Bedivere read the document that said it was a spatial creature registration application form. He said that he finally found it. As expected, he knew it was a good idea. Who would have thought that he would find these documents in a building he had stumbled upon out of boredom? My lord would be glad if he gave them to him. However, what kind of place was this that had all these documents? This was the third such form he had found here. After a while, a system window appeared informing him that the progress of leveling up the subspace was 45%. He could still use his abilities while leveling up. The protagonist asked the skeleton archer, so he found these documents in the office? Bedivere said that was true. The protagonist thanked him for it and said that it was interesting information. MC opened the passage to the subspace. Sol said she was waiting for him. Is he ready? Ju-young noted that if he wanted to scare her, then she should take care of him. She said with an evil grin that she would be happy to do so. Jung Yeom showed her the document. Sol asked what this was. Is this a spatial creature registration application form? The protagonist stated that he forbade her from going out because he was afraid for her. With this, she would be able to fight without problems, just like him. The protagonist exhaled and remarked that he hoped that he would be able to successfully defeat monsters now. She didn't think he locked her up just to tease her, did she? MC thought he had succeeded, he was alive. She studied the document thoughtfully and noted that it said, however, that she needed an account. Jung Yeom said that she was right, he had forgotten about it. At that moment, Sol slammed her fist into his jaw, causing him to fly back. She then rushed after him, and the protagonist gracefully rose to his feet and began to run away from her. The protagonist thought, while his sister was chasing after him in rage, that it wasn't that painful. The system window reported that the subspace leveling was complete. New unlockable items and additional power-up options appeared. New subspace life support system. The healing effect applied inside the subspace has been slightly increased. At that time, Jo-young said with a laugh, calling him the third, that he did well. She added, seeing their trembling with impatience, that they were forbidden to interfere. This is the love of older sisters who are worried about their brother. He is currently in 8th place. In that case, Sol will definitely not be able to hurt him much. Lancelot hesitantly said that it was. Jo-young looked at him puzzled and asked what was wrong with him. Sol grabbed the MC in the battle hall while he said that it did not hurt, but was just hard. She shouted, calling his name, that he should pay attention to her. The knights are in a strange state. Jung Yeom asked what was wrong. Lancelot and Bedivere grabbed their heads with their hands and could barely stand up. Sol asked if everything was okay. The protagonist asked what happened. Lancelot said that he himself did not understand. Suddenly his whole body began to itch wildly and hurt. Jo-young wondered, why would their body itch? He noticed that his body had actually been itching for some time. It wasn't that bad, but it was sudden for him. She asked thoughtfully, was it really like a rash? Saul said that if you think about it, the place where she was bitten back then was also itchy. However, before she could come to her senses, it had healed. Her body had been itchy really badly back then. The protagonist asked, did that mean she had recovered from the rash? The system window reported that the life support system in the subspace had a weak healing effect inside the subspace. Product registration in category. It can register external objects that match the category in the subspace. There is a separate fee for registration depending on the value, size, and weight of the item. Protagonist thought, looking at it in shock, was this really the effect of the healing effect? On the other hand, wasn't this their original form? What should he do? It would be a bit weird to kick them out of the subspace. Lancelot said with difficulty that he felt better in Camelot. After some time in Camelot, the system window reported that this is a blood sacrifice. It can create a random boosting stone by aging or using the life force stored inside. The stone fell on the knight's head and then to the floor. MC picked up the stone from the ground and noted that this white boosting stone that just fell looked like it was made just now. He did not see how this blue boosting stone was created. The system window reported that the white D-rank boosting stone has no properties, and there is a resistance option. The blue D-rank boosting stone has the property of electricity and the options of penetration, electric shock. Jong-yeom asked that, judging by the circumstances, this was created before? The skeleton knight and the archer simultaneously said that it was. The protagonist looked at the stones carefully and thought that the blood sacrifice works automatically. He expected that this feature of Camelot would come as an active skill, meaning that he would need to activate it himself. However, he didn't feel any burning sensation at all. Doesn't the owner of the item receive the effect of blood sacrifice? Lancelot addressed him as Lord and said that he apologized to him. He showed his weak side as a knight. The protagonist said that he was wrong. He regretted that he had been indifferent all this time. After all, he was the one who was in pain. In any case, they were better off here, right? He said that it was definitely so. MC happily said that then they should stay here when they entered the subspace. It was the best option for everyone. Lancelot said that he was very glad that they could help him by simply resting. Bedivere thanked him. Jong-yeom said that he should be grateful to them. The protagonist thought that he had not expected at all that the life support system of the subspace and the use of Camelot's life force were two things with opposite characteristics. He would never have thought that they could create a fantastic harmony of infinite power. MC clutched the power-up stones in his hands and thought that on the other hand, power-up stones can be created infinitely. The scale of the ability's constant growth increases. Such an ability is strengthened, and the possibility of using it increases even more. Jong-yeom remembered the high-level creature and thought that he did not expect to be able to catch Tonashio. He must become stronger. To do this, he must know his abilities well and be able to use them. He raised the level of the subspace, so he will first know the newly added functions. After a while, Song-chol asked, is this really true? Did the rebels pretend to be the national army, hang national flags, and lure people to be sacrificed? The soldier reported that they even had a performance-based system, and the more people they attracted, the more magic stones they received as a reward. He noticed that if only Colonel Jong-yeom could figure it out, the coup d'etat might actually succeed. Now he understood. He would tell Colonel Jong-yeom about the additional food and equipment that was needed, as written here. He ordered the necessary troops to be selected and the rest to be sent back. The soldier saluted and shouted that he would carry out the order. Song-chol looked at the sunrise on the horizon and asked, was it morning already? He still had a lot of work to do, but there was not enough time. He looked puzzled at the system window, which said that this was information from the Spatial Chamber of Commerce, informing him that during the past free research period, the inner and outer projections of the Earth dimension had been merged. There were 13,117 new cases of inner projection blessing in their dimension, and through 17 cases of reverse growth stimulation aimed at free traders, their dimension showed the multidimensional world that it has sufficient growth potential and profitability. This message was received by all of humanity. Some did not understand what was being said. The system window reported that the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce estimated the growth potential of the Earth dimension as below BB rank. Based on this, the second proposal of the research question was given great attention. In accordance with the detailed opening strategy, the Chamber of Commerce officially announces a bidding competition. It will be held for all regions of the Earth in 7 days. Residents of other dimensions and the Earth dimension who participate in the competition will select representatives for each region. The representatives will compete with each other for potential profits in accordance with the rules set in the bidding competition. If another dimension wins, a portal gate will be installed in the region to promote future development, and if the residents of the Earth dimension win, they can receive separate rewards. 24 hours before the start of the competition, selected information about events by region will be provided. They hope for the support and participation of the inhabitants of the Earth dimension. With sincere wishes, the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. The protagonist asked discontentedly, "Are they going to come?" Ju Young asked if this wasn't just someone's joke. The protagonist pointed out that he didn't think so. The documents that gave him the 8th rank also said multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. Jung Yum's mom asked with her arms crossed, "In that case, were the monsters sent by the Chamber of Commerce representatives all this time?" She yelled in anger. "What kind of place is this that they send monsters? Are they aliens? Who gave them the right to talk about research, applications, and competition? Did they think that this was their territory?" The MC said that he didn't know anything about it, but the Chamber of Commerce takes everything seriously. First of all, things like projects, competitions, and so on. For starters, the bidding competition is a kind of game with set rules. To his surprise, a system window appeared with information that the Chamber of Commerce was informing him. This message was sent only to Jonghyum. It was confirmed that he had earned the most profit in the Seoul area during the last free development period. The Chamber of Commerce had chosen him as the representative of Seoul. If he accepted the position, he would participate in a bidding competition as the representative of the region, and he would be informed of the details of the competition. If he declined the position, the right to choose would be given to the being with the next highest profit. Ju-young asked, "What was that?" She had not received such a message from the system. Sung-yeon asked if he was the representative of Seoul, would he participate in the bidding? She asked, "What was this bidding competition anyway?" He remarked that he did not fully understand what it meant, but if you look at the context, they would be competing with alien life forms from another dimension. They stared at him in surprise. The system window asked if he would accept the position of representative. Jung-yeom looked at the system window carefully. After a while, Sung Chol shouted in shock. Could this really be true? The protagonist said that he really became the representative of Seoul. They asked him to recruit 100 members for a team to fight against the alien forces that were invading Seoul. For now, he included his sister Seoul and the knights who could fight. And just in case, he also registered his family members in the subspace. So he thinks they need to recruit about 80 people. He grabbed his hands tightly and shouted that this is great. He was actually worried about who would be the representative since he saw about this competition. However, if the representative was him, Colonel Jung-yeom, he would be at ease. Although for now, he should take a look at this first. Song-chol handed over a notebook and said that this was a short list of awakened people and their abilities that their joint chiefs of staff decided on. He mentioned that they needed 80 people to participate in the bidding competition. The protagonist said after thanking him that, however, special class snipers would do. He shouted in surprise. What did he mean? Is he serious about the special class snipers? MC pointed out that it was, regardless of whether they had awakened or not. Sung-chol said that it was wrong. They didn't know what other representatives were coming to the competition. Jong-yeom said that he knew who their opponent would be, so he accepted the position of the representative. Their opponents worship the goddess Imas, and they have a distinctive feature. They create weapons based on divine power. He thought that it would be clearer if he showed it instead of telling them. The system window said that it was checking the saved message, preliminary notice from the Imas dimension. The representative from the opponent dimension said that the goddess Imas brightly radiates her love, so they, the uncivilized barbarians, will receive a sacred hammer filled with the light of the goddess. A system window appeared with a list of participants from the Imas dimension who were at rank 8, and among the participants were Shunram Bayer, Lamalas Henike, Difdabrek, and Medianis Horns. The protagonist thought that the Imas knights were dressed in flashy armor and were well armed. They were an alien life form that they would encounter. How would they fight them? He was able to learn some details about the upcoming event by accepting the position of a representative. In summary, it can be stated as follows. An hour before the bidding competition begins, both sides take their respective positions and wait for the battle time. During the battle waiting period, a protective barrier is created and neither side can make any attacks. This battle waiting time is the preparation time for the battle. The Imas dimension comes with a gate core, and once the competition begins, the gate core will automatically hatch after 12 hours. The victory condition for Earth is to destroy the gate core before it hatches, while the Imas dimension wins if their gate core hatches. The protagonist noted that, simply put, the victory condition is to destroy their gate core, and they will not just guard the gate core. He can check the list of their participants. He suspects that they will do that too. They have a lot of rank 9s among the members. The enemies might think that they are easier to attack, so they will have to block their attacks and destroy the gate core. He will be doing the offense with Lancelot and Sol, so that won't be a problem, but their defense is a problem. They have to block the attacks of the enemies who are rank 8s. Song Chol said that he understands that long-range weapons would be effective in repelling their attack, which is why he asked for snipers. However, their weapons won't work against those who are rank 8s. MC chuckled and said that he doesn't have to worry about it. In fact, he improved his abilities last night. Just before they met, Jongyum opened the system information window, where it was written that there are additional functions that can be strengthened. Cost: 1,000 magic stones. Send level 2 can send up to 8 items at a time. Level 2 subspace laboratory. He can check the information about the result of enhancing or combining goods in advance, and also conduct simulation modeling of enhancing or combining. Registering a level 2 product category, he can, for a separate fee, create a new category for inclusion in the logistics center. A total of 2 units can be created. The protagonist thought that after studying the abilities, he found that there were no completely new functions added, but there were additional functions that improved the existing abilities. Now he has the ability to easily simulate the characteristics and finished appearance of the desired product before creating this item. What kind of weapon should be created using this function, which can be easily used even by an inexperienced user? And this weapon should help easily kill rank 8 fighters, even for beginners. In the end, he will stop at this weapon. The system window reported that this is a standard K2C1 rifle with an improvement of 1 unit. Class: Rare. Description: failed to load information. He can enter his own description. The weapon has no properties. Options: resistance. 5.56mm bullets with a one-shot enhancement. The information could not be loaded. He can enter his own description. Property: electricity. Options: penetration, electric shock. The protagonist thought he had succeeded in creating an enhanced firearm and enhanced ammunition. At first, he tried to enhance only the ammunition, but the gun broke after firing. So he tried to somehow modify the firearm so that it could withstand the shot. In the end, he enhanced the gun itself so that it could withstand at least 3 shots. At this moment, MC took out a new rifle and stated that in any case, the strategy was to take 3-shot guns, defend against the approaching enemies, and destroy the gate core to win the bidding competition. Songchul happily said that he lived up to his reputation. He would personally prepare a list of the best snipers right now, and so the week-long preparation period began. While the snipers were preparing for the bidding competition by practicing shooting, changing weapons, and testing tactics, the protagonist's father quickly built a fortress with his ability, Architect. He happily told Jongyum that the wall was a masterpiece of Joseon fortification technology. Both processed and natural stones were used in the construction of this wall. The corner bastions strengthened the defense, and the upper ones were used for archery and firearms. Even the layout was designed taking into account the terrain. Isn't that perfect? At this time, the attack team enhanced their abilities with the magic stones they acquired by destroying monsters. As a result, Sol was able to extend her ability, defense, to a certain distance beyond her body, and Ju-young was able to use her healing area. Jongyum watched her use her healing and thought that when he raised the second one's ability, it became even more useful, so he gave the eldest one a magic stone as well. However, isn't it more useful? The protagonist said with his arms crossed that she can now take on the role of the awakened one. Time flew by, and there was 1 hour left until the competition began. After a while, a passage appeared in the National Assembly building, through which the representatives of the Ima's dimension entered. One of the fighters was holding a gate core. At this time, the protagonist was watching them with binoculars and thought that this is what a gate core looks like. His father asked what was wrong. MC noted that he had seen something like this before, but this time there was something strange. He asked if he was sure about this. Jongyum said that he was definitely sure about it. The protagonist noticed while watching the enemy camp through binoculars that they were building a building next to the National Assembly. It looked like they were building 2 buildings. Most likely, they are to protect the core of the gate. His father asked him what he thought. Is their architect better than him? The protagonist was surprised by his question and thought that the competition would start in an hour. What was the point of building the building now? It was unlikely that they would be able to finish the building in time. The MC looked at them in surprise. The representatives of the Eames dimension approached the barrier and said that they had seen their list. Some were rank 7 and 8, but most were only rank 9. Jongyum thought in confusion. Were they preparing to attack right behind the defense line? He said that the goddess said that there is mercy and salvation for the weak. At her word, they will grant them mercy and salvation. They will grant mercy by tearing out his tongue while he is still alive so that he cannot slander. And they will grant him salvation through hard labor, so that he can fully repent of his past actions. The protagonist said in surprise that this was quite an impressive speech from the Holy Knights. However, they think they will win easily because they have many rank 9s, so they will regret it greatly. The system window announced that the bidding competition was about to begin. The holy knights shouted as the barrier disappeared that they must defeat their enemies in the name of the goddess Ms. Zhongxiao gave the order to open fire to kill. The snipers with upgraded rifles fired at the enemies from another dimension, who shouted in surprise. How did this happen? The knight commander ordered the knights with shields to step forward. They need to use their powers. The holy knights used Eames's barrier. The M's representative shouted that he didn't know what kind of weapon it was, but their shields were much stronger. They need to hold their formation. If it was a long-range weapon, it would wear out anyway, so if they could hold on, then victory would be theirs. At this moment, the snipers were changing their weapons for other rifles. The protagonist was informed over the radio that they had currently used up a fifth of their weapons. MC thought it was much easier than expected. Zhongyum said that he was asking them to continue at the same pace. They would also start slowly. The protagonist turned to Lancelot and said that it was time for them to move. Lancelot said, calling him Lord, that he understood him. The fortress gate opened, and the holy knights shouted that they had begun to move. They seemed to be aiming for the gate's core. The commander shouted that they don't have to worry about it. The core won't break, they just have to hold out here for now. It seems they have more weapons than they expected. However, if the second squad joins in, they can advance further. They just have to hold out a little longer until the second squad joins in. The skeleton knight used the bowling balls that were engulfed in flames to rain them down on the enemies from above. Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard, and at that moment, MC thought that everything was going according to plan. Bedivere would deal with them neatly. Zhongyum said as he looked at the goddess statue, now, all that was left was for their group to complete their part of the plan. The protagonist thought that after seeing them building, he had initially thought it was pointless. How did they do it so quickly? They were building so impossibly fast. The faster they did it, the more pointless it became. The protagonist ordered to use hellfire. The missiles exploded after hitting the statue, but after the dust cleared, the statue was intact. The MC was surprised to see that even after being hit by a reinforced missile, the statue was not only unscratched, but also still shiny as new. Zhongyum said with a smile that, in that case, it would be best to save it in the subspace. The system window asked if he wanted to save the unfinished statue of the goddess Emas in the subspace. The protagonist was about to confirm his choice, but suddenly the enemy priest shouted that their territory was a pasture given to them by their goddess Emas. They were just livestock. They should be grateful that they can lick the holy feet of Emas. They are acting stupid. The holy knights worriedly said to the elder that it is dangerous here. He must hide. He shouted that he will not listen to them. He must convey the word of the goddess and wash away their evil. The protagonist watched him thoughtfully. The holy knights tried to persuade him to hide. The priest shouted, "Did he commit a sin? Why are they asking him to hide?" MC asked, "Is this an I-beam? So is there a building material warehouse?" Zhongyum grinned evilly and ordered Pax to save it. The system window reported that it was saving the temporary building material warehouse of MS space to the subspace. After a while, the elder asked in surprise, "Where did the building material warehouse go?" At this time, the protagonist opened a passage and asked, turning to Yongsu, does he not want to fly the helicopter after a short break? Unsu asked in confusion, "Why is this so sudden? Although it would be nice if he could take the helm. How can he help?" The protagonist pointed out that it wasn't that difficult. He just had to get it to the highest altitude. Yongsu laughed and shouted that he wanted to try it anyway, so he agreed. The enemy knights threw spears at them. Sol used her power to erect a barrier, but to her surprise, it couldn't withstand the enemy's attack. At the last moment, Lancelot parried the blow with his sword. She asked if the spears they threw weren't just ordinary ones. Her level was so high that her shield could stop even Zhongyum's enhanced bullets. He said that it was indeed unusual. However, they weren't enhanced. Sol asked, then what was the matter? Lancelot pointed out that he had heard that there was a dimension that had a skill that gave items an effect similar to enhancement. The holy knights shouted as they prepared to throw more spears. It was obvious that these scum had plundered their blessed resources. They had to attack them. He said that it seemed like they called this technology a blessing. Perhaps the building materials were specially treated to withstand the Lord's attacks. Lancelot parried the enemy's attack, and Sol caught one of the spears with her hand. She asked in admiration, "Anyway, it's an amazing weapon, right?" The protagonist looked at his sister from the helicopter. Yongsu noticed that the number of spears flying had decreased significantly, so they were taking off. The protagonist noted that they needed to get as high as possible. MC whispered as he looked at the statue, "So this is a blessing?" Zhongyum thought as the helicopter gained altitude, the blessing worked the same everywhere. It was a large blessing transmitted from the Earth dimension to the Emas dimension, called the Staff of God. Afterwards, the statue of the goddess Emas was destroyed with a crash. The dust cleared, and the system window reported that registration number 0471, The residents of the Earth dimension won the competition held in the Seoul region by destroying the gate core of the Eames dimension. The residents of the Earth dimension who participated in the competition will be paid rewards. The reward for winning the bidding competition: all 100 participants were opened an account in the bonus dimension for winning 5,000 magic stones, differentiated distribution depending on the contribution to the victory. The business rights in the Rethel dimension, which belonged to the Emis dimension, were transferred to the representative of Seoul. All 100 participants in the bidding competition received a reward. The protagonist thought that Yongsoo, his father, first sister and second sister had received rank 8. The protagonist asked where this document came from. The system window reported that he received the business rights in the Rethel dimension, which belonged to the Emes dimension. This is to certify that he has been granted exclusive business rights in the Tertius region, Rethel dimension. This message was sent by the Multidisciplinary Chamber of Commerce. They asked in surprise, where did this portal come from? MC pointed out that he didn't know either. He didn't create this port. Isn't this exclusive business rights that this document is talking about? Jongyam touched the portal, and a system window appeared warning that he was not a registered entrepreneur. They asked to check his permission. The protagonist was puzzled, noting that it was written that he now had exclusive rights, but he was not registered as an entrepreneur. The system window asked if he wanted to sell his business rights to the Chamber of Commerce. The sale price would be 10,000 magic stones. The protagonist wondered what that meant. True, for doing business in the retail dimension, paid by the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce as compensation. However, he could not use it because he was not a registered entrepreneur. Since he could not use it anyway, should he sell it for 10,000 magic stones? MC refused the deal and angrily stated that he at least wanted to see what was behind the portal. They were real thieves. They wrote that this was his reward, and now they were doing this? Jongyam thought that if he thought about it, the Chamber of Commerce had been unreasonable from the start. They had to participate in a competition organized by the Chamber of Commerce, and even in this competition, all of their opponents were rank 8. So they won under forced and unfavorable conditions. And now the Chamber of Commerce is pretending to give him a reward when it's just a scam? The protagonist said angrily, clutching the document in his hand, that even if he threw it away, at least he wouldn't watch the Chamber of Commerce profit from it. If it weren't for him, there would have been many casualties. His father shouted, "What happened?" The protagonist pointed out that it was nothing special. He just received a useless portal. Young asked, "There's nothing urgent now except the documents, right? Since she has nothing else to do here, she'll go and finish treating the wounded." The MC said that he apologized to them for calling them all so hastily right after the competition ended. He knew they were all tired. He pointed out to his son that he should write this because he was getting stronger. "Are they done now?" Jongyam stated that they were done. He would open the portal. Sol said that she would go and leave the spears. Yongsoo said that he was going to fly the helicopter for a bit since he couldn't feel it with the game console. His father said that he would also take a rest for a bit. He was sore all over from work. He stared at the construction materials from the Eames dimension in surprise. He asked, "Is this plasterboard on brick, steel beams and rebar? What does this all mean?" The protagonist noted that he forgot to mention that. This is also endless. The protagonist smiled as he looked at his father and left him happily with the materials from another dimension. MC used the portal and wondered what the results of the bidding competitions were like in other regions. He would be interested to know about it. Considering that the limit is 12 hours, they would have to wait until nightfall to see the results. As night fell, a system window appeared informing that the bidding competition had ended. The results of the bidding competition around the world. China, 117 matches, 16 wins, 101 losses. India, 129 matches, 24 wins, 104 losses. USA, 31 matches, 6 wins, 25 losses. England, 42 matches, 21 wins, 21 losses. Germany, 27 matches, 13 wins, 14 losses. France, 30 matches, 14 wins, 16 losses. Republic of Korea, 5 matches, 4 wins, 1 loss. Seoul, Daejeon, Gwangju, and Busan won, while Incheon lost. A total of 781 matches were held, with 113 wins and 648 losses. Based on the results of this bidding competition, the Chamber of Commerce downgraded Earth's growth potential to CCC rank. They thanked them for their support and participation in the Earth space. After a while, in the Joint Chiefs of Staff Strategic Conference Room, Jongyam remarked that this was a terrible result. Sunyan said that he didn't know that the results of the competition would be so bad. Protagonist thought that the defeat rate was extremely high in most cases, although there were a few places where the win-loss ratio was equal. However, the situation around the world was not good. Song Chol said that fortunately, the situation in Korea was good. Since it was Incheon, they could concentrate their troops and quickly reorganize. It was not far from here, so they could go there as soon as they were ready. A soldier came in and reported, apologizing, that the 17th Division of Incheon urgently sent a radiogram, and they recorded the contents of the message. They should see it. He asked, after looking at the emergency report, what was going on there. Having lost the competition, Incheon quickly shared the information they had gathered during the interaction. Their enemies were the lizard men, from the Sabros dimension, and the gate to that dimension was currently open in Chinatown. The enemy is believed to be a systematically trained military force, and due to its superior mobility, it fights both on the ground and in the air. During the clash with them, an artillery brigade and a close air defense company were destroyed. The fighting ceased approximately 2 hours before the end and is currently ongoing. The lizardmen began reorganizing their forces immediately after the end of the fighting, and enemy soldiers are still continuing to emerge from the portal. Moreover, there are signs that a large-scale deployment of troops is expected. For example, forming a reconnaissance team and securing the route of movement. They tracked their direction of movement and came to the conclusion that the enemy is heading for Seoul. Therefore, they decided to quickly transmit the information via radio. Songchul finished reading the report. The protagonist noted that they most likely decided to head straight to Seoul. Songyun said that this is a bit strange. Why do the enemies want to come here? If their goal is Jongyeom, they most likely do not know where it is now. Moreover, there is no reward for catching him. Lancelot thought it was close enough. Incheon is the city that lost the bidding competition, and Seoul is where its lord is. The system window reported that from now on, the title of the winning representative of the Earth space region will be displayed above their head. Seoul asked what was the matter. If it was a representative, then it most likely concerns him. However, there is no sign. The protagonist looked up and noted that this was indeed the case. Isn't he a representative? Lancelot thought it was strange. If the Lord was not a representative, then the bidding competition would be meaningless. However, why can't you see anything? There must be an explanation for this, right? A system window appeared with information that according to the information about the start of the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce, everyone who has rank 7 will be allowed to pass through the portals that are installed in this time zone. Sol shouted indignantly. Did she immediately become rank 8? If that happens, they will be trapped in space. The system window reported that, moreover, other dimensions that won the business rights by winning the bidding could create additional portals in the region by killing the representative of that region of Earth. The room fell silent. Songyun noted that they would have to deal with a rank 7. Songchul said that it was likely that the representative would be the target. It looked like a territorial takeover. However, the good news is that there was no identification display above Colonel Jungyeom's head. Lancelot suddenly realized something and turned to Lord Jungyeom. The protagonist asked what was going on. To his surprise, the knight jumped out the window. MC asked what he was up to. Lancelot saw a huge sign above the building that Seoul's representative was here. Afterwards, they went outside and Jongyeom looked up and noted that they hadn't seen it because it was so high. Sol said that such a size would be perfect for the lizardmen to attack. The protagonist made a face and said that it felt strange. The lizardmen had regrouped before the competition ended, and then by coincidence a new rule was added. It was as if they knew this would happen. She said that she did not know. Lancelot said that they most likely knew that new rules would be added. However, instead of attacking the representative of Seoul from the start, they decided to prepare for the next battle. Perhaps they have a lot of experience, so the lizardmen knew about the new rules. Simply put, they are at a disadvantage. There is little time left to prepare for the attack. The protagonist said with displeasure that he was interested in why everything was so simple for everyone, and everything was interconnected. Sol asked with her arms crossed, what should they do next? Will they go to subspace? He said that it is not that simple. Naturally, this way, Lord Jongyeom will not be injured. However, the lizardmen could try to pull others out of the subspace as hostages, or split their forces and take over other areas first. MC thoughtfully said that his words were true. They didn't need to hide there, but use it as a defense. The bullet wouldn't hit him if it was fired from subspace. They had to stop the enemies after all. If he was their target and his location was exposed, couldn't they lure them back? She asked what he meant. Jongyeom said they would stop them by luring them to a place where they would have an advantage. Songchul said that was a good plan. If they could go through the entire process of selecting a territory, they would have time to gather troops, weapons, and even set up defensive lines. Especially if they could do it faster than the lizardmen attacked. Speed was the most important thing in this matter. Yongsu said they didn't have to worry about moving. He would be able to shorten it as much as possible. They should head there right away. But which place did he choose? The protagonist said that it was a problem. He didn't talk about the place. After that, There was an awkward silence, broken only by the wind. After a while, the protagonist thought about which place would be advantageous. Obviously, this is an area where they can deal a lot of damage to the enemy while minimizing damage to them, where they can operate without attracting attention and only deal damage to the enemy. The Kayan Bridge is a large bridge with limited space to move around, and the surrounding area is a park with no residential buildings. So they can build whatever they need here. Even if they cross another bridge, the diver will see everything in advance because there are no tall buildings around. If they use the materials obtained from the Imi's dimension, Father's construction skills, and Pax's delivery and lab capabilities, it will all be easy. And when they were in the process of building, they found that the Imi's material warehouse had also been preserved along with their spears. His father asked, "Is this a material too? It would be good to use it for barricades." Sol said that there was a time when she was a rising talent in the track and field club. MC thought that it seemed like Bedivere said that he was also a spear thrower. After which, they continued to prepare for the lizardmen's attack. They quickly built the frame first, then stationed the archers, and built a wall by connecting the I-beams. They also needed to build a barricade around the building to block off as much access from the ground as possible. Jongyeom thought that, since these lizardmen were said to be incredibly fast both on the ground and in the air, they needed to block off at least one direction. Up until now, the total work time was about 4 hours, which they managed thanks to the construction skills of his father and Pax. Is everything going better than expected? At this point, when everything was going smoothly, it turned out that there were two things they had overlooked. First, the reptiles were excellent swimmers. In particular, the Han River, which was a kilometer wide, was the best place to approach Bedivere without being noticed. Second, the bushes were denser than they expected. Rockies, the lizardmen general, asked if the Ima's fighters had really lost to these people. But they were the ones who were known for their defensive abilities, and on top of that, all their precious materials were stolen from them, and they were using it like this. They would sit quietly for a while and not show their face anywhere in space. If they could use this, they would be able to achieve great success in their plans. Since he had used the spear he had taken from them last time, he would try to make armor out of it this time. The lizardman warrior reported that General Yatu was ready. He asked if this was true. After a while, Bedivere was watching the bridge from a high place. He turned around and saw Sol, and then they noticed the enemies. She thought that those scum were already here. Sol shouted that the enemy had shown up. The enemy army of lizardmen rushed towards the protagonist, and they shouted that it was for Sabros and revenge for Imas. The protagonist asked in shock, "When did they manage to get here already?" The soldiers in the position opened fire on the enemy units with firearms, after which a roar was heard, and the lizardmen shouted that they need to be careful. They are throwing down Eames materials. Raucus rushed forward and shouted, parrying the blow with his spear, that they are insulting them by throwing down materials from the Eames dimension, their ally dimension. It will be difficult for them to go against this, so they should not be afraid and stay near him. He ordered Yatu to attack now. Yatu appeared on the battlefield and said, introducing himself, that he only knows how to attack and never loses. No one can stop him. After a bright flash, he was damaged, but he said that it is not enough. The MC asked in a panic, what should they do? Lancelot thought that these were two rank 7 creatures. However, this huge one simply attacks without any special skills. The most dangerous one is on the other side. He said that it will be a difficult battle. Fortunately, his attacks are effective against huge creatures. The moment he touches this building, the battle will be almost lost. Therefore, he must not stop attacking the enemy. He must continue to maintain the consistency of his strikes. He will go and defeat the other monster. Jongyeom shouted that he understood, but he needs to be careful. Lancelot stated that he understood his lord's order. Then Raucus looked forward in confusion and parried the blow. The lizardmen were worried about their general. He said that it was okay. They should not pay attention to it and let them continue fighting. He believed that this enemy came only for him. He has the courage to break into the enemy's territory alone. And this blow that was aimed straight at his neck was quite skillful. It seemed like a long time since he had last met a worthy opponent. What was the name of this warrior? Lancelot introduced himself, and Raucus introduced himself back, complimenting his name. He said that he knew his goal was to capture him. There was only one reason he was talking to him, because he was a warrior. Since ancient times, a warrior's instinct was to fight a strong enemy. Was he prepared to fight him to the death? Lancelot said that if he did not value his life, then he understood the challenge. Raucus said with a laugh that this was a good attitude. He wanted to see his skills. He said, pointing his index finger at him, that he should wait. Would he fight while riding this lizard? He said that was natural, or did he think it was unfair? A duel between warriors risking their lives was a battle between warriors to find out who was stronger. Lancelot said that was true, and he understood it. Then he understands correctly that the beast is an attempt to compensate for his lack of skills. On the other hand, he is risking his life, so it is understandable. He does not have to worry, he will not say anything if he wins, so he can do as he wishes. Ruckus's expression changed and he got off the mount. He said that he should have done it right away. At this time, the soldiers were diligently trying to destroy the lizardmen with firearms. They shouted that the enemies were trying to get into the building. They needed to destroy the target. Then the lizardmen broke through to the barricades. The soldiers shouted that there was a casualty. They needed to cover the retreat of the wounded ally. The enemies were only getting more numerous. They needed to block the entrance. Saul suddenly threw a spear at the enemy creature and then delivered a crushing kick to the enemy. She shouted that she would take care of those trying to get into the building, so they needed to keep shooting. The lizard man riding the creature rushed at her, and Saul, preparing to strike, dealt a powerful blow with her fist to the enemy creature. After a while, Juyong shouted using her ability that the wounded needed to be carried to her. They needed to wait a little, and she would definitely help them. The enemy air force suffered losses from the powerful blows, although they were trying hard to break into the building. Bedivere said that he couldn't handle them alone. They would be here soon, right? After a while on the bridge, Yatu shouted, covering himself with his hands, that he couldn't admit it at the moment. This is so wonderful. However, is this his best attack? The protagonist used his abilities and shouted that these were successive attacks that did not allow him to rest. The protagonist thought that everything was being sent automatically for now, but he still thought that these were new attacks. What a blessing that this opponent was an idiot. It distracted him for a while, but what should he do next? Should he have waited for Lancelot to return? Although it was too dangerous for him to just wait. He wanted to help Lancelot himself, but how could he do that? Could it be a holy spear? At this time, Ruckus swung his spear, but Lancelot nimbly dodged the blow. He asked how long he was going to run away. He thought he was a warrior. Could he have been wrong? Lancelot thought he wanted to respond to this opponent's provocation, but he was not so wrong. He thought the weapon he was using was unusual. However, it was much more dangerous than he expected. This spear had unusual properties, just like the weapons from the Eames dimension. He said that if he thought about it, he called the dimension Eames an ally. This weapon was made there, right? Rocky said that he was wrong. This was a spear made in his dimension Sabros. However, the people from Eames specially improved his weapon. Lancelot remarked that he understood now. Then he had a suggestion, although he wanted to just ask. This weapon was a way to hide his lack of skill. He shouted, rushing at him, that he was not so stupid as to fall for this twice. The skeleton knight dodged the enemy's thrust with a spear, but suddenly the opponent struck a powerful blow. He blocked it with his weapon, but he was thrown far back. They crossed their weapons again. Ruckus declared, swinging his spear, that this was his end. Suddenly, at the last moment, he froze in place, and Lancelot looked at it in surprise. He trembled and said, blushing, "Why did this happen so suddenly?" Suddenly, the spear jumped out of his hands and disappeared into the portal. The system window reported that he used 238 magic stones to save the item in the category, Eames building materials. Jongyum asked, did it really work? This is a weapon of the Eames dimension. He doesn't know why they need building materials, but he thanks them for it. He will use it wisely. At this time, Ruckus looked away in confusion. And then he looked at the skeleton knight and asked with a changed expression, is he insulting the sacred duel of warriors like this? He kept talking about his lack of skill, but in fact he is the one acting indecently. Lancelot said that this was not his plan. His lord took it away because he had a reason to do so. He should watch his words. He asked furiously, is he serious? Is his master a vile creature who does not know what honor is? He asked while standing up. What did he say? Now he sees that he is just afraid. He is so angry because he is afraid, because his weapon was taken away from him. He does not have to worry. Lancelot declared, stabbing his sword into the asphalt, that he will definitely die from a sword, a hand, or an arrow. The only difference is in the method. He said, putting his fists in front of him, that he will not leave him alive. Rocky said with a smirk that he is so feigning courage, although he was just on the verge of death. He got into a fighting stance and shouted that he can attack him. The battle continued on the battlefield while the protagonist carefully studied something in the system window. MC asked, what is this? A system window appeared with the information that this is Ruckus's holy spear with a level 3 enhancement. Class, Epic. Description, holy spear, blessed by the goddess Eames. Options, penetration and acceleration level 3, purification. Jongyum asked, is this weapon really that cool? After a while, E2 asked why he suddenly stopped attacking. Was he really that surprised by his strength? He laughed and shouted that it was probably that. His body was already very strong. Did he know that? There were only 2 warriors here at level 7. Costas and Ruckus were the only ones who could stop his attack. He had never seen warriors like them in his life. However, it was okay. Even if he died here without stopping his attack, he was his opponent. Dying at the hands of a strong warrior was an honorable death. He could be proud to die at his hand. He would kill him in the blink of an eye as soon as the dust cleared. He prepared to rush in, but then he looked at the weapon in surprise and asked, "Was that Rakis's spear? Why was that spear in his palm?" Suddenly, his body took significant damage, and Yadu was unable to stand up. The system window reported that the spatial account had been transferred. Current contributor is Yatu, balance 1,667 units. He already has a spatial account. The amount will be added there. He received a D rank reinforcement stone with the pseudo-liquefaction option. At this time, the soldiers continued to destroy the enemies with firearms. Sol thought that no one was climbing into the building now. She had nothing more to do here. Then she asked, looking up, why was the wyvern screaming from there? Damn it, Bedivere is there. After a while, on the roof of the building, Bedivere turned around and said that they were too late. There was no one left. After some time on the bridge, Lancelot and Rakus fought fiercely in hand-to-hand combat, but the lizardman still used his tail to strike. They exchanged a series of blows, sometimes dodging attacks. Rakus ducked and counterattacked the skeleton knight, but he did not succeed, and Lancelot dealt a powerful blow to his opponent. After a while, he approached him and asked if he had any last words. Rakus said with difficulty, calling him a warrior, that it was a great duel. Lancelot said that he completely agreed with him. After which, he dealt the decisive blow to his enemy. Lancelot rose to his feet and inspected the aftermath of the destruction from his blow. After a while, in the building, Songchul said, exhaling, that it was finally over. The soldier reported that an urgent radio message had come from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. After a while, the protagonist thought that the battle was difficult. The lizardmen were strong, their strategy did not work. The important thing is that their gates are still open. And as long as they are open, the enemy troops can break in here again. It is their time to attack them. The system window reported that he used 1,000 magic stones to unlock simultaneous delivery level 3. From now on, he can send up to 8 items at a time. The protagonist thought that he didn't know what to do with the stone he got from hunting a large crocodile. It has the ability to liquefy. It seems that Camelot should start producing power stones. What they need most now is information. Yongsu said that they were already landing. MC noted that this meant that they had already arrived. Jongyeom thought that he should find out everything about the lizardmen, including the location of their gate. He also found out about the number of troops and the defense line, so they came to attack them and get information. Afterwards, the soldiers formally greeted Colonel Jongyeom by saluting him. The protagonist greeted them and thought that he felt awkward every time he was saluted. Park Inbo introduced himself and said that he was a lieutenant colonel of the 17th Division's operations headquarters in Incheon. He had heard a lot about him. He was able to stop the lizardmen's attack without any casualties. He was so happy and grateful that he was here. And there's one more important thing. The chief of operations said that he couldn't come because he had to go back to the Joint Chiefs of Staff due to urgent matters. The protagonist remembered their last meeting with Songchul and said that he received a radiogram and left in a hurry. He thought at the time that it looked like he wanted to run away for no reason. The MC pointed out that he knew that the bugs were attacking the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Most likely, nothing serious would happen there. Songchul went there to settle some matters at the headquarters. Inbo said that if it was nothing serious, that was good. Maybe they should talk inside? Jongyeom said that he didn't mind. After a while, indoors. Inbo said that they knew where the lizardman's gate was. However, the problem was the core. They didn't know where the core of the gate was. At first, they stationed snipers to monitor the location of the gate core, but they recently lost track of it. After that, a mud-like substance began to spread around the gate. The protagonist asked what he was talking about. He noted that it would be better to just show it rather than just explain. Here are some pictures from the scene. As you can see, something similar to mud literally filled the area around the gate. It does not cause any problems when it comes into contact with the skin, but moving through this mud is problematic. The lizardmen move freely, using the terrain for cover. The protagonist noted after opening the portal that it looked like a swamp. This is not a big deal because he has friends who can use the swamp. Lancelot said that he is sorry, but it will be difficult. The MC asked why he thinks so. He said that moving itself is not a problem since they move in ghost form. However, in the swamp, they are easy to spot. After all, it is a large open space. Jongyeom noted that he really did not take this into account. Lancelot said that it does not mean that there is no way. He knows someone who works everywhere quickly and quietly. The protagonist asked who he was talking about. A system window appeared with the information that he used a D-rank fortification stone and 500 magic stones to appoint Mordred as one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. He had 12,757 magic stones left. Mordred said, introducing himself, that he came at the call of his master. He is one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. He swears to serve his master with his life. The protagonist thought that Mordred, unlike other knights, was not often active on the battlefield. He acted deep in enemy territory and was able to become one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. Mordred made full use of his special skills of stealth, assassination, and theft. The reason he was able to become a great assassin was partly due to his outstanding skills and intelligence. However, his greatest contribution was naturally his talent. He was able to carry out assassination orders for aristocrats thanks to his stealth talent. This is the ability to instantly become invisible to any being. Although he was simply hiding, not actually disappearing, so he continued to be affected by external factors. In any case, Mordred used this talent to become an excellent assassin. He was strong enough to survive, and the D-rank reinforcement stone with the ability of fluidization that was used to assign Mordred, after testing the ability, they discovered something. Fluidization allows one to avoid physical impact, but maintaining this ability for a long time is impossible. However, the great assassin became even better thanks to the reinforcement. Although, could it be otherwise? MC stated, addressing Mordred, that he will say what he must do. He said that he listens to the order of my lord. Jongyom explained that his target was the lizardmen from the Sabros dimension, and that they needed to find the core of their gate. Mordred then said that he understood his objective. The protagonist remarked that this was what he had expected. With his battle experience, he understood everything at once. Lancelot said, addressing Mordred, that he should remember the most important thing. If he died, all these operations and plans would be meaningless. Judging from his experience fighting their general, they were by no means simple fighters. Even if he did not receive any information, he must return alive. He said that he would keep this in mind. He must set out. The protagonist said with a smile, crossing his arms, that they were counting on him. Inbo asked in confusion, was it okay to send such a knight alone? MC stated that his knights were the best warriors. He just had to trust his judgment. They would need to come up with a plan after he returned, so for now, they needed to rest. They would talk when Mordred returned. Inbo said that he understood. Jongyum said, addressing Lancelot, that he should also rest in the subspace. It hadn't been that long since they fought the lizardmen. He said that he was fine. He wasn't human and didn't feel tired, so he didn't have to worry about him. The protagonist said that it wouldn't hurt anyway. The protagonist thought, turning his attention to this, did Lancelot's armor always have so many scratches? Lancelot remarked that he was thanking him for his concern. The MC asked that his equipment had been damaged during the battle, hadn't it? He noted that even if their armor or weapons wore out, everything would be restored in Camelot. Jongyum asked in surprise, was there really such a function? Lancelot said that as long as the item wasn't destroyed, it would be fine. They could be restored indefinitely. By the way, now that they mentioned it, a new power-up stone was created in Camelot. This item has an option, wound regeneration. The protagonist noted that this should be a good ability. Until Mordred returns, he must decide where to use this stone. He said that it was a great idea. Suddenly, Lancelot turned around abruptly and grabbed the hilt of his sword with his hand. The protagonist asked in surprise, what was the matter? He said that someone was hiding and eavesdropping on them. MC quietly asked, looking around, are there really spies here? Maybe they are lizardmen? Where are they now? Lancelot said that he only felt someone's presence nearby. He does not know the exact location of this person, but he thinks it would be better for them to go to subspace. Then he notices someone in the distance, and said, using his ability, that he will be back soon. Jongyum shouted, where did he go? Lancelot appeared behind the man and said, pointing his weapon, that he only serves his master and his friends. However, not all people are with them, he does not know him. Depending on how he answers his questions, he will decide whether to let him live. Question 1. Why is he hiding and eavesdropping? After the protagonist asked where that scream was coming from, the protagonist loudly called out to Lancelot when he saw him. He said that he would find out everything from this man. This was his last chance. He did not have time to wait. Was he sent here by the lizardmen? The man said Jongyum's name with difficulty. Lancelot asked how dare he mention his master's name in such a situation. This means that he wants a painful death for himself. He will hurt him so much that he will beg for death. The MC asked, is this Baek Minwoo? He asked what he was talking about. Jongyum said that he did not know what happened, but Lancelot was strangling the guy who was his friend. Lancelot asked, did he call him a friend? At this time in the swamps, Mordred thought that the lizardmen were a warlike race that considered it an honor to die in battle. This meant that they often smelled blood and had become desensitized to it. If he covered himself in plasma, it would be much more difficult for them to track him by scent. Concealment was the first thing to do. Now that the scent was gone, he could begin to take action. He moved deeper into enemy territory and thought that the passage was large overall. Why did they make this passage like this? It was inefficient. Lizardmen varied in size, some were large, some were small. They must have made the passage based on the maximum. That meant there were giants among them. They were the most serious individuals, most likely. If the giant was just a fighter, there was no reason to use such an inefficient approach. Mordred dodged the danger at the last moment. He thought that he had almost been caught. If it weren't for the fluidization, he would have been discovered and killed on the spot. And he couldn't fail his first mission. He will quickly find the gate core and return back. After a while, Mordred looked around the area carefully and said, looking at the monster, that he found it. Solzhen, the mage, shouted that he should get out of here. Is he trying to interfere with his magic practice? If he continues to pester him like this, he will have to lock him up. The unknown voice said that his words are annoying. He hasn't forgotten about their agreement, right? He said that he only promised to protect the gate core. However, he did not promise to entertain him. He reminds that he locked the core, not damaged it. If he has time to worry about the gate core, then how about thinking about his fallen subordinates? The mysterious voice noted that he was once an arcane mage. He understands that, but now he is in exile and depends on them. Solzhen shouted that he should dare to talk about it. The unknown voice said that he should know his place. Unless he wants a painful death, where he cuts off his limbs one by one and leaves them to dry in the sun. He said that he really lost his temper. Why such cruel measures? Mordred thought that this was a representative of the humanoid race. So this Solzhen is an arcane mage? More precisely, he is a former arcane mage, judging from the conversation. What relation does this mage have to the lizardman? Why is he guarding the core of the gate? And the strange creature was talking to him. And it spoke in a tone that did not tolerate objections. This is the leader of the lizardmen, in his opinion. He did not see its full form, but it is definitely large. Apparently, a passage was dug under it. If not, they could be in big trouble. The monster thought, what is it? He does not see anything, but something is leaning against his leg. Mordred turned around, hearing a strange sound, but before he could react, the monster touched him. Mordred thought that his stealth was disappearing. At this time, the mysterious monster turned to the mage. Solzhen said that he felt it. Someone was hiding here. He used magic to summon a scroll. Solzhen used a magic projectile that was aimed at the assassin. Mordred froze in place and watched the enemy attack. After a while, the protagonist thought, recalling his past, that a special relationship is a relationship that breaks the generally accepted rules and boundaries in both a good and bad way. Minwoo said with a laugh that he should look at his uniform. It looks so funny. He really found it in the trash, right? He is simply the best at humor. The protagonist thought that this guy he wants to buy new glasses for is a special person to him. He asked, isn't his family poor? From now on, he should not talk to him because he smells. MC got angry and thought that this was how his first semester in a new high school started when he hit him. Then Minwoo yelled that he just bought this yesterday. Why is the game activation key not working? MC thought that Minwoo was trying to get his friends' attention by secretly bragging about things and telling them how great everything is in their family. His classmates asked why he bragged about his money like that. Probably because he has nothing else to brag about. Although, if he has it, he has it. But they still don't envy him. Jungyum thought that now that he thinks about it, he realizes that Minwoo was young and shy about interacting with his classmates. However, he was young, and so were everyone else. So at that time, he was just annoying. It was a small and random event that he became close friends with such a person. Afterwards, the high school students took his game console and remarked that there were many good games on it. Was he rich? Then would it be okay if he gave it to them? Minwoo scratched his head, looking at them awkwardly and trying to say something. Afterwards, they started beating him up and shouted that if they asked him, then he should give it to them. What was he mumbling under his breath? The protagonist pounced on the high school students and everyone stared at him in surprise. The protagonist thought that this was definitely not an act of justice. Rather, it was a demonstration to show this trash Minwoo, who always made fun of him in front of his friends, that he was not weak. The high school students asked in annoyance, were they really friends? Did he want them to beat them up together? The MC received a punch in the face and thought that naturally he regretted his choice. They started kicking him while Minwoo asked him in fear, why did he do that? Then Sol appeared. Grabbed the upperclassman's hand. Looking at him menacingly, Jungyum thought that at that time, his sister looked cool for the first and last time. By the way, that was also the first time he found out that his second sister was famous in the neighborhood. Sol said that it wouldn't work. From that moment on, he would join their morning workout. The protagonist looked at his sister in surprise. The protagonist said indignantly that he wasn't even in a sports club. What other workout? She said that it didn't matter. She would talk to the coach herself. Her classmates asked, isn't he Sol's younger brother? He's so cute. The MC said, greeting them with a bow, that it was probably hard for them to have his older sister as a friend. Sol irritably noted that he should be careful so that he doesn't get beaten up on the street again. It would be better for him to go home straight away. Jungyum thought that it was like that anyway. The protagonist turned around and asked what he was doing. Was he going to sit on the floor like that until the evening? Minwoo looked at him with tears in his eyes. The protagonist thought that this incident was the reason why they became fast friends. And so on throughout middle school. After a while, the MC said that it was a battle for promotion. He would let him play this incredible match with him. Minwoo asked if he needed help. Then, Jungjeom shouted in annoyance that they played together, but why did he get more points? He said with a laugh that it was the difference in intelligence. His classmates laughed at this statement. The protagonist thought that after graduating from middle school and moving to different high schools, they continued to communicate. The protagonist noted that he was late. How was his exam? Minwoo said that he had an exam next week. The MC thought that after graduating from high school, they met again at the same university. They are still best friends. As their relationship got better, they influenced each other more and more. He stated that this was the building he was upgrading yesterday. Jonghyun pointed out that this is how it can be used. The protagonist thought that among all of them, one thing stood out to him. Minwoo said that he was going to go to a kendo dojo. The protagonist asked why he decided to do that so suddenly. He said that he saw him and his sister practicing and it looked cool. He was thinking about trying the sport, and there was a dojo across from his house. The MC asked in confusion, did he recently have a head injury? Isn't it dangerous? Minwoo stated that not all training is as hard as his sister's. Jonghyun thought that Minwoo started practicing kendo when he was in his first year of high school, and it was really interesting to him because he continued to go to training even after he entered university. Maybe that's why it happened. At present, the protagonist asked in surprise, what is he talking about? Minwoo stated that he awakened as a swordsman. Why is he staring at him like that? He himself was very surprised by this. He is actually a representative of Soul. He is not sure if this is really his friend that he knows. He is afraid of his skeleton friend, so he was unable to get closer. He hid and watched from the side, waiting for the skeletal creature to leave. However, in the end, he was caught. It is really easy to misunderstand. He would have misunderstood too. Can he stop his friend? This makes him a little nervous. Lancelot was in a strange position. The protagonist noted that he did not order this. He is doing this voluntarily. It is like he cannot forgive himself for his behavior earlier. Lancelot thought it was touching. This is his milord's friend, whom he called the closest person. Not only could he not protect him, but he also tried to kill him. It is so sad. It breaks his heart. He is not fit to be a knight. Minwoo quietly asked how he even knew this pose. MC noted that there was a suspicion. It couldn't have been without Soul's sister. Jonghyun said that he was glad that his friend was safe. By the way, is his mother okay? Maybe she will stay in his subspace? He has such an ability now. Minwoo looked away and said that his mother was most likely okay. The protagonist looked at his friend in confusion. After some time in the captured territories of the lizardmen, in one of the houses, a woman was lying on the floor, who heard some noise. Then she saw Lancelot in the window, who broke the glass, and the woman screamed in fear. Lancelot said, introducing himself, that he was the commander of the knights, the best knights of Camelot, and he faithfully serves his noble lord Junghyun. Isn't she Minwoo's mother? She said that it was true. He said that he would take her to her son so that they would both be safe. Minwoo told the story that shortly after the apocalypse began, he was separated from his mother by a transparent barrier due to a bidding competition. Minwoo volunteered to take part in this so he could see his mother again. However, they lost the battle. The transparent barrier disappeared, but the terraforming continued, and Minwoo was unable to reach his mother. Terraforming is the transfer of an environment from one dimension to another. It all depends on which dimension the process takes place in. Terraforming itself is usually not dangerous. Therefore, it is likely that Minwoo's mother is alive, although it is difficult to get to her. After a while, Minwoo shouted in shock, "Is this really true?" Lancelot said that he understood. He could not doubt his words. The protagonist thought that, of course, this does not mean that the area is safe. The fact that terraforming took place means that the area from another dimension can be very dangerous. After a while, Lancelot thought as he set out, that's why even though the risk of failure was high, even though it was a difficult and dangerous mission, after he saved Minwoo's mother, he thought that he had to prove himself as a knight. He would not repeat his past mistakes. However, what was so noisy here? Mordred shouted. Was it the commander? Lancelot asked what he was doing here. He shouted that he didn't know why the commander was here, but they had to hurry. He had to turn around. He asked what he was talking about. The lizardmen shouted that they had to capture that rat. They couldn't let him get away. Lancelot said it was a curse. He called Mordred a useless idiot. Mordred ran quickly and called out to the captain. Lancelot asked to tell him and asked how many of them were of the 7th rank. Mordred answered that he did not know, and the captain noted that he understood everything. Lancelot thought that this was a problem. There were new warriors in this squad that he had never met before. If nothing was done, it was a matter of time before they caught up with them. The situation was urgent. Lancelot asked Mordred to return and tell his lord everything he had seen. His lord must know. From now on, Mordred would also carry out his mission. Lancelot took Minwu's mother by the hand and introduced her, saying that she was the mother of a close friend of their lord. She must be returned to the subspace safe and sound. Mordred was responsible for her with his life, and he would buy time and delay their pursuers so that they could arrive safely. Mordred sadly turned to the captain, and Lancelot clarified that he had somehow forgotten. The captain asked to tell the lord that Percival would be very suitable for the strengthening stone. Mordred wanted to say something, but Lancelot interrupted him and said that there was no time. His comrade should hurry. Mordred replied that he understood him and quickly ran away. Lancelot, with a terrifying look, squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hands. He thought that he had nothing to fear, because he was a knight of knighthood and was capable of much. In the name of their lord. Lancelot quickly rushed into battle. After some time, Mordred turned to his lord. He held Minwu's mother on his back and announced that the mission was completed. Minwu burst into tears and called out to his mother. Jongyum thought that he was glad that she was safe, but Lancelot was doing this. Minwu said that he was glad that his mother was safe. She was not hurt, was she? Suddenly, the protagonist was very surprised. The system window notifies that Lancelot's ghost has disappeared. After some time, MC stands near the door next to Mordred. Jongyum covered his mouth and thought that he had listened to Mordred's story. Lancelot sacrificed himself to protect Minwu's mother and the information that Mordred brought. He sacrificed himself, but he didn't die in the traditional sense. The protagonist can restore him with the power-up stone and magic stones, but it's not easy. Being resurrected and being dead are two different things. I wonder if MC was burdening Lancelot too much for no reason. So maybe he had to make unnecessary sacrifices. Jongyum shouldn't have left the situation like that just because Lancelot didn't want to listen. He should have just said that it was okay. Mordred added that the captain also asked him to tell the protagonist something. The power-up stone would be suitable for Percival, so he should use it. MC remembered the past. He said that he needed to think about where to use the stone. Lancelot remarked that it was a good idea. Jongyum came out of his memories and clarified that it was a stone with the ability to regenerate. The protagonist noted that Lancelot had acted selflessly. Even in such a situation, he was thinking about using a power-up stone. MC tensely covered his face with his hand and said that Mordred had done a good job. He asked Mordred to tell him everything he had seen and heard so that Lancelot's sacrifice would not be in vain. Jongyum suggested developing a plan to close the gate to these lizards. At the same time, Lancelot's helmet, shrouded in mana, rose into the air. The wizard Soljan thought that it was an undead. Is there a sorcerer or a lich here? Tonatsu turned to the wizard and remarked that it was a very good job. Although Soljan missed the guy who got inside, he caught this one, who is a rank 7. This will greatly undermine the enemy army. Soljan raised his hand and replied that at times like these, it is important not to say that they tried well. It is important to say thank you. Their job was to catch the intruders. Tonatsu agreed and said that Soljan had worked hard. The wizard irritably noted that it was useless. What was Tonatsu going to do with the enhancement stone? Tonatsu replied that nothing for now. Initially, he would have given it to Rakus or Yutu, but since they were gone. Soljan interrupted him with a sly smile and asked, then what about the most obvious option? He asked to give him the stone. Tonatsu asked, what in exchange? The wizard picked up a scroll covered in mana. He clenched it in his hand and replied that he would make Tonatsu the ultimate scroll. As Tonatsu knows, scrolls are one-time items that allow non-mages to use magic. The cost will vary depending on the type, but at a minimum, it will be higher than 3D class enhancement stones. Soljan guarantees this. Tonatsu noted that who knows? Aren't the scrolls the wizard creates very bad since Soljan puts living creatures in them? He thinks that exchanging the armor and weapons of Eames would be much more effective. The wizard said irritably that Tonatsu is a fool since he doesn't understand his very good work. Therefore, they are savages. Tonatsu clarified, so they are savages now, because they don't follow his way? So arcane mages who don't understand the wizard's way are also savages. The powerless outcast savages? Soljan screamed in rage, and Tonatsu said that he would use the power stone when he deals with the Eames guys. And for the scroll, Soljan should only use the prisoners they provide as promised. Soljan sternly said that this is not wise. Suddenly, he heard a sound from the hole in the rock. The wizard asked in confusion, who is that? Percival came out of the hole and said his name. Soljan noticed that judging by his appearance, Percival was that guy's friend. He came to avenge him? Did Soljan guess? Since the enemy came, he should take this gift. The second circle magic scroll, the fireball headed towards Percival. A loud and bright explosion thundered near the rock. The flame dissipated a little, and Percival stood in the middle of it, holding a shield in his hand. The wizard noticed that the enemy was strong. He raised his hand shrouded in mana and asked, Will the enemy try to withstand this too? Suljin snapped his fingers and, not understanding why the scroll did not appear, looked at the portal that appeared. The wizard was very surprised. His scrolls were stolen. At the same time, the system window notifies that MC has saved all the items corresponding to the magic scroll, using 3,914 magic stones. The rest is 1,843 stones. The protagonist adjusted his headphones and said that it was good. He saved everything. He asked his comrade to take care of the rest. The radio on Percival's back lit up. He clarified, "Did Mordred hear?" Suljin yelled in confusion, "Who is this? The one who stole his scrolls?" Unexpectedly, Mordred did not confirm this and cut off the wizard's head. He turned his head to the side and said that this is the one who killed the wizard. Some time ago, MC asked, "Really a magician?" Mordred confirmed this and clarified that he definitely saw and heard. His name is Sulgan, an old magician who for some reason was exiled and arcane. Jongyum noted with interest that the one who was previously the head of Camelot Castle mistook him for a magician and also said something about arcane. Bediver clarified that arcane is a dimension of powerful magicians. As far as he remembers, there are 3 ranks for magicians. Even the lowest rank is 6th. Saul said that if 6th is the weakest, then they must be very strong. These strong guys banished him. Mordred clarified that now, Suljin can't use magic. He heard that too. Saul asked, "A mage without magic, then he must be harmless?" Mordred replied that since the existing hierarchy would lose its power when a mage was banished, there is no reason why they couldn't kill him. However, although Suljin is unable to use magic, he creates and uses scrolls. The comrades were very surprised, and Mordred explained that a scroll is a piece of paper that stores magic. It can only store relatively simple magic, but it is a valuable item. Thanks to it, anyone can use magic. Sulgan makes these scrolls himself. He has a lot of them, and if necessary, he uses any in battle. The protagonist noted that there are 2 key questions. Do the other lizardmen have scrolls, and what kind of magic do they contain? Mordred replied that he had not been able to learn that much, but he thought about it when they were chasing him. Mordred remembered the past. Mana streams were flying towards him at a rapid pace. They hit the ground, creating an explosion. Mana streams turned around and hit the wall, but Mordred used his ability and hid. He wondered why the mage was using a scroll. The assistant ran quickly and asked what that noise was. Was Commander Costas okay? Costas replied that there was an intruder, and the assistant asked where he was. The commander noted that the intruder could hide his presence. They needed to quickly inform the others. The assistant exclaimed that he understood him. Mordred thought that if he left now, he could escape. But he still did not understand why the mage was using scrolls. The assistant clarified that they needed to seal the entrance first. Costas said that since there was a large loss of combat capability, they needed to act quickly. Mordred quickly cut off the assistant's head and dispelled the stealth. He thought that in order to gain a strategic advantage, he needed to obtain certain information. Mordred instantly swung his weapon and cut off Costas' head. Suljin called them stupid lizards and noted that they couldn't catch even one intruder. He had to do everything himself and use scrolls, and they were very difficult to make. So the enemy was unlucky. Why did this happen to him? Mordred came out of the memories and said that what was surprising was that the mage came out of the cave and gave chase. Thanks to this, they were able to learn about him and the strength of the lizardmen. However, Suljin and the lizardmen seemed to have put everything on this chase. As a result, Captain Lancelot died. Jongyum asked Mordred not to blame himself, and said that besides, the information he obtained helped. Otherwise, they would not have learned about Sulgan's existence. Mordred also risked his life to get the information, so no one blames him. In fact, it is the protagonist's fault for putting unnecessary pressure on Mordred. MC suggested that they just think about how they will close their gates, and Mordred agreed with his lord. Bedivere said that firstly, judging by the fact that they are reluctant to use scrolls, it is not easy to make these artifacts. That's why he thinks the mage didn't share them with the other lizardmen. Inbo clarified that the fact that Kostas, the potential leader, and Suljin, the mage tasked with protecting the core of the gate, were in the cave suggests that their main task is to guard the core. However, the old man, despite the importance of the mission, left the cave and went in pursuit. He has 2 assumptions. First, the enemy's forces were insufficient, so Sulgan had no choice but to leave. Second, to carry out the protection mission, they had to mobilize maximum forces to prevent information leakage. MC noted that if this is so, then if they just catch the old mage, then the comrades themselves understand that it will be much easier to deal with the rest. He agreed, and Jongyum clarified that the problem was how to neutralize this magician. Although he has an idea, the protagonist thought that after reaching the 3rd level of subspace, he received a new ability, a category. All objects stored in the subspace are automatically classified and distributed according to properties and certain criteria. The categories of objects currently stored in his subspace are listed above. Unfortunately, MC cannot create new categories or change old ones. Saving to a category also costs a certain amount, and inappropriate categories cannot be saved to goods. The reason he was able to steal the Sacred Spear Rockies was because its weapon matched the Imez building materials category. Not long ago, Zhangyam reached the 4th level of the subspace by killing the traitor Commander Bongsu. After reaching the 4th level of the subspace, he was able to create new categories. He remembered the past. The protagonist looked at the system window with confusion and wondered if he should use scrolls instead of magic. MC asked, what if he made scrolls a category? Zhangyam came out of the memories and thought that the Pack's ability can be used at quite a long range. So hidden in the cave is not a problem. An assault team will be sent to these comrades in the cave. Sol and Percival will be in it. However, Sol did not even have a chance to show herself. She went into subspace so as not to interfere. Mordred led this group. He did a very good job of infiltrating. Currently, Mordred is standing next to Soljan, who is lying on the ground. Tonatiuh approached Mordred and thought that he felt a slight vibration from the floor. And then suddenly an enemy appeared, killing Solgan. He did not pay attention because the vibration was weak. Who would have thought that someone secretly infiltrated them, using invisibility? So it was him who missed Solgan last time? Percival quickly ran towards the core. He jumped up with great force and raised his weapon with the intention of attacking. Tonatiuh's huge tail hit Percival, throwing him aside. Mordred quickly turned his head to the side and thought that he needed to quickly get to the core of the gate. Tonatiuh flicked his tail and threw Mordred aside. He noticed that he couldn't touch him. Tonatiuh thought that he had heard about their strength from those who managed to escape during the Seoul offensive, but he hadn't heard anything about these two. It was unknown who else could have gotten in here. A useless mage? Tonatiuh shouldn't have been able to work with Soljan to begin with. It was just that weird. There was only one way. Tonatiuh quickly absorbed the core and punched a hole in the rock and disappeared into it. Mordred looked into the hole and wondered, did the enemy escape through the wall? Where are they going with the gate core? At the same time, Tonatiuh thought that judging by what he had seen so far, no matter what their abilities were, the representative was not a rank 7 representative. The enemy's head was outside the cave to observe and assess the situation. Now that the forces were concentrated in the cave, he needed to aim for the head. Tonatiuh saw the sole representative and thought that he had found him. The protagonist, sitting in the helicopter, turned his attention to Tonatiuh. The enemy opened his mouth wide under the helicopter with the intention of swallowing him. The MC announced the shipment of goods into the microphone. A long beam quickly pierced Tonatiuh's neck, and he fell to the ground. Tonatiuh grabbed it with his tail and threw the beam to the side, breaking it into pieces. He thought that these were the building materials of the guys from Emis. As Tonatiuh heard, they make strange attacks. Zhangyam looked out the window at the enemy and thought that it was a huge snake. He asked Yongsoo to keep his distance now, and his friend agreed. Many metal beams flew towards Tonatiuh. He quickly curled up into a ball, covering his head from the attacks. The protagonist asked in surprise, does the enemy quickly move his body to avoid the I-beam bend? Tonatiuh raised his head and quickly crawled to the side. He grabbed the building with his tail and looked at the helicopter. Tonatiuh spat poison out of his mouth, and it hit the helicopter. Yongsoo looked at the window melting from the poison in fear. The protagonist asked to recall the goods, and the helicopter instantly disappeared into the portal. The system window notifies that this is the shipment of the UH-60 Black Hawk. The helicopter appeared from the portal in the same place where it disappeared. Tonatiuh looked at him with confusion and thought, after exiting the portal, they recovered from the poison attack? What kind of ability is this? MC thought that it didn't matter if the helicopter was hit, because they would be able to transfer to a new one, just sent from the subspace. The problem is that the I-beams don't work. What should he do? Zhangyam looked down tensely and thought, can he use that thing once? A spear shrouded in lightning flew through the air and pierced Tonatiuh. He looked at the spear with confusion and wondered, what is this? Where did he get the Rocky's spear? The second spear quickly pierced his body. Tonatiuh looked at him in amazement and thought, even two? How did this happen? The protagonist used the magic of the second circle and the ice spear quickly flew towards the enemy. It pierced Tonatiuh with great force, freezing several scales on his body. Tonatiuh noticed that these were Soljan scrolls, so many things. He opened his mouth wide and quickly headed to the side and roared that, however, MC would not be able to defeat him with such attacks. Zhangyam thought that the area around the wound was slightly frozen. He instantly ordered the goods to be recalled. The helicopter instantly disappeared into the portal. A second portal appeared in another place and Percival came out of it. Tonatiuh looked in surprise at the sign that said that this was a representative of Seoul. He thought that the sign representative of Seoul was hanging above the place from which this person disappeared. But the guy went to another space. What kind of power does he have? The fact that Tonachi was pierced by 2 rocky spears definitely has something to do with his abilities. Tonachi was very surprised to see the protagonist and his comrades in the portal. They look at the enemy while holding scrolls in their hands. MC opened the scroll and ordered everyone to begin the attack. The comrades used second circle magic and ice copies flew towards the enemy. They pierced Tonachi's body and he screamed in pain. Tonachi fell to the ground, raising streams of smoke underneath him. Jeongyum exclaimed that the freak had fallen and asked everyone to step back. He ordered Pax to deliver the Black Hawk. The protagonist looked at the helicopter and asked Yongsu to begin. They quickly flew through the portal on the helicopter. MC yelled that this was good and noted that Tonachi was still having difficulty moving. He opened the helicopter door slightly and exclaimed that it was very difficult. Jeongyum confidently ordered to lay out everything. The comrades, standing in the portal, pulled out the scrolls. Tonachi, shaking in pain on the ground, thought it was a curse. Because of the ice shackles, he couldn't move. He interrupted his thoughts and looked at the bright light. The system window notified that it was Rakus's spear. First circle magic missiles, second circle magic ice spear. Second circle magic fireball, I-beam. Many spears flew towards Tonachi. A bright light illuminated his face and the spears pierced Tonachi's body. After some time, the sun's rays illuminated the sky. The protagonist sternly said that he would ask only one thing. Why are they so worried about the invasion? What do they want to take so much? Tonachi replied that there was no other way. MC asked, what kind of puzzles are these? Tonachi coughed and replied that the protagonist would not understand yet. However, their dimension is very close. When the time comes, on the contrary, they will hunt for other dimensions. The universe is how the system works. The system window notifies that the account has been transferred to the dimension. The balance of the current depositor cost us is 6,911. Jeongyum already has an account in the dimension. The amount will be added. The number of magic stones in the account is 17,668. Mordred said that it seems the enemy has died and the protagonist agreed with him. MC clarified what the enemy meant. Like an invasion? Is that the only option? Mordred turned to my lord and clarified that the main enemy is dead, but the gate core is still intact. He saw how this guy swallowed the gate core recently. It looked like Tonatsu swallowed it for protection. Jeongyum looked down and asked, in that case, the core is inside this body? Mordred confirmed this and noted that everything was fine and asked the protagonist not to worry. Their home space was known for cutting up such corpses. The target is the gate core. We must destroy it as soon as we find it and drive away Sabros. Mordred quickly ran into the mouth of Tonashi and ordered his comrades to enter. The system window notifies that the account in the dimension has been transferred. The depositor is unknown and the balance is 33,638. The number of magic stones in the account is 51,306. After some time, MC thought that this was terraforming. Mordred turned to my lord and said that he accidentally found this while they were destroying the core. Jeongyum looked at the stones in his comrade's hand. The system window notifies that using 3 reinforcement stones and 500 magic stones, he can appoint Lancelot as one of the 12 Knights of Camelot. Lancelot was reborn surrounded by lightning and swore to serve his lord, loyally and at the cost of his life. The system window notifies that this is Lancelot of the 7th rank, one of the Knights of the Round Table and can be summoned by the Camelot effect. Property is missing. Abilities, penetration, acceleration, immunity, leadership, critical hit. The system window notifies that the Sabros dimension has lost its business rights to the Incheon area. The Incheon district has been returned to the possession of Earth. Lancelot is standing under the rays of the sun. The protagonist noted that this was all thanks to his comrade and Lancelot paid attention to him. MC clarified that it was late, but thanked his comrade. Lancelot thought for a moment and said that he was sorry. He simply did what he had to do as a knight. Jeongyum noted that it was difficult to do one's duty. It is not about doing it well or not. Lancelot just has to say thank you, and the protagonist will answer please. Lancelot lowered his head and thanked MC. Jeongyum smiled upon hearing this. He turned his head to the side and noticed the helicopters flying in the sky. The protagonist thought that in South Korea, only Incheon lost the competition. Now that Incheon has been reclaimed, all the monsters that tried to take over the country have been destroyed. Of course, this doesn't mean that it's safe. Because there are still relatively primitive monsters like orcs and wyverns, it will take a long time to get rid of them and restore the functionality of the country. The chief got out of the helicopter and called out to the colonel. MC thought that at times like this, the chief of the operational headquarters, Cheol, usually shows up. It's so strange to see another person. The chief said that he came in a hurry because the terraforming was suspended. More helicopters with supplies are arriving. Is that giant snake the leader of the lizardmen? Jeongyum, standing on the monster's head, confirmed it. The chief yelled, "How did they even manage to do anything with such a huge monster?" The protagonist remembered the chief of operations, Chiol, and wondered, is he okay? The chief rushed back to the headquarters after saying that they were attacked by bugs. Well, MC thinks that everything will be okay. After some time, a plate of food was placed on the table. Zhongyum looked at the food with anticipation and thought, Chinese cuisine in a world where monsters roam the streets? Where did this food come from? He thought back to the past and thought that it all started right after Minwoo's mother was saved. After she was rescued, she was sent to subspace number 1. Minwoo's mother thanked Juyong with a smile. She said that she wanted to treat her to something, but she couldn't. Juyong replied that she had already eaten her fill, so it was okay. Words of gratitude are enough. Minwoo's mother asked, does the nurse eat well here? Juyong asked in surprise, didn't she hear? The protagonist thought that after Minwoo's mother found out about his ability, she said the following. Minwoo's mother asked, is there an unlimited number of ingredients? She has a friend who is a chef. She will talk to him. Zhongyum thought that the ingredients taken from packs and the ingredients provided by Minwoo's mother's longtime close friend, in the hands of Chef Zhu Ong-sik, the owner of a famous Chinese restaurant in Chinatown, turned into a magnificent dish. Ong-sik thought, while preparing the dish, that it was amazing that people were able to cook even in such a world. He was truly a lucky man. Protagonist thought that Ong-sik's kind heart and sincerity made the food especially delicious, which is very necessary in such difficult times. Even the ingredients were infinitely numerous. Did Chef Ong-sik really prepare all these dishes by himself? Of course not. Ong-sik only prepared 1 serving of each dish. That's right, Pax did the rest. Perhaps because there were already instant meals in the logistics center, Ong-sik's meals could be saved under the existing categories. That is to say, now, they can eat freshly prepared Chinese food anytime and anywhere. Who would have thought that food could be cooked so well? MC thought that after defeating the lizardmen and taking back Incheon, they divided all kinds of delicious Chinese food into categories and enjoyed a festive feast. They now have one more thing to celebrate. Jian covered her mouth with her hand, holding the food in her mouth. Juyong asked, is sister-in-law okay? Does she have indigestion? But it seems like sister-in-law didn't eat much. Juyun looked at the food with tension and replied that everything is fine. Juyong asked, has sister-in-law been feeling sick in the morning lately? Decreased urination, dry mouth, dizziness when standing up suddenly? Juyun confirmed this and asked, but why? Doesn't everyone feel like this from time to time? Juyong happily replied that these are early symptoms of pregnancy. Juyun shyly yelled, what does this mean? Right after the meal, the elder brother Songyeon made a big announcement. Songyeon stood up and put his hand on his wife's shoulder and said that after that conversation, she did all the tests and it turned out to be true. Yongsu happily asked, is Jongyeom going to have a nephew? He thinks Yoojung will be happy when she hears this. The protagonist agreed with his friend with a tense smile. He thought it was a nephew or a niece. He felt like the MC had suddenly become an adult. Yongsu pointed out that they didn't know yet whether it was a boy or a girl. Should he make a list of things he needed in advance? Juyong happily suggested that they think about it together. Sol said that they needed to think about a training program for the baby already. The Kim sisters were excited about the unexpected arrival of a new child. However, if there's something good, there will definitely be something bad too. The excitement and joy did not last long. Inbo turned to the colonel and quietly told the protagonist in his ear that an urgent radio message had arrived from the chief of the operational headquarters. He thought MC should receive him. After a while, the soldier looked away. Jongyeom introduced himself and agreed with the interlocutor. He held the phone to his ear and asked, is the terraforming continuing? The chief confirmed this and said that through the remaining communication channels, they had transmitted information about the situation to China and Japan. In both countries, terraforming is taking place on a large scale, but now its effects are slowly reaching them too. The details vary depending on the country. They are currently suffering from toxic gases coming out of the Beijing Gate and poisonous water coming out of the Fukuoka Gate. The protagonist asked what would cause the most serious damage. The chief answered into the phone that neither of these were minor problems, but the most serious problem was the toxic gases coming out of the Beijing Gate. At the same time, Song Chol looked at the huge insect and said that they were bugs. He added that although the toxic atmosphere hasn't spread yet, however, the insects are already approaching. They have started to appear, so it's only a matter of time before the gases appear. The gates in Beijing need to be closed. They are also planning to send troops, but this is not a problem they can solve on their own. So he really feels ashamed to ask Jongyeom. The protagonist interrupted him and asked how he could even ask such a thing. If they don't act, the entire Korean peninsula will turn into hell. So of course he has to participate. But what about just going straight to China without an invitation? Will that cause problems? Song Chol confirmed this. MC clarified. The 3rd Guard Brigade? He said he'll go straight tonight and hung up. Jong-yum tensely clarified, giant insects, air pollution, and poison? He can't let his nephew live in this world. It's time to bring the Earth back to normal. The protagonist asked Pax to upgrade the subspace. The system window notifies that 30,000 magic stones need to be used to level up the subspace. The progress is 1%. MC can still use his abilities while leveling up. The remaining is 20,806 magic stones. Subspace leveling up complete. There are new unlockables and additional items that can be enhanced. New unlockable. Portal installation cost is 1,000 magic stones. You need to install a portal to the subspace. The portals for installation are different from normal portals. Received 1,000 magic stones. The subspace portal is installed. Jong-yum thought that this was installing portals. As stated in the ability description, they are different from the usual ones. They have some differences from the portals that he opened and closed. First, the installed portal is fixed in the place where it was installed and cannot be moved. Second, the installed portal itself does not have physical power. Therefore, they cannot be used as a wall to avoid enemy attacks. However, those who are allowed passage can enter the subspace through the portal, thus avoiding enemy attacks. This is different from the portals that the protagonist summons. But the ability to enter and exit the subspace to get the necessary items is an amazing ability. Manhwa pointed out that it really did seem like a scam. He said he was going to China? He was leaving right now? MC confirmed it and said that they needed to hurry. After they closed the gate in China, they would go to Japan. Manhwa said with a smile that Jong-yum was gradually becoming world-class. He was glad that he finally had this type of ability. If the protagonist ever needed his help, he could just let him know, because he hadn't shown much yet, but he had already awakened as a swordsman. Manhwa thanked him for taking care of him and asked Jong-yum to take care of himself on the way. The protagonist raised his hand in farewell and asked his friend to be careful too. The helicopter took off and MC gave him a thumbs up. The helicopter took off and headed to its destination. Sometime later, at Incheon International Airport, the captain of the 3rd Guard Brigade, Park Chul-won, called out to James and asked him to get off quickly. He clarified that he had just received a call from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The people who said they were going to China had already arrived. James quickly crawled out from under the plane. He held a flashlight in his teeth and clarified, "Really already?" The modifications weren't even finished yet. After a while, Chul-won put his hand to his head and thanked them for making such an effort to come. Jong-yum and Young-soo bowed and introduced themselves. The captain said that they had spoken with the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in the morning and had started preparing a means of flight to fly to China. Young-soo clarified, "A means of flight?" Chul-won asked them to come in and said that he would show them everything. After a while, the captain pointed to the plane and said that it was a C-130J. This guy can fly about twice as fast as the Black Hawk. They could easily get to Beijing with it. Young-soo exclaimed in admiration, "It's very beautiful." "Is this the transport plane with the special forces compartment like in spy movies?" Chul-won confirmed it and looked away and clarified that, however, since the modifications are not yet complete. He asked to wait a minute and said that they will immediately start preparing for departure. There will probably be clashes or attacks by monsters on the way to China. They are currently rebuilding the plane to have at least minimal defensive capabilities to fight. This is not a modification of the level of equipment with missiles or anything like that. But the technician said that everything is almost ready, so the comrades should wait a little while, and they will be able to go on their way. The protagonist noted that it was not surprising that there was light under the transport plane. He had already wondered what it was, but it turned out to be engineers. Chul-won clarified that they were working, but there was only one engineer there. MC was very surprised and clarified, "Just one person? Is it possible that one guy modifies such a big plane?" The captain turned his head to the side and noticed that their technician was named James. He was a bit of an unusual person. Jong-yum wondered if an awakened person was working on such a huge plane. Chul-won was surprised and said that here is the engineer. "It looks like the work is finished." James shook the dust off his gloves on his hand. He held the crystal in his hand and said that now if they look here, there is no visible difference from before and after the upgrade, because he only worked on the lower part. After all, flying monsters are unlikely to fly from the side at the speed of this transport and attack. If they look at the lower part, they will see that these parts were added here to strengthen the structure. The protagonist thought that the engineer who modified the transporter was called James. As expected, he was an awakened one with the mechanic ability. It is enough to hold the stone in your hand, and it automatically translates. It is not for nothing that the stone is magical. Before the abilities awakened, James worked as an aviation engineer. He was sent to the airline, but due to the events that happened, he was locked up here. Because of his profession, before all the chaos in the world, MC thought that his ability would only be related to a slight improvement in professional skills or convenience in work. But this man, his ability is extraordinary. Can things really change that much? They checked the modified parts of the transport plane and made sure that everything was working fine. Then, before leaving for China, they distributed food and other supplies to the locals. Of course, Jung-yum shared some of the supplies with James as well. That was when he felt it more clearly. It seemed that if the protagonist picked up the magic stone and spoke, it would be translated. James is just an amazing person. What kind of world is this now? It is a world where you have to hide from monsters and endure anxiety, fear, hunger, and thirst. So when someone shares food, water, and basic necessities with people, everyone is happy, but not James. To the offer to try a first-class dish of Chinese cuisine, he responded almost indifferently. James doesn't like this, he doesn't want this, he just had no interest. James refused to eat. As the brigade captain said, James is really a special person. There was only one thing that interested him: mechanisms. Jung-yum looked at the engineer in surprise and thought, what? James refuses food but shows interest in packs? This guy is a person with non-standard preferences. If so, then James is the same as the protagonist, the same as Yongsu. Doesn't this person have a dream? Maybe a motorcycle that flies in the sky, or maybe a motorcycle that looks like a horse. MC only roughly understands his abilities, but he's already suffered enough. Really wants to recruit him. Jung-yum grimaced from tension and thought that endless materials and a lab in subspace, with his abilities, he could make James's dream come true. In the end, he couldn't hold back. The protagonist asked if the engineer would like to go with him. James was surprised, and MC raised his hand and pointed out that as the engineer could see, he was giving people food, lots of food, and he also had a lot of machines at his disposal. He had a motorcycle or something like that, and James could use them however he wanted. As a bonus, Jung-yum gave him protection from monsters. They could help people and defeat monsters. James calmly replied that he didn't want that. They had only met today, and they had barely had a chance to talk, so how could he trust him? The protagonist thought that was true. He had nothing to say to convince him. MC agreed with him and clarified that there were no other reasons. He suggested it because he thought that the engineer's abilities would go well with his. Jung-yum scratched his neck tensely and said that they could say goodbye then, and thanked James for the repairs. The engineer clarified that the protagonist wanted to use his abilities. MC was surprised and confirmed it. He clarified that he hadn't had time to show the engineer anything that would make James trust him. The engineer replied that there was a condition. If Jung-yum went to America, he had to take him with him. He would accompany the protagonist all the way. MC asked in confusion, if he took him with him when he went to the States, would James share his powers with him? The engineer confirmed this, and Jung-yum thought that it would be a long way from here to the US, but that was something. Jung-yum felt that he was even more confused. But why did James want to go to America? The protagonist asked, does James want to go there because of his family? The engineer disagreed and replied that he didn't have a family. But despite this, there was a place he definitely wanted to go back to. James didn't exactly want to go and risk his life, but MC seemed pretty strong. He had an idea that it would be safe to go with MC. Jung-yum raised his hand and said that it was possible in principle, but it was difficult for now. After they closed the gate in China, they would need to head to Japan right away. James clarified that he wouldn't force him to go that far. As long as it didn't take too much time, that was fine with him. Jung-yum smiled and agreed, saying that he would definitely take him home. The protagonist created a portal and said that it was for anchoring. James looked at it in amazement, and various vehicles instantly fell to the ground from the portal. MC clarified that these cars now belong entirely to the engineer. James could disassemble and reassemble them as he liked. Just out of a sense of responsibility for the promise he made, Jung-yum grinned maliciously and turned his head to the side and suggested that perhaps this was a gesture of goodwill? But it would be better to call it a gift. The protagonist said that they would see each other later and walked towards the building. He put his finger to his mouth in satisfaction and thought that it was impressive. James wondered in surprise, was the MC just going to leave so many vehicles behind? What kind of ability was that? As the protagonist found out later, when he was distributing food to the locals using subspace, James was at an open landing site. The engineer thought that if he had known that he had such an ability, he would have followed. That's right, James didn't know what he was capable of. After a while, the sun illuminates the city. Huge cockroaches are crawling along the wall of the building. The whole city is filled with large insects. The mantis turned its head to the side and noticed a plane flying across the sky. Jung-yum looked at the insects through the plane's window with disgust and thought that the lizardmen were gentlemen compared to this. Yongsu clarified that he would land. The plane quickly slid along the road. A portal instantly appeared, and the plane disappeared into it. The The portal opened in another place and Lancelot came out of it. He turned his head to the side and said that he thought my lord could come out. The protagonist asked for a minute and came out of the portal. He, with a mask on his face, noted that it was difficult to wear it after so long. There are no insects around, are there? Poisonous gas is already bad, but he can't handle insects at all. Lancelot replied that there were no insects. He looked ahead and MC, surprised, noted that they had already come out. Wunyang from Red River punched his hand and asked, "Are they from Korea?" Wunyang noted that he had been waiting for them and introduced himself, saying that it was nice to meet them. After some time, the destroyed buildings were surrounded by toxic smoke. Wunyang closed the door and said that fortunately, the bugs did not chase them. He said that the room was not a luxury room, but he himself would have liked better conditions and apologized. Jongyeom asked him not to worry and replied that everything was fine. The protagonist looked at the men shrouded in an aura and wondered what was wrong with their condition. Wunyang raised his hand and said that they were using their internal energy to clear the air of poison, so the MC can take off the mask. This ability is given to those who have awakened from the world of martial arts. The MC thought that those who have awakened from the world of martial arts. In different parts of China, there are martial arts schools that have maintained their traditions since ancient times. One day, when monsters suddenly appeared in the world, and so did those who awakened their powers. Awakened ones also appeared among the members of martial arts schools. The abilities of these people were slightly different from theirs. For example, an ordinary person awakens his own unique abilities, such as Jongyeom, with his subspace, and his sister with the ability to heal. All awakened ones associated with martial arts schools use an unknown energy called internal. The peculiarity of these abilities is that they use internal energy of their own free will and with their own individuality. The abilities of awakened ones of the martial arts world are outstanding. Therefore, the Chinese government, quickly recognizing their abilities, gathered awakened ones with the abilities of the martial arts world. The government demanded that they defeat the monsters. The leader of these warriors was he, the man known as the Scarlet River Cloud Sword, Wunyang. The leader sternly said that they were only one group of awakened ones. Not all awakened ones of the martial arts world are like them. In any case, they were summoned by the Chinese government to defeat the monsters. The problem is the competition. Only in Beijing there were two. The winner was a region called Beelzebub. The protagonist thought that Beijing has twice as many residents as Seoul. It's not that strange that there were two competitions. Wunyan looked at his teacup and noticed that they lacked information about the opponents. They knew that the monsters were emitting toxic gas. The problem was that the gas was very toxic. Ordinary awakened people and soldiers who did not know how to use their internal energy died instantly. Awakened ones of the martial arts world can make it non-toxic, but the energy spent on detoxification is so great that it is impossible to fight with it. Eventually, the gate opened. The number of insects increased very quickly. That's the current situation. As Wunyan already said, detoxification is something that constantly consumes internal energy. The longer it lasts, the worse it gets for them. Since they need to breathe fresh air, accumulate energy and use it, it is even more deadly. In addition, toxic gases continue to spread, so they have very little time. Jongyeom, surprised, asked to wait a minute and asked if they felt a surge of energy in the fresh air. Wunyang confirmed this. He looked at the protagonist, who stood up from his chair with confusion and clarified, "Is something wrong?" MC did not agree and replied that it was not quite so. He smiled and pointed to the portal and said that he would leave for a while. The system window notified that this was canned air from Mount Jirisun. 9901. Jongyeom thoughtfully looked up, putting his finger to his chin. The protagonist, looking at the water, noted that by using his laboratory ability to extract the contents of the can, he would be able to create a layer of air. When the air masses accumulated in layers and became the size of a giant rock, MC would be able to register the mass as a product. If he releases the registered air masses among the martial artists who are engaged in detoxification, and sets everything so that they are automatically sent out at intervals of 1 second. The protagonist stopped thinking, and a stream of air quickly hit the man's back from the portal. The glass in the building instantly broke and the cockroach flew to the side. Streams of air spread along the street. A member of the martial arts world inhaled the stream of air. He thought in amazement, "Is this fresh air?" The comrades engaged in detoxification screamed, "Are they the only ones who feel it?" The guy did not agree and exclaimed that he felt it too. Wunyang looked at the air streams with confusion and clarified what it was. He looked at his comrades and wondered, "Are they getting better?" What happened? Wunyang turned his attention to the portal and thought that it was the power of Jongyeom. At first, when Wunyang turned to the Korean military for help, the situation seemed hopeless. If people do not know how to use internal energy, the air will not allow a person to explore the places around. Insects that reproduce faster than they can catch them. Wunyang asked for help, seized the only chance. Of course, he thought they would refuse. Wunyang remembered the past. The chief said into the phone that he told the colonel everything, and the MC without hesitation said that he would be glad to help. Wunyang thought that the Korean soldier's voice sounded very calm. He knows that Korea is successful in competitions. Are they really going to help him? The chief said that the colonel told them that he will go to them tonight. Jeongyum will probably arrive tomorrow morning. Wunyang thought with irritation that this was arrogant of him. He was sure that they, just like the members of the martial arts world, were defending themselves from some monsters. Wunyang looked at the portal with admiration and came out of the memories and thought that he had been so arrogant until now. Wunyang looked at Jeongyum with great surprise and wondered why his voice was so calm. Wunyang finally realized that the protagonist has amazing abilities. The MC looked at Wunyang, who bowed to him with confusion. The leader apologized for any inconvenience his requests might have caused to Korea. He thanked Jeongyum for helping him and said that they would never forget this favor. Before the gas spreads, they would definitely end it and not let the threat spread. The protagonist raised his hands in confusion and replied that they didn't need to come in like that. He paused, asked Wunyang to raise his head and said that they would help because they wanted to survive too. Wunyang raised his head and clarified that initially it was a struggle in which time was against them. But now, thanks to the MC's abilities, their internal energy is now accumulating. He thinks that it would be better to take a break. Of course, they don't have much time. How about a morning meeting in 3 days? Jeongyum agreed with a smile and replied that they would do that. Since they were going to rest, why not make the best of it? Wunyang asked in surprise, what does this mean? After a while, many plates of Chinese food fell on the table. The members of the martial arts world happily ate the dishes. Wunyang happily smiled, gave a thumbs up and exclaimed that it was very delicious. He stood at the board, picked up a marker, and said that now it was time to discuss how to get rid of bugs. The leader asked to let him talk about bugs first. These freaks are certainly different, but most of them are similar to the bugs they are used to seeing. Only these bugs are larger and emit toxic gas. Flying bugs such as moths and flies emit a lot of it. Most insects are 9th and 8th level, but sometimes there are 7th rank insects. The problem is that there are so many of them that it is difficult to accurately figure out the features. So this is an easy way to tell which insect is level 7. If comrades see a lot of insects, then they are definitely level 8. If less often, and if at first glance it seems strong, then it is probably the 7th level. He also wants to talk about the gate. There are 2 of them. One of them is Bai Wang. Lancelot, standing at the entrance, noticed something. He looked out the window at what was happening on the street. Lancelot turned to the gentleman and said that this appeared. He sees this creature for the first time, so he cannot describe it exactly. But at first glance it becomes clear that it is the 7th level. A huge centipede moves quickly along the ground. Jeongyum, with an unpleasant feeling, asked his comrades to just look at the legs of the insect. This creature is very unpleasant, but now that it has become huge, it looks very bad. Why does this freak move so fast? Just by looking at it, you can believe that it is the 6th level, and not the 7th. Wunyang clarified that it is the 8th centipede, although what difference does it make? MC clarified, really the 8th? You can't tell by looking at it. Wunyang confirmed this and said that it is strong. However, it is noticeably inferior to grasshoppers and hornets. Sol put her hand on her head and said that it was boring, but she could handle it. She asked not to touch the centipede until she was done with it. Jeongyum asked why. Sol stretched her hand and replied that she sits almost all day, she needs to stretch. Movement relieves stress. The protagonist quickly opened the door. He confidently asked the second one to show the centipede their strength. Sol quickly ran outside and Wunyang fearfully asked to give him a minute. The MC, smiling, clarified that everything was fine and asked his comrade not to worry. This is his older sister. She is so strong that sometimes Jeongyum thinks that there are celestials among their ancestors. Wunyang clarified, can she protect herself from toxic gases? The protagonist tensed up and replied that it seemed like they had a problem. He's right about that, right? Sol wrapped her fist in mana and ran towards the centipede with the intention of attacking. She smirked with pleasure and unleashed a powerful lightning attack on the enemy. Wunyang irritably pointed out that no matter how good the ability, if you inhale poisonous gas during a fight, the person will eventually go down. The centipede's shell is hard, meaning most of the blows will not harm it. Wunyang's disciple will help MC's sister. He sternly turned his head to the side and called out to Quan Ryong. She slammed her fist into her palm and Wunyang clarified that every minute counts. He raised his hand and said that he would deal with the centipede. In the meantime, she should receive internal injuries. Suddenly, Wunyang was stunned by a scream. He quickly walked to the balcony and asked, "What was that?" Wunyang looked at the centipede's broken shell in amazement. Sol let out a tired breath and raised her hands next to the insect's corpse. Wunyang noted that it took a lot of effort to break the shell. How could someone who had not trained in internal energy do it so quickly? It seemed like Sol was using quite standard techniques. Zhongyum thought in confusion that it was just a normal punch. Wunyang was very surprised and wondered if she really had the body of a heavenly warrior. Sol instantly spat out blood from her mouth and fell to the ground. Wunyang turned his head to the side in rage and yelled that the internal injuries needed to be treated. Wunyang thought that the sudden appearance of the centipede had forced them to stop, but they continued to make a plan to break through the bug gate. To summarize, the following can be said. First, the polluted atmosphere makes it difficult to move. Second, there are a lot of insects, and it is impossible to catch them one by one. And then, there are the strange 7th level freaks. Third, they have a maximum of 3 days to close the gate. Therefore, in order to destroy the gate core, they must avoid encounters with the insects as much as possible. They must quickly break through to Mount Bakemang, where the gate core is located. Wunyang said that of course it was difficult. The closer they were to the gate, the more aggressive the insects would become. But fortunately, they didn't have to go that far. It was a bit reckless, but at the moment it was the best possible option. Therefore, they needed to quickly master some techniques. They would teach them the skills they had themselves. However, they didn't have much time to accurately assess their abilities. Therefore, Wunyang suggested a duel. It seemed that Sol preferred to fight unarmed. He thought it would be useful if she learned the essence of fist fighting from Ryong. The assistant smiled and said that if Sol learned the right techniques, she would definitely succeed. Sol replied that she was certainly grateful to them. She appreciates that they think well of her and want to teach her their techniques. But is it necessary to go that far? Ryong calmly said that they should close the gate. So they will have to use each of their strengths to the maximum. She understands that Sol is older, but in terms of strength, she is second only to Master Wunyang. Sol scratched the back of her head and replied that since her assistant insists, she agrees. If Sol injures her, she asks her not to be offended. Ryong crossed her arms and asked her to show her Sol's skills, and her opponent agreed. Sol quickly rushed into battle and exclaimed that she is attacking. The members of the martial arts world watched the fight. The protagonist, looking at this emotionlessly, wondered, is it because he has spent the past 20 years growing up, suffering losses from the second? In his opinion, this is just an ordinary strike. An ordinary move. He really does not understand what Wunyang admires. The leader said that he would like Sister Zhongyum to focus on fencing. The protagonist was surprised and Wunyang clarified that this was his specialty. Wouldn't MC like to learn fencing from him? Zhongyum raised his hand with a smile and replied that he didn't really like it. Wunyang said that it was a pity. The protagonist asked if he could bring a friend. He had a friend who liked swords. After some time, Minwoo holds the sword in his hand with confusion. Wunyang asked him to tense his hands. MC thought that although they couldn't control internal energy like real martial arts masters, they were able to adapt their techniques to themselves. This greatly diversified the arsenal of techniques. The second one learned so quickly that it seemed as if she was born among the masters. Sol resolutely raised her hands and said that cooperation is cooperation, and authority is authority. She launched an attack with great force and exclaimed that this was breaking the barrier. Everyone watching gave her a thumbs up. Zhongyum thought that he didn't know exactly what was going on, but it seemed like there was some kind of connection between her and the masters. Masters, who use the pure energy of the Jiri Mountains to maximize their inner strength, master new techniques, and become even stronger. The protagonist can't just sit still either. There are a lot of magic stones, so he will create a weapon that can effectively fight the bugs. As the subspace level increases to level 5, new items will be added for improvement. The system window notifies that this is a subspace laboratory. Objects located outside can be visualized as holograms. MC can conduct a simulation using the formed hologram. However, only confirmed information about the object is reflected in the simulation. Zhongyum wondered how to destroy the bugs. He already had one idea, an electric trap. It works on small insects, but most bugs are larger than the trap, so there is no point. The protagonist can make it big enough to kill even the big bastards. The system window notifies that 30,823 magic stones are required. MC thought that this has its own difficulties. Zhongyum tensely put his finger to his chin and said that it is difficult. The protagonist thought that when he tries to do something, no ideas come to mind. He does not have any special knowledge, and everything else will not work, like an electric trap. Of course, he wants to just get on a helicopter, but it is too dangerous. They haven't even determined the location of the level 7 flying bugs. MC noted that the delivery radius is only 100 meters, so he needs to get close. If he had his way, he would just prepare pesticides and destroy them all. Jiyeon heard this and said that she thought she could do it. Do you need to make them? Zhongyum asked. How is she? The protagonist thought that he understood then. When he brought his family to the subspace, his brother said this clearly. He remembered the past. His brother said cryingly that everyone ate very sparingly. They had water because she became an alchemist. MC came out of his memories in amazement and thought that he was so happy to be reunited that he forgot. The thing is, his sister-in-law became an alchemist. Ji-yeon happily smiled and noted that she was also an awakened one, although her abilities are not as great as the protagonists. And in fact, she used the lab. Since MC is so busy, she was able to tell him about it only now. Jonghyun agreed with admiration and Ji-yeon confidently clarified, "What kind of pesticide do you need?" The protagonist noticed a huge centipede on the wall and replied that it was a super powerful insecticide that destroyed any freak. Sometime later, in a city shrouded in poisonous gas, insects calmly walk along the street. The comrades quickly run along the street using their abilities. Woon-yang thought that 3 days flew by very quickly. Despite the short training, he is in better physical shape than ever before. The pure energy emanating from his core, the strong sense of balance that comes from the circulation of blood, and all this thanks to Jonghyun. Woon-yang does not know how he can repay him for this. The comrade yelled that there are many bugs ahead. Woon-yang thought that the first step to repaying the favor was to get rid of the parasites. Until now, they have only been helped, so now it is time for the martial arts warriors to step up and fight the insects themselves. Woon-yang ordered everyone to prepare for battle and thought that this was the least they could do. They will give it their all and destroy this swarm of insects without a trace. At least, that's what he thought. The poisonous mucus spread over the insects. They fell to the ground and let out shrill screams. Woon-yang was very surprised to see this and thought that only 3 days. While they were working on their internal energy, the protagonist created a liquid that kills insects. MC, sitting on a motorcycle with Lancelot, noted that it was very effective, some time ago. Ji-yeon clarified that she had said that he had been using it for some time. A hologram of a laboratory in subspace is very convenient. Thanks to this convenience, she tried to create different things. Ji-yeon decided that this could come in handy, so she prepared different compositions. Of course, she had not prepared anything very strong yet. And yet, fortunately, pesticides were easy to create. Jonghyun, looking up with admiration, asked, she had just prepared such an effective remedy. Is that so? It has amazing killing power, is harmless to the human body, and has no odor. The protagonist came out of the memories. He turned his head to the side and thought, however, it doesn't work on rank 7 bugs, but it works very well on normal ones. MC exclaimed, sister-in-law is the best. After a while, Woon-yang thought, Baekmang Mountain is famous for its beauty and is located near Beijing, but now it's just a place swarming with insects. He quickly turned his head to the side and clarified, it will get more difficult from here. Thanks to the pesticides developed by the Jonghyun family, they got through Beijing without a problem. But it won't be easy on Baekmang Mountain. In the past, they intended to destroy the gate core several times while climbing Baekmang Mountain. But each time, the bugs attacked them in droves. Even though they are just mindless creatures, they seem to instinctively understand that they must protect the gate core. It's been a while since he last climbed Baekmang, so Woon-yang doesn't know what kind of bugs exist there. Also, because of the terrain, it's not that easy to fight flying enemies there. The protagonist raises his hand with a smile and says that it's okay. He knows that Woon-yang is repeating this out of concern for them. But they came prepared for anything. No matter what kind of bug they find, it will still be level 7, right? MC happily points at Lancelot and adds that he missed the moment to tell them about it. His knight is also level 7, and Jonghyun has a weapon that can counter such enemies. He confidently smirks and asks his comrades not to worry so much. After a while, the protagonist says in horror that it's a curse. He looks at the huge insect standing in the poisonous smoke and asks, "What's a grasshopper?" MC thought that he might have figured it out if he thought about it properly. Unlike the lizards of the Sabros dimension, how could a bug that big be rank 7? Did it even fill out the registration form in the other dimensional space? When the traitors who plotted the coup were explaining how to obtain rank 7, Lancelot said that, however, using sacrifices to obtain rank was originally a method that low-intelligence creatures instinctively and almost reflexively used to obtain rank. The traitorous goblins who staged the coup tried the following method. They obtained documents that a higher-level creature gave them. They obtained their rank through sacrifice. Although they obtained rank, they transformed. For an intelligent creature, obtaining rank through sacrifice, as happens with creatures of a primitive dimension, is a shortcut. But what about life forms from a primitive dimension? They kill other living beings and consume their magic stones. That is, sacrifice is a suitable method for them. In other words, rank 7 primitive life forms are strong creatures that have absorbed many lives to get their rank. A creature so strong that it doesn't need intelligence. A bright flash of mana sent beams flying. They hit the grasshopper's body, but the insect didn't receive any injuries. Jonghyun asked in fear, "Why is the enemy so heavy?" The I-beam was also stuck in it. Lancelot turned to the master and filled the rocky spear. The protagonist quickly ran forward and yelled that they will take care of him. MC stopped and asked to take the rocky spear with him at least. Lancelot turned his head to the side and noticed something and wondered, "What is it? Is the tree moving?" Jungyum yelled that the sacred raucous spear had pierced the enemy. Lancelot thought, "No, it's not a tree, it's legs." A huge leg hit the ground and his comrades paid attention to it. MC turned his head to the side with great fear and asked what the sound was. A huge spider stood in front of the grasshopper. Jungyum looked at the spider and said that it was indeed a continental scale. Lancelot clarified that they should climb onto the body of this insect, and the protagonist asked what that meant. The knights explained that the spider could not reach its back with its paws. In addition, if they climbed onto its back, even insects with long jaws would have a hard time attacking them. Lancelot thought that it would be a good idea for them to regroup and plan their actions up there. MC remarked that as expected, Lancelot was the best. He pointed at the spider and ordered everyone to climb onto its back. Wunyang ran quickly and exclaimed that he did not know what Jungyum was thinking, but he agreed. The comrades walked on air, ran and attacked the barriers and climbed up, grabbing the spider by the fur. The protagonist asked, "What now? Should he use the raucous spear and focus on attacking?" Soul clarified that it might work on the spider, but not on the grasshopper. She pointed at the insect and said that she tapped it lightly and found that its shell was surprisingly hard. It could be wounded, but killing it would take forever. And the grasshopper moves so much, so if you make even one mistake. Before she could finish speaking, the grasshopper quickly ran towards them. The comrades looked at the enemy in fear. The grasshopper jumped up and flew towards the spider, and the comrades screamed that everything was ruined.